pull down your jacket in the back. The jacket. Q or 0? To Unite to Heal, a 36-hour live stream benefit for Amudim. 36 hours, 36 events, over 100 top leaders and entertainers, all to benefit Amudim, an organization that's there for us, for the children, adults, and families in our community worldwide every single day of the year. Unite to Heal begins with you. And we're counting on you to get to the $5 million goal by tomorrow night. It's a 36-hour event. We are already at just under $200,000, thanks to all of you who've already donated. And we're looking to get to $5 million by tomorrow night. So as you watch and enjoy all the information and all the entertainment and all the great panel discussions, remember the key is to be there for Amudim. Hit the Donate Now button on unitetoheal.com. and be as generous as possible. The CEO of Amudim is Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. Good morning, Rabbi Gluck. I'm sure you're very excited this morning because often you've turned to the community for help, and there's no reason to think that they're not going to come through this time as well.
Good morning, Nachum. Thank you so much. I am very excited, and I'm also very nervous. I'm going to say it straight. You know, this last 8-9 months has been difficult for everybody, and particularly as far as funding is concerned for Amudim, with an increase of caseload and the need for more funds. So I'm really hoping and praying that today we're going to see the same that we've seen in the previous years that you've helped us with. So,
couple of things we should point out to everybody. The first thing is this is a unique event. You've had great live stream events in the past. We did a wonderful one last year. But this one has taken months to prepare, and it involves a whole bunch of incredible people from around the world. What makes this 36-hour event different?
So first of all, I wish it was months to prepare. I have to give a very big thank you to Yami Schachter and the entire crew at Charity Bids for really pulling this off in less than 6 weeks. So it should have taken months. What makes it different is we were really looking to accomplish two things at once. Number one is the world is in turmoil and a lot of people are struggling. We wanted to find a unique way to give people some positive vibes, some good entertainment, some things to enjoy, while at the same time giving them the understanding of what Amudim needs. And that is why this is so different, because it's not just like what we've done last year where we just spoke with, survivors and victims and people that we've helped and some political leaders, but it's really taking it another step. That's going to be for tomorrow, but we're taking it to another step, and it's really giving people, and the beauty is these segments, there's something for everybody.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot to take in, a lot to enjoy, no question about it. And we should also mention that Amudim has become an international organization. Some people may find that hard to believe, but you're literally helping people not just in the U.S. and Israel, but in 40 countries around the world. And all of this has become even more difficult to do in the past year. Now, in a couple of minutes, we're going to be speaking to your staff members who've been on the front lines of what it's like to fund and to clinically help so many people through this whole COVID situation. But just explain to everybody how this blossomed into an organization that's helping people literally around the world.
It's really 3 words: word of mouth. It wasn't advertising, it wasn't marketing, it wasn't looking, it was just people reaching out from everywhere and us trying to find a way to fill that need and fill that void. And there's currently clients in over 406 cities around the world that we are helping. And it's just, I'll just say it straight. I just take a moment and reflect and think how Mendy Klein, Zechron Levracha, must be looking down from Shemayim and really just shepping nachas on the over 8,500 people that we've helped since inception and the over 3,500 this year alone. It's been beautiful, and I just want to say it doesn't mean that there's that many people with problems, which there are, but it means a positive thing. There are that many people that are prepared to reach out for help, and that's beautiful.
And you've mentioned that he was the one that really encouraged you to go international, and what a tribute this is to his memory. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, you'll obviously be on many different segments that are going to be happening over the next 36 hours, and of course our big live event that'll wrap things up tomorrow night. I know you join me in encouraging everybody to please donate. It's a $5 million goal. It's attainable, certainly, but it is very necessary. $5 million is not something that is just a made-up number. It's a serious number that will add to an already larger budget than that, an annual budget that's even larger than $5 million. So please give what you can, unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. Click on the donate button and be as generous as possible. Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, I thank you. More coming up as we continue here at unitetoheal.com. I do remind everyone that there's 36 hours, 36 events, and over 100 top leaders and entertainers who are going to be part of this incredible broadcast. It all culminates tomorrow night in our live event from right here. After 34 and a half hours, we will gather together and we will ask you to really wrap this thing up in as grand as a fashion as possible. Devorah Perlman is the CFO of Amudim. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. And Miriam Lankry is the clinical director from Amudim. Thank you very much for being here as well. Miriam, we'll start with you. You have seen, it's now December, you have seen over the last 10 months, I am sure, a big increase in your department. What's it been like trying to help everybody clinically during all these months of COVID?
Good morning. Thanks for having us. It's so nice to be here. It's been really overwhelming. That's the truth. There's been a tremendous increase in the amount of callers. I have to say that my clinical staff, my clinical case managers rose to the occasion incredibly. We all had to work from home. Tzvi Gluck has it set up that our phones, our computer systems, everything's able to be remote, and that was a blessing. I think he took that on several years ago. He wanted to make sure that if anything ever happened, we would be able to do this. So, so we all were working from home. The staff rose to the occasion. We even had to hire 3 new people during this time period to be able to service everyone during this time and handle all the calls that were coming in. We set up a hotline just for COVID that now, fortunately, we were able to close so that people who didn't need Amudim services per se would be able to just get on the phone and talk to somebody. Just, I'm really stressed out. All the kids are home. I haven't been able to go to work. There's just a professional on the other end of the line to speak to them and help them with their stress during this time.
Can I assume that every department that you lead, every type of situation that comes across, does every one of them increase during COVID? I guess some more than others, but did all of them increase in terms of the number of people that you have to service in each department?
Yes, absolutely. All the areas required more. Schools were reaching out because students, teachers were more stressed out about having to do Zoom school. The case managers were getting much more calls. All the different areas of Amudim had a big increase in volume.
And situations that arise from families being cooped up, and I'm sure people can think on their own of some of those types of situations. Those obviously became very, very filled with tension.
Sure.
And your phone kept ringing.
Our phone kept ringing.
And,
yeah.
And you were there to help people out.
Yeah.
So COVID-19 has really increased the caseload, has increased the work, and obviously has increased the need for people to support Amudim. And that's why we're asking everybody to please be as generous as possible today. UniteToHeal.com. Be as generous as possible by clicking the donate button. Dvorah Perlman is here, CFO of Amudim. Well, that's a good segue. I ask everybody to give money. I ask everybody to be generous, and you are the person who is responsible to deal with the finances of Amudim as responsibly as possible. What has the last 10 months shown you in terms of the work of Amudim and the need for financial assistance?
Well, as Miriam mentioned, our case volume has increased so tremendously, and we really, our case managers at this point are so bombarded with work. We really, even though we did hire 3 new staff members, we really are looking to bring on even more help to help with the additional cases that have been coming on. We also have a long waiting list of clients that are waiting for help with support for therapy subsidies. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to help them as much as we would like to. And that's really one of the things that we're really hoping to get from this event today, is to help raise funds so that we could help our clients get the help that they need.
A lot of people might think that achieving the goal is going to make your job easier. The reality is that, thank God, the more money comes in, the more people like yourselves are able to service those in need in the community. And you won't have to hopefully make too many decisions about where the money goes. Hopefully it will be enough to fund all the different departments that you have with Amudim. So again, everybody, UniteToHeal.com. Be as generous as possible. So Miriam, is there one department that you could explain to us has been, unfortunately, exploding with cases at this point? Is it, in fact, cases of domestic abuse or things like that that arise from very tense situations at home over the last 10 months?
So it isn't one. It's an increase in all the departments. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, domestic violence, people who are cooped up at home or are being told you can't leave the house because it's dangerous, you can't reach out for help, are at much higher risk right now. People who may have actually achieved sobriety and no longer suffer from addiction the way that they used to without access to meetings or with the increased stress are struggling much more again. People being cooped up with, victims who've been cooped up with perhaps with uncomfortable situations at home have to find solutions, creative solutions to get to feel safe.
Has your staff had to deal with situations they never had before? Like, are they being introduced to scenarios that they really did not see in the regular work of Amudim in years past?
Yes, definitely. We came to a situation, especially around this all kind of broke Purim time and Pesach, people were in situations where they were stuck at home. And most of the time, I've spoken to people directly who said, usually I can go out for a meal, I can leave, I can find an escape group if the tension in my home gets too high. And now I can't do that. I can't go to people. I'm stuck at home with people who I'm not comfortable with. And it was quite stressful. We were able to, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but we were able to put certain people in safe environments without giving too much detail for people who really had no other choice. And that was something that really helped people who had no other option.
Then on top of that, the financial strain that families went through, even families who, thank God, are peaceful, families that can get through a yontif together without any issues, and Baruch Hashem, there are many of those.
There are many, yes.
But the financial strain that this past year has had on everybody just increases all the different problems that families can have.
Yeah. I spoke to a relatively young man, father of 4, community askin involved with a Hatzalah type organization, volunteer. He called really at his wit's end saying, I'm collapsing. And this is somebody who no one would ever imagine was struggling. And I spoke to him for a long time and helped him get to therapy in his community. And after a few weeks, he let me know that things were better. But the stress, the financial stress, the pressures, normal everyday pressures, being a Hatzalah type member, seeing, tremendous tragedy as well, the combination of everything was overwhelming, and he needed help. And I was so glad I let him know that he was strong for reaching out. Because when you reach out for help, that's strength. You can do something about it. Suffering in silence until you explode is not a solution.
Devorah, did Tzvi and you have to make tough decisions, that people come to you with cases that, where someone would be better off in a rehab center, someone would be better off being put in a safe space, as Miriam described, but all that costs money, all that, it requires finances. Are you sometimes put in a position of making tough decisions just based on what the organization can afford?
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, the financial situation has affected not only individuals, but our organization as well. Many of our supporters are not in the position to support in the way that they have in the past. And unfortunately, we have many clients who, are not able to afford the help that they need. And although we would love to help everybody immediately, some of them are either not getting the ideal help that they need, or they're unfortunately on a waiting list, waiting for this campaign to be able to help them.
Amudim's helping a lot of people every single day, and the point that Devorah just made is so vital, and that is that there are people who are in need of help, but sometimes the funds are not there. On top of that, there are donors who've been very, very generous over the last many years who are not able to be as generous. So those of you who are capable, those of you who've been able to hold on to your jobs, who've had very successful 2020s, and there are a lot of people watching right now who've had really successful 2020, please go to the donate button on this website, Unite to Heal, unitetoheal.com. Be as generous as you can and be one of those people that really can make a difference. We love all the small contributions. They're wonderful, and they add up to a lot of money. But those of you who are capable of giving at a much higher level, believe you me, that money is going to be utilized very, very well. Devorah, I'm sure you join me in asking everybody to be as generous as possible. And when we say $5 million, that's not even your annual budget. When we use the goal of $5 million, we're talking about a percentage of what Amudim really needs to get through an entire year.
Yeah. Our budget is even larger than that. And unfortunately, our budget keeps growing every year. Just like Miriam mentioned, our case volume every single year since our existence has just grown tremendously, and it's definitely a challenge to keep the for the funding to keep up with it.
Do you have a lot to do, Miriam, with the international aspect of this? Are you sometimes advising people in other countries that this is the type of person or professional you need to go to, or the type of people you need to bring in for a certain situation?
I supervise the Israel branch.
Wow.
They call me. They know, of course, the people on the ground better, but they reach out to me, and I supervise them as well. I've spoken to people in Mexico, Argentina, in Chile. I lived in Chile for several years, so I learned Spanish while I lived there, so I get a lot of Spanish callers. England and Europe in general. As far as China and Australia, people have reached out to Amudim. Depending on the time zone, sometimes we'll send it to the Israel office to manage, but as a general notion of what type of therapy people should go to and what they should look for. We're supervising all over the globe right now.
So you're one of the reasons that Amudim is so successful internationally.
Internationally, yeah, we try.
The language helps. The fact that you're in touch with every country helps as well.
Yeah.
I want to thank Devorah Perlman, CFO of Amudim. I want to thank Miriam Lankry, Clinical Director from Amudim. And I know that both of you join me in encouraging everybody to be generous and help you continue to do your amazing work.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Everybody out there, unitetoheal.com. You know what this is? It's a 36-hour live stream benefit for Amudim. 36 hours, 36 events, over 100 top leaders and entertainers. The website is very simple, unitetoheal.com, and it begins with you. Unite begins with you. And right now, we're just at around $200,000 of a $5 million goal, which will culminate tomorrow night with our big live event. In the interim, you have 36 events to watch and be part of, and you have the ability to donate and help Amudim get to their goal. We want to make this as successful as possible. We want everybody out there to literally make this a successful crowdfunding campaign. We want the entire crowd, all of you, to be part of this. Please support Amudim. Use these 36 hours to share the information with your friends, to put all of this on your Facebook and Twitter feeds, and to make sure that people enjoy what they're watching and at the same time give to Amudim. The work of Amudim somehow over all these years has become so vital in our community worldwide. And now we look to you, all of you watching from around the world, to be as generous as possible. Unitetoheal.com. Recommend the site to everybody out there, and make sure to give as generously as possible. The donate button is prominent on the site, as you can see, unitetoheal.com. We have 36 events, and you're about to see a really excellent sample of those events. There's a piece done by Shlomo Simcha and the Maccabees entitled Moshe Aaron Reimagined. It is brought to you by our friends at Charity Bids, who have done such an incredible job, a yeoman's effort to put together this unbelievable live stream event. And this show, this piece, will give you a taste of what is to come over the next day and a half, over the next 36 hours. Moshe Aaron Reimagined, unitetoheal.com. Keep giving, everybody. Keep giving.
Oy moy shviaroin bkhoy ano hushmu veile bkhoy leishmoy koiri Hashem Eloheinu Huyato Aniso Kel Noisei Yisalohem Huive Noikei Malalilo Yisalohem
Moshe Aaron reimagined. Shlomo Simcha and the Maccabees, just one sample of the great entertainment that you're going to have over the next 36 hours as we are uniting to heal at unitetoheal.com to benefit Amudim. We have reached $202,000, a figure that will make our next guest very happy, very pleased, and we're asking everybody to continue to be as generous as possible. Go to unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com. It's 36 hours, 36 events, including tonight's Holy Yid Squares that I have the honor of hosting. And it's over 100 performers and entertainers and leaders from around the world. At the same time, we're asking you to consume and enjoy all of this content while supporting Amudim by clicking on the donate button and being as generous as possible at unitetoheal.com. David Solomon is with us. He is the Amudim chair of the Board of Governors, and he also chairs the Audit and Finance Committee, and could speak about the need for a $5 million successful campaign over the next 36 hours. David Solomon, welcome.
Good morning, Nachum. I'm thrilled to be here, especially having grown up listening to you every morning on JM and the AM.
Thank you.
Shout out to my folks in Queens who we woke up to you. So good morning.
I appreciate that very much, and a shout out to them as well. So David, when did you first get involved with Amudim?
So it was probably about between 3 and 5 years ago. I sort of knew Tzvi, and Tzvi approached me to get involved, and I think I was sort of skeptical. I said, listen, I have lots of demands on my time. I don't really know much about Amudim, and if I get involved, I'm going to demand a very high standard of corporate governance and transparency. Those were two things that were very, very important to me. Tzvi is super persuasive, as you know. And there's no saying no to Tzvi. He worked on me, and I had the dual punch of Mendy Klein, Olav HaShalom, and the two of them finally sort of cajoled me and perhaps forced me to get involved. And I'm really happy. It's been a fantastic opportunity, and I think we've pivoted the organization in a fantastic direction.
So from your perspective, you could tell those who are watching that Amudim is what type of organization financially?
We are aiming for excellence constantly, and we are constantly pushing ourselves to be the most transparent organization from a fiscal perspective. The board in particular is an active working board that cares very much about the fiscal health of the organization and viability, and we value these are hard-earned dollars that folks are donating, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We also have a fantastic finance team led by Devorah Perlman, our CFO, who you just met. And both from a lay perspective and an internal team perspective, there's a really unique partnership. We spend a lot of time on it. We sweat every detail. And our donors know that they are funding very valuable work, and every penny is accounted for in a very serious way, and we take that responsibility seriously.
There are different organizations, guidance departments that monitor charities. Are those, the well-known ones, aware of just how fiscally responsible Amudim is?
Yeah, it's important to us to have a fantastic 5-star rating on each of those groups, like Guard Star.
Right.
Anything we qualify for, we're at the top of the rating system. That's something that we watch very carefully. Our financials are online, which is quite rare, and we want people to have full transparency, and we're happy to show donors the books at any time. We take that responsibility seriously. We want to be best in class from a corporate governance and financial perspective.
You know, as a community, first of all, as a community, we could be very proud that we have an organization like that. But aside from that, as a community, we always wonder about organizations that do get government assistance. I have to assume that Amudim is a beneficiary
Yes.
because of their amazing work for the community. And we want the government and those who look closely from Albany and Washington to see a Jewish group that is taking fiscal responsibility very seriously. It does only good for our community in general when that's their impression. I know that's important to you as well.
Yeah, this is something core to what we're doing, and I can't tell you how many Jewish organizations have reached out to us to emulate this model. And listen,
I'm glad to hear that.
We hope it spreads, and we're proud to be a role model in this respect in the Jewish community. Not only the care and devotion for our clients, but also how do we treat the donors and how do we spend their hard-earned money.
All right. With all the assistance from different sources that comes in, you, David Solomon, can sit here today and tell everybody watching that we still need a successful $5 million campaign between now and tomorrow night. And that $5 million will go a long way to help a lot of people.
Absolutely. We're counting on your support. We need your support. COVID, we needed your support before COVID. COVID double underscored and bolded how much we need this support. The people have been cooped up for 9 months. It exacerbates a lot of underlying problems, and the call volume, as Miriam alluded to earlier, is off the charts. Right. We also need to be supportive of our caseworkers. This is money. This is not a luxury. This is necessary.
You're on the Board of Governors. You probably, as you were watching all this develop in March, April, May, you were probably saying, how much more can we do? How could we be tapped to the point where the finances are going to dry up? The finances won't be there to continue this amazing work.
Yeah, we had a lot of tense Zoom meetings and calls, the board, our financial staff. We're thrilled that we made it through, but we're not there yet. And we take the viability organization very carefully. We're careful never to borrow. That's something which is important. And we want to meet our commitments to the community, and we have, and we hope to continue to do it for a long time. So thank you to everyone in advance for everything you've done heretofore. We look forward to your support going forward, and we hope to be here to serve the community, COVID, non-COVID, whatever Hashem sends us.
It sounds like the board could have thrown up their hands and given up, but it's not that type of board. It's not,
no way.
Even with COVID, it's not going to scare you guys away.
We've got a bunch of fighters, both on the Amudim professional team and also the board, and we've had fantastic support of people like UJA Federation. I think without them, we may not have made it through COVID. Both from a tangible support and from a professional and executive development support. There are so many things that we've learned from them and others, other groups that will be highlighted throughout this live stream that really helped us. So we have fantastic community partners. Amudim is community. It's part of our slogan. And it's not just the big donors, and it's not just the big federations or foundations. Every single donor counts.
Yeah, and on that topic, and it's a great way to segue into our next pitch. I mean, I'm sure you have colleagues out there, and you know people who have been very generous in the past and found this year to be very challenging. Could you just tell everybody out there why even the smaller donations, when someone's giving $18, $36, $100, $500, whatever it may be, and are not doing the $10,000, $20,000 level, explain why that's so vital and it really helps you increase the donor base?
Tzvi and our entire team look at every donation. I just saw a bunch of smaller donations scrolling across the stream. You can't imagine the psychological support that it gives to our board and to our professional team to see all sorts of names coming through. And to some degree, our community is 1 or 2 degrees of separation. You may know someone who donated to Amudim. I bump into people all the time who say, hey, David, Amudim helped me with this. I called Tzvi about that. I spoke to Miriam and her team about X, Y, and Z. We're all connected. The community is super connected, And every donation is tracked. Our statistics are fantastic. We track just like we track every case in every community, and we know how much we're spending in every community. We track donations. Seeing the support of the broad Jewish community and beyond is very gratifying to the team, and it is the jet fuel that propels us.
Phenomenal. And Tzvi doesn't know how to say no, nor does the board know how to
Correct.
say no. So whenever someone
And we can't say no to him.
Correct. So whenever the board is approached or Tzvi is approached to help with any case, they jump into action. David Solomon, I thank you. Continued success with the organization.
Thank you very much, Nachum.
And I'm going to remind everybody that unitetoheal.com, unitetoheal.com, it's an amazing opportunity for everybody out there to be a large donor, a smaller donor, to give what you can, and to continue enjoying this live stream while being as generous as possible. Please, please utilize these 36 hours and the 36 events and the over 100 leaders and entertainers that you're going to be meeting in this unique format over the next day and a half, and be as generous as possible. We have incredible stuff coming up. I mean, I'll go through it before this hour ends. Some amazing events and performers. That'll be coming up over the next 36 hours, plus the Holy Yid Squares game that's going to be happening tonight, which I have the honor of hosting. But as all this is going on and you're enjoying all the panel discussions and all the wonderful brand new content that's being offered and unique content that's being offered over the next 36 hours, please be as generous as you can. Amudim is there for everybody. Children, adults, and families in our community worldwide, every day of the year. UniteToHeal.com. Hit the donate button. We have three guests who are going to be joining us. Here in our studio is Miriam Reinitz-Kops. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Me.
And I'm told that we're going to be joined by both, there they are, Rifki Milgram. Rifki, hello to you.
Hi, hello.
Thank you for being with us. And Gita Reinitz-Bassman is with us as well. Gita, hello and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Miriam, I'll start with you. This is, it's funny, Tzvi introduced this whole area of Amudim during COVID to us, a situation like yours, just a few weeks ago. I didn't even realize that Amudim had jumped in to help people in this type of situation. Miriam, describe what your family recently went through and what Amudim did to help.
So I would say it's a little bit of a lighter story.
Right.
My little sister, Gita, she's up on the screen over there, was going to be getting married in September in Israel. And my sister Rifki and I were trying to get there. So it was a little bit complicated at the time. We weren't really able to get into Israel so easily because of COVID, and there were so many requirements. And Rifki and I kind of turned to each other and said, we're going to do whatever it takes to get into Israel. So let's start buying COVID insurance and getting all of our documents together. And you contact the consulate and you give them this entire document just under a certain level of megabytes. And you send it in for them to come back and say, sorry.
What month did this start? That you were starting this effort?
So they don't want you to apply
Right.
until 2 weeks before your travel. So they'll reject it right off the bat if it's not within 2 weeks of travel. So it's a funny little game where you have to get it just in the right window. And we really wanted to be there for her. I guess, what makes our situation a little bit, that brought it to the attention of David Kushner out of Philadelphia is that we don't have parents. Gita, we lost our mom when Gita was only 3, and then our dad when Gita was 13. So she started a life for herself in Israel. She made Aliyah, and she built something for herself over there, and we're so proud of her. And we wanted to be there to see her get married to this incredible guy, Lior. And David sympathized with that. We didn't think that it was a sympathetic story, but one of the incredible things about David and Amudim is that they look at you and say, this is what you need, don't you? And I'm so happy that he did, because what he did for us was he got in direct contact with the consulate and made sure that we were able to get in. We just kept getting rejected again and again. And he saw a story and he communicated it to them. And I just remember on a Saturday night, I was missing a document, which is my birth certificate. And I had no way of proving that I was Gita's sister. And I'm just, why else would I want to get on a plane?
During COVID.
During COVID. And also, isn't it Israel? Don't you guys see that, aren't your intelligence is so much far superior than anything her sisters more than I do. But I sent my husband back to the apartment to look for we found my father's death certificate and my grandfather's death certificate, which we were able to just piece things together. And David called me and he said, the lady at the consulate says, "What's this girl doing bothering me? Tell her she's fine. She's going to go to Israel." So Rifki and I packed our stuff up and went. Thank God we got to see Gita down the aisle. It was really beautiful, really emotional. And we thank David so much for seeing what we needed more than we did.
So Amudim is relentless, sometimes in a really, really good way.
I just love that they use their resources.
Right.
And it didn't necessarily cost anything.
And they don't give up.
Yeah,
And they wanna
oh
help you as
gosh,
much as
David is
possible.
relentless. Yeah.
Let's turn to
Thank
Rifki for a moment before we get to the Kala. Rifki, what are your impressions and what do you remember about this whole episode?
I just remember telling my sister Miriam, like, this isn't bull. We're never going to be able to get to this wedding. Like, just give up. This is not happening. And thank God my sister Miriam also, she's relentless and she never gives up. And I was so thankful to be able to be at my little sister's wedding. It was so special. It was so meaningful. And I'm very grateful that Amudim was able to help us out with this. And that my sister Miriam also didn't give up. And I'm just very grateful to them.
Sounds like you guys went to the right address because Amudim won't give up and they'll make sure to
God.
always do what is necessary to help people out. And this is a perfect example, as you said, a lighter story or a simcha story as opposed to the majority of the Amudim cases. And now to the Kala. Gita in Israel, I assume. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So what was it like when you were sort of not sure if your closest relatives and those you care about most would possibly not be at the wedding?
So for me, it was actually a lot more complicated than it was for Miriam. We got engaged back in March with a 6-month lead time. And we said COVID's going to be over by then. And then 3 months, and then 2 months. A lot of people here are changing their wedding dates, canceling their weddings. And I said, we have to keep the date. We have to keep the date no matter what. And then a few weeks before the wedding, when I saw that it really looked like none of my siblings would be here, I had nightmares. I kept envisioning myself under the chuppah without a single family member.
Aye.
And like Miriam said, after all the work I did to build myself up, to build a career, to be independent, I felt like an orphan. Like I felt the same way like when I was 13 and I was just orphaned. And I said, if I don't have one family member under the chuppah, maybe we should push off this wedding. Like that's, to me, it was really that important. It felt horrific. I was like, it's like Cinderella, but in a bad way.
So it didn't matter at that point. It didn't matter at that point how many people were at the wedding, because if you remember August and September, that was a big issue in Israel, right? How many people can be at a wedding? The most important thing is who was at the wedding. And thank God, because of Amudim, you had the people there that you wanted.
They showed up on like Thursday afternoon. We hosted like the Shabbat before the wedding. Imagine hosting, like, come, we got your favorite foods. Like, I was so excited to have them. Exactly like you said. I said, let us have 5 people on the beach as long as, you know, it's someone who watched me grow up and can transition me from one stage to the next. It doesn't matter if it's 500 people, but nobody from my family. And you gave us really the biggest gift that I could ever have asked for.
When Rifki and Miriam got back on the plane to leave Israel, were you sort of like, I cannot believe this actually happened?
I think we're still kind of in shock. And to be honest, we hadn't really even heard of Amudim before, but learning more about what they do and how it's all heart. When I see the dollars coming up on the screen, it's just like, you're basically funding incredible people, helping as many people as they possibly can. David he wanted to help my other sister in London. Unfortunately, she couldn't. It was a little bit more political there, but he just wanted to help. And I can only imagine the other staff members of Amudim, if they have that same heart and soul. All it is about touching as many people as possible and making life better for Jews around the world. And I don't know, what's more important than
Well,
that.
you said it best early on in this conversation when you said whatever people need, they want to help get it done for everybody. Rifki, how do you look back once this whole episode ended?
I still think about that wedding and how incredible it was and how amazing it was that I was able to be there. And I'll never forget that, for the rest of my life. I'll always think back to that unbelievable day and story. And it was just really incredible. It was really, really incredible.
Gita, does Lior know that Amudim was instrumental in making the wedding even better?
Oh, he knows all about it. I've done it twice already. We discussed it from our new joint bank account, how much we're giving, what we're doing. And
Great.
And I don't know who was happier, me or him. Like he just lit up at the chance to spend some time with my sisters, at the chance to really combine his families. And he was just in his glory. Yeah.
Well, Geeta, mazel tov to you and continued success. And to Miriam and Rifki, we'll wish you mazel tov as well, because Amudim helped make it a really sympathetic simcha for the Kala, for everybody at the wedding, and especially for the sisters.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Amudim,
So much.
Amudim does amazing work, everybody. This is one, I like how Miriam put it, it's a light story, but even when it's a desperate situation that involves a really, really cool and wonderful event, like a wedding, they're there for everybody. So please, give what you can. Go to the unitetoheal.com site, which I'm assuming you're on right now, unitetoheal.com. Click on the donate button. If you noticed, we're about to hit $220,000, $220 out of an amazing a campaign goal of $5 million, which we hope to hit by tomorrow night. So please keep it coming at every single level. I want to take this opportunity now to announce and to bring in Sholem Lemmer. Sholem Lemmer has a great brand new selection entitled "I'll Rise Up." This show, this portion, this special video that we're presenting is sponsored by Vantage Point Capital and our friends at Vantage Point Capital, and I hope all of you are being very generous at this time to the people at Amudim. Sholem Lemmer for you on unitetoheal.com. Keep giving, everybody.
Founded on the pillars of kindness, compassion, and dignity, Amudim is there to serve community members in times of crisis. Amudim functions as a confidential resource center that provides meaningful assistance, enduring support, and direct referrals for individuals and families, and ensures that every person facing a crisis has a place to turn to. At their lowest points, in the darkest hours, Amudim is a beacon of light, helping people overcome their challenges and helping them rise up.
Broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find that fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move the mountains, we gonna walk it out. Move the mountains. I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, high like the waves, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. that we have each other. Oh, we rise, we rise, yeah, we rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day, I'll rise up. In spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, high like the waves, we'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you.
Sholom Lemmer, I'll Rise Up is the name of that selection. Thank you to Vantage Point Capital. Everybody out there, I have great news. We are at $225,000. What a start. It's 1 hour so far, not even an hour yet. 1 hour so far of a 36-hour event for Amudim. $225,000. Can we get to a $5 million goal by tomorrow night? The answer is yes. And don't forget, we wrap up tomorrow night with a great live event starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us for that. We'll have amazing guests, great conversation. Make sure to be with us Monday night Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday night, to wrap this whole thing up. And tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the debut of Holy Yid Squares, which is going to be featured in the 8 o'clock hour Eastern Time tonight right here at unitetoheal.com. A lot of great events. A lot of wonderful things are happening. We need you to keep it coming. And I'm talking about the funds. I'm talking about the money. I'm talking about this campaign getting to $5 million. Keep on donating. Click on the donate button, unitetoheal.com. Encourage everybody through your email, through your telephone and WhatsApp and Facebook and Twitter and every type of social media that you have to be as generous as possible and keep Amudim going. It's a $5 million campaign which will wrap up tomorrow night. Now, we keep saying that one of the things that Amudim is doing as all this is going on is providing amazing content all through the day and night over the next 36 hours. For instance, coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, just a couple of minutes from now, how tech is tackling society's most stigmatized and challenging issues. Hillel Fuld is going to be the moderator. Jordana Cutler of Facebook Israel is going to be part of it. Amir Shavat, who's worked with Slack, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. He'll be part of that panel as well. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Wisdom from the Pinnacle. Rabbis Wein and Heyer will reflect. Rabbi Marvin Heyer and Rabbi Beryl Wein. Sports and the Orthodox Jew at 12 noon Eastern Time. With Josh Halleckman, the sports rabbi, he'll be the moderator. And he will speak with Dimitri Salita, the great boxer, Beatty Deitch, the great runner, and the great marathoner, and Tamir Goodman, the great basketball player. They'll all be part of that at 12 noon Eastern Time. At 12:50 today, Eastern Time, communal and organizational leadership. David Solomon, who you just met, will moderate. Rabbi Chaim David Zwiebel, Moshe Bain, Rabbi Aaron Cutler will all be part of that panel. Voices from terror victims and their families at 2 p.m. today with Esther Goldstein, Racheli Frankel, Sari Singer, Meta Bentau, and Hannah Bentau. They're all going to be part of that panel. Overcoming Life's Challenges at 3 p.m. with Miriam Lankry, who you met during this hour, Aliza Abrams-Koenig, Gabi Schul, and Mo Mernick. Matchmaker, Make Me a Match. That's a good one at 4 o'clock today with Rebbitzin Dr. Efrat Sobolovsky moderating, Rabbi Shlomo Goldberger, Lisa Elephant, Ilana Brown, and Aliza Ben Shalom will all be part of that panel. So you see the type of incredible content that's going to be on this site, on this live stream, all through the day and night, culminating the 36 hours with our big live event tomorrow night. We provide this. Amudim goes to these lengths to make sure you're entertained and informed, and all they ask in return is that you support the organization and encourage others to do so. Hit the donate button on unitedtoheal.com. Help us get to that $5 million goal. Prenuptial agreements is the topic at 5:10 p.m. with Dr. Avi Helfand, Keshet Star, and Rabbi Yonah Rees. At 6 o'clock, the legacy of Rav Lord Jonathan Sachs with Rabbi Penny Dunner and Chief Rabbi Warren Goldstein. Sichas Chulin Shel Talmud Chacham. This is pretty amazing. It's gotten fantastic advanced billing. Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg has the honor of speaking to Rav Herschel Schachter Shlita, a Talmud and Rebbe, in conversation on a variety of topics, many of them having to do with Gedolei Hador of this generation and past generations. And everybody's invited at 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time to join Rabbi Goldberg and Rav Schachter for that amazing conversation. And I keep talking about Holy Yid Squares because at 8 o'clock tonight, I moderate, I am the game show host of a competition that's going to be featuring Mordechai Ben David, Shlomi Dax, Avram Fried, Benny Friedman, Lenny Solomon, Rivi Schwebel, Heshi Wolfish, Shia Menlowitz, and many others, all part of a great competition that will feature Jewish music stars going up against each other in the world of Jewish music trivia. We'll see who comes out the winner. It all starts at 8 o'clock tonight, right here on UniteToHeal.com. At 8:45, Comedy is the Jewish Vaccine. You'll enjoy by Shlomo Einhorn, moderating for Ashley Blaker, Elon Gold, and Modi. Getting the Story Wrong, Why the International Media So Often Misunderstands Israel. That's 9:45 this evening with Leah Leibowitz, Daniel Seaman, and Lahav Harkov. That's all going to be at 8:45. At 10:30, Meaningful Moments with Meaningful People with Yaakov Langer and Nachi Gordon. And a candid conversation on consciousness happens at 11:15 tonight with Levi Nagel, Rabbi Dov Ber Pinson, and Mark Gober. This is just a sample. If you go to UnitedToHeal.com, you will see a tab at the top of the page that says events. And everything that's happening between now and tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time is there on the site. 9 p.m. Eastern Time is there on the site. You can see the entire list, and you can get a tremendous and amazing perspective of just how many things are being offered and how many wonderful panel discussions and events are going to be happening. UniteToHeal.com. Remember, Unite begins with you, the letter U, and with you. And the united effort that we're looking for right now is for all of you around the world to help with as much as you can give. Those of you who've had a banner year in 2020, and some of you have, Baruch Hashem, financially, give whatever you can. Be one of those that gives a large donation and really helps Amudim get to the goal. Those of you who had an okay or normal 2020, we ask you to please join us and give what you can. And those of you who've had a very challenging year, no matter what the amount is, from $10 to $18 to $36, as you heard David Solomon describe before, every time someone gives, it's a show of support and encouragement and pride in what Amudim does. So give no matter what the amount. We're asking everybody to give generously. Right now, we are at just under $230,000. Not bad for the first hour. Just under $230,000. Everybody out there, do you know what that means? It means we're off to a fantastic start. And as you view all this content and enjoy all the panel discussions and everything that's going on, you're going to be able to add to that amount and get us to a $5 million goal. I remind you, please join us tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, as we start the live event that will wrap this whole thing up. And hopefully will get us to $5 million before we close things out at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Join us then. Join me tonight for Holy Yid Squares. If you're a Jewish music fan, you'll enjoy it. And I remind you, coming up next, Hillel Folds, the moderator, Jordana Cutler of Facebook Israel is part of it, and Amir Shavad is part of it as well, a technology roundtable. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Give as generously as you can, and keep giving to Amudim at UniteToHeal.com.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jordana and Amir. I think we could just start with kind of an introduction. If you could both introduce yourselves in less than 2 minutes. I know that's not easy given your extensive backgrounds, but I would love to know where you came from professionally, what you do now. Both of you have amazing stories. So Jordana, can you start?
Thank you, Hillel, for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. As Hillel mentioned, my name is Jordana. I would say first and foremost, I'm a mom. I have 3 kids who are under the age of 9 in grades 3, 2, and nursery school. So that, especially in the age of Corona, occupies a lot of my time as our kids haven't been in school a lot. I am the head of public policy for Facebook in Israel, and I also lead our work with the Jewish diaspora. And that is my current job, and one that I'm very excited to talk about with you today. My background is not in tech, and that makes me very different than people in tech, because I don't come from this tech background. I come from a political background. I worked in the Prime Minister's office here in Israel for a few years, and I was also the chief of staff of the Israeli embassy in Washington, working with Ambassador Ron Dermer for almost 8 years in different positions. And so I come into a tech company with a background of somebody who knows Israel very well, who knows the challenges of the Jewish community and the diaspora very well, and I bring that voice into the company. I'm a native of Washington, D.C., fifth generation, actually. Most people don't know that there was Jews in Washington, D.C. for that long, so it's something I'm very proud of. My grandfather likes to hear when I mention that. And I made Aliyah in 2007, so I just celebrated my bar mitzvah year here, 13 years in Israel.
Mazel tov.
And thank you. And I'm very happy to be here with you guys.
Amir, hit it.
Hillel, thank you for having me. This has been awesome. Every time I do a session with you, I'm delighted and happy. So thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Amir Shvat. I'm an investor, angel investor, and a tech entrepreneur. After 20 years in different companies, tech companies in the Silicon Valley. So I live in Palo Alto in California. Now I run a company called Reshuffle, which does enterprise integrations, open source enterprise integrations. Before that, I worked at Twitch, Amazon Twitch, Slack, which has great news this week. So before that, I worked at Microsoft and Google. And in Google, I created the Google campus in Tel Aviv, and then launched it around the world. So that's my touch with policy. I had the Prime Minister come and open the campus in Tel Aviv. Other than that, I'm a father of two amazing boys, 16 and 13. So I experienced the bar mitzvah, the Corona bar mitzvah experience, and happily married, also a cat and a dog. Yeah, so that's basically me.
Amazing, and congratulations on the Slack news. Unbelievable stuff, really unbelievable stuff. You know, it was really important for me to bring both of you because you both deal with technology and the issues at hand from different angles. You know, the organization that's I guess hosting this panel is Amudim, which deals with, you know, all of society's biggest problems that are stigmatized and we don't like talking about. The first one being abuse. All types of abuse. And so I want to just jump right in, get hot and heavy here and talk about some of the challenges you've had to deal with that involve online abuse of any kind. And specifically, Amir, if you can address, you know, how technology in your mind as a deep technology person now deals with it, copes with it, and could perhaps in the future, you know, solve that problem or at least help us deal with it. So if you could just get started and talk to me about your experience with abuse online, I'd appreciate it.
People, a lot of the time, they think that technology is abusive by itself, or that they experience abuse by technology. And I don't think that's the case. I think a technology is a tool like any other tool. It could help you deal with abuse, and it could help you make abuse larger or bigger or more effective. And we've seen abuse in multiple places. At Twitch, we had streamers where the audience itself was pretty abusive. On other places we've seen, I worked with a Twitter API where they had tools and services to help suppress abuse. So for example, you had a comment and you could hide the abusive comment that was given as a tweet. And I worked with that team to show examples of how to do that. So I think technology is as good or as bad as the humans behind it using it. I think we're moving into a world where technology will help us deal with abuse and other illnesses and other problems in our community. I think with better natural language understanding and with better tools, we'll have a better way to safeguard kids, for example. We'll have a better way to safeguard people who are influencers and protect them from like mass abusive behavior. So I'm very hopeful that technology will be a tool that will help us deal with this.
Jordana, as head of policy, you know, first of all, have to kind of create the policy of how we deal with abuse, but also I know you work closely with the team, you know, in Israel and abroad to deal with, you know, Facebook's policy of hate speech and abuse and all of that, you know, bullying and everything like that. And so I'd love to hear your perspective on what role technology plays in these issues.
For sure. Thank you. And Amir, what you said was so interesting because I was going to say, you know, it's the way that you use technology it kind of is part of your experience, but it doesn't mean that there isn't harmful content out there. And so the question is, what do the platforms that you're on have in terms of tools to control that, how to report them. And so I think it's a mixture of also A, how you use the technology, but B, also what does that platform give you in terms of ability to get help when you need it? And I think that's really important. So you mentioned, you know, people showing up in random calls and, you know, did they have a password? Did they not have a password? What happened? Was there two-factor authentication? There's so many different things that you can look at in terms of saying, well, what were the tools available? And did that person know that there were tools available and resources to get help? And so Facebook, I think, has, I mean, compared to other platforms, I don't want to be competitive, very, very robust community standards when it comes to things like bullying and harassment, hate speech, calling for violence, incitement, self-harm, I think is going to touch on some of the things that we talk about today. We have a very robust set of tools when it comes to those kinds of issues. And in addition to what's allowed and not allowed, which of course is important, what can you do with that? Can you report content? Can you get help from a social services organization when you report that content? You know, I think when you just report content for being something related to self-harm, how does that person on the other side get help? Just the content disappearing doesn't make that problem go away. And so I think that they really have to come together, both about what should and shouldn't be online, and then also what are those tools to report and get help from either the police if it's something very serious, or from a mental health organization if it's something in the field of mental health. And so I think all of those coming together are really, really important. And there's so many kinds of abuse, unfortunately, that we see. There's criminal abuse, right? When we talk about children, of course, this is an issue that we take very seriously and use a lot of technology, you know, to find child pornography and issues like that. But there's also things like hate speech that you mentioned that require a lot of context and understanding in every language and in every country around the world. And so there's teams working on every single one of those issues on Facebook. And of course, based on the size and places that these platforms are operating, they're all a little bit different. There isn't like one rule for the whole internet, and that can make also things a little bit confusing.
I want to talk not about technology as the vehicle that facilitates abuse, but how we could potentially use technology to overcome these challenges, whether it's abuse, whether it's, like you said, suicide, self-harm, you know, all of these stigmatized issues, mental health, right? I know as a person, you know, as a journalist, I've covered many, many mental health companies that are taking a crack at it from different angles. But I just want to ask like a general question, high level, Jordana, like how do you see, what role will technology play, you know, in the future or even in the present to help society overcome all of these issues that are all so crucial and all so stigmatized?
First, I think if you had asked me this question before Corona, I think that I would have had a very similar answer. But the fact that we're now like, I don't even know, I've lost track how many months into this pandemic. I think it also signifies a much more important role of technology because of social distancing. And I think you can divide technology up into two kind of ways. One, there's things like proactive technology and using AI to find this content before people see it and take down abusive content, whether it's calls for violence or hate speech or things like that. And at least at Facebook's you know, platform, we've been able to take down huge percentages of this kind of material before people see it at all. Because we operate at such a big scale, removing 95% of hate speech proactively before people see it, that 5% is still a large amount of content. It doesn't mean it's not there. I think those things are important. But when you think about technology, even on a simple way, I think they provide a lot of solutions for people in these kinds of problems. For example, messaging, you know, and I think Messenger and the way that we use messaging one-to-one is something really important. Studies have continued to show that people facing many different kinds of problems, whether it be suicidal thoughts, loneliness, depression, the more that they communicate one-on-one with people, especially, again, as I mentioned in the time of Corona, that helps to boost people's sense of well-being well-being. And I think that technology of that sense and giving people tools in the way that they speak one-on-one to each other is very important. I have, and I'm not speaking on it now, a Facebook portal, and I'm not here to kind of sell a product, but what's really interesting about the portal, my parents have one, my grandparents have one, and slowly members of my family have gotten one. And as I mentioned, I live in Israel alone, and I haven't been able to see anyone in my family for, I think, since last Sukkot, over a year ago. And, you know, a Facebook portal has a AI camera that helps to follow my kids running around the room. They can be in the kitchen and, you know, run around and have an engaged experience with my family without kind of staring at somebody from the chin up because they didn't aim the camera correctly. And that really changes the way that you speak. I think that looking at, you know, smarter ways of speaking to each other rather than from your phone or your laptop also change the way that these conversations happen. And I mention Portal because it really changes, for example, for my grandparents, the way that they see my children. Because the child who's 9 years old or my 4-year-old doesn't have to sit in a box in a little square and try to talk to somebody, which is hard at 4 years old. But she can show my grandparents a dance. These kinds of things not only help my kids feel connected, but my grandparents who are 90 and haven't been able to leave their house improve their sense of well-being, which I think is really important. And so things like, you know, timing how much time you spend on social media and all these kinds of tools that we can talk about as we move on are all very important. But the way in which we engage with that technology, I think, is really, really important and helps to make the experience that you have on that platform more positive as opposed to a negative one.
I think, you know, again, like you said, because of the pandemic, all the numbers when it comes to mental illness are up. More anxiety, more depression, and rightfully so. Nobody knows the end, and it's a very scary thing. And so, you know, I love what you said about the portal and Messenger. You know, these things, you know, decrease loneliness. I guess that's Facebook's mission statement, is to connect the world. And so, never did we need more connectivity than now. So that's really fascinating.
Not to interrupt, Hillel, it's just important to mention that we changed our mission to build community and connect the world and bring people closer together. And so, you know, in the beginning, that was our mission, but Mark Zuckerberg specifically changed it because he saw that it wasn't enough just to connect people. We have to build those relationships. And so that is just as much a part of our mission as connecting people.
Amir, I feel like it's funny, between the two of you, we've covered all tech companies, basically. Amir, so, you know, tell me, like you said, you wear a lot of different hats. You're an investor, you're an entrepreneur, but you also worked at corporates. You know, what are your thoughts from a technological perspective, how we can leverage and, you know, harness the power of, because technology, you know better than anyone, has advanced so fast. And so how do we take these tools, AI, you know, machine learning, NLP, all of these technologies to help solve these massive issues that we have in society, and again, are so stigmatized?
Great question. And I love what Jordana said about like the camera that's moving towards the right person, because that's an example of AI, right? The AI, the machine is moving and capturing the right image at the right time using AI. So even that small example shows you how technology using it. Nobody says my portal uses AI. They say my portal is really awesome and it sees my kids and zooms on them. So I think all these technologies will be amazing when they will be transparent, when they will be a part of our life in any aspect. So I'll give you two examples of startups that I've been working with that could be interesting. One of them is called Calmigo. Basically, this is an inhaler. This is a female Israeli entrepreneur living in New York. And it's an inhaler for anxiety, but it's a connected inhaler. And it's instead of the brown bag. So it used to be like the brown bag when you had anxiety, you would like blow into a brown bag. That's basically the high-tech version of that brown bag. And I can send you the link afterwards so you can share it with the audience. But like it's an amazing experience because they show that it's better than most anxiety medicine. So technology could help with like deep anxiety when you have an anxiety attack. Another example that I really like is called Kai. This is basically a bot that helps you do appreciation. It actually runs on Facebook technology. It runs on WhatsApp. It uses the WhatsApp API. And it asks you very simple rudimentary questions every day. What do you appreciate today? What have you learned today? What have you accomplished today? And I think these are like small things that for me, it makes me much, much happier than I could ever be. If you look at what technology has done for us this year, it is equivalent to the impact of the pandemic. The negative impact on the pandemic was marginalized to some extent by technology. Like I couldn't talk to my father without technology every day because I couldn't come to Israel to visit my parents, right? So and you see your friend, you meet with other people's family while doing a meeting and work. That's another great example. So all of this is to say that I'm super bullish that technology will be able to facilitate the better aspects of our life and deal with issues like anxiety and loneliness.
Jordana, I want to ask you a very specific question. Again, as head of policy, you don't only deal with technologists and Facebook, you deal with government a lot. And so I'm wondering, with that hat, what emphasis do you see on these issues not only in Facebook, but also with the people outside of Facebook that you interact with? Is this something that they understand the severity of the issue, especially now? Is this something that you see a lot of emphasis? We did a panel with a member of Knesset who raised this issue in Knesset, and I'm curious what your experience has been in terms of the emphasis on these issues outside of Facebook.
Well, first I'll just mention inside of Facebook, we have teams of people that are focused specifically on the topics that we're talking about. And, most people wouldn't imagine that there's like researchers focused on, anthropology who work at Facebook specifically so that we can kind of tackle this and fund research and have our own research on what we should be doing and what we can be doing differently, taking from the research and then building our products, right? So one of those things would be changing our algorithm 2 years ago in order to promote content that was from friends and family and de-rank things that were more newsworthy, viral videos, things like that, which we saw were not improving people's experience. We're trying to put people and the way that they feel online front and center. Now, when it comes to those conversations with governments, just this morning, actually, I was in a hearing in the Knesset focused on Arab society and different issues that the community is facing when it comes to hate speech and violence, et cetera. And it was a very professional hearing. It was not filled with many of the, yelling and other things that we come to know sometimes in Knesset hearings. A very serious professional conversation talked about how technology is being used by people, what tools that people are missing. And this continues to come up over and over again in Israel and with my colleagues around the world. One of the things, being part of a global team, I know what's happening in Australia and in Paris and in Brazil, is that people just don't know the tools that they have available to them. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do, people on the policy team, such as myself, is explain to governments what are those tools, how people can report, how there's the power of one person to take down abusive content by reporting it, or what all the positive things are that are happening that they might not be aware about because they're a government official and not a community organizer. And so one of those things that I try to bring into the Knesset is the voice of the communities on Facebook that are doing amazing things when it comes to the issues that we're talking about here today, bringing those community leaders in and having their voice heard, providing information about the tools that we have, and sharing that with government. I think it's important that you take kind of, I call it the trifecta of government officials, technology companies, and civil society together. Because us as Facebook, we're never going to be the expert at what all these problems are in every society. What's happening in Israel, in the Hebrew-speaking society, is very different than the Arabic-speaking society. That was something we discussed this morning. And just like in every community where people are, the problems that they have are very local. And Facebook, this big company, is not going to know what's happening in your neighborhood the way that you are and the community organizers are in your neighborhood, or the way that, this organization, Amudim, knows the communities that they serve better. And so civil society working with tech together is so important to understand these issues, but then feeding that voice back into government is critical in order to change government policy, to provide funding, things like that. And so the three groups together working kind of in unison to solve these problems is really critical.
Amir, you're not, work in policy, but like you said before, Microsoft, Google, Slack, and Amazon. So you have your experience in these enterprises, in these corporates. And so I want to ask you the same question. What has been your experience in terms of the emphasis put on these issues in these different companies that you worked, just in the entrepreneurial community as a whole, and the investor community also? Do you think that, we're going to be seeing destigmatization? Do you think that we're going to leverage and harness technology to overcome these problems? What has been your experience?
I think companies want to invest a lot in this because there's a big opportunity here. I think I'm seeing a lot of startups that are trying to solve problems and trying to help people. And it's a range, right? If it's dealing with anxiety, you have a set of startups that are dealing with that. If it's dealing with abuse, it's a totally different problem. So there's a range of issues, and I think there's a range of startups that are trying to deal with that. Specifically with abuse, I think every big company is dealing with it. If you look at Amazon, for example, and the way they manage rating, and we had the same thing in Android, right, where somebody would go into another app that was competing with them and just putting comments that were not appropriate on that app. So abuse is a big range of technologies, and I think companies are trying to deal with them themselves because they actually don't want to get regulated. And I think governments are, and I'm going to be like, I'm going to say my opinion in a probably non-Californian way. I think the regulator doesn't understand things correctly. They don't understand the technology, they don't understand the problem, then they don't understand, and they don't have the bandwidth to have deep understanding of this. They have shallow understanding of the technology, shallow understanding of the problem, and they're trying to regulate this. And I don't think they're doing a very good job, because every time they come to a realization, the changes, the pace of technology is so fast, so they're making regulations for things that are already in the past. So they're not built to regulate technology that is moving and changing on a yearly basis. They're good at regulating things that change every 10 years. So I think it's the responsibility of tech companies and us as a society to deal with this rapid change. And it's on us, the people like me who are building the product, to make sure. I'm an engineer by trade, so every time I see a technology failing, I feel slightly responsible, or at least somewhat shameful of my profession. So I think that it's on us as a technology people to use technology for the best and to let it shine the good aspects of humanity rather than bad aspects of humanity.
I want to dig a little deeper on this issue, because I think high level technology as a whole, it was intended to make our lives easier, right? Email was invented to increase our productivity, and we all know what it's done to us. We spend our days in our inboxes. If technology was meant to make our lives easier, and people that are being abused online, and I got to say, on a personal level, on Twitter, it's not fun being Jewish. It's definitely not fun being pro-Israel. I want to hear from you, Amir, really without trying to talk, not too technological, because I'm not an engineer, but I do want to hear from a technological perspective, what can these companies do? I mean, you can't, filter everything. You can't censor everything, freedom of speech, etc. And I don't want to get into this, deep political issue, but I do want to hear from a technological perspective, Amir, what you think we can really do. What can these companies actually do at scale? Because this is scale, by the way, that the world has never known, whether it's Facebook, Google, any of these companies. So how do you solve it?
And it's a question that I've been thinking about a lot. So a few 2 months ago, I watched The Social Dilemma, and I'm sure people at Facebook and at Google and everywhere watched Social Dilemma. Watching this movie was, first of all, an experience because half of the people that talked were my friends, and I felt like this is like a little bit like a story of my career. But I think we try to build these technologies for good, just like you said. But any technology is a tool. And if you think about one of the best tools that we have is a hammer, right? We've been using hammers for hundreds of thousands of years. Is a hammer a good tool or a bad tool? You could build a house with a hammer, but you can also kill someone with a hammer, right? It's a tool that is used by the person, and the intent is by a human. So I think that fundamentally we need to change the way we converse with each other. So changing the way we converse with each other is a great start. Now you need to look at technology, and how can technology see when there's outliers, when you're behaving very bad or very good. And if you're behaving very good, promote that behavior. And if you're behaving very bad, remove that behavior. So technology is good at analyzing the outliers. If you're saying something that is outrageous, or you're behaving in a way, I'll give you an example. Twitter now asks you to read an article before you retweet it. I think that that's an amazing hack because it improves the ability for you as a human to actually tweet something that is true. You have to read it, you have to give some thought process before you actually retweet it. That's an example of a PM that really put a lot of thought into promoting good behavior. Same thing if you look at our late President Trump feed, you will see the policing that Twitter is doing on his comments and fact checking some of his stuff. I think that's another great example. You see the same you see, in Facebook. You see the same examples of policing, but also giving people the tools to report. I think that's another aspect. So you're using AI and other tools to govern some of the information, and you're removing the outliers. You can't do a good job at the 80%. Only the 20% that is really bad or really good. At the middle, it's really hard. It's even hard for humans to know what's true and what's not. But for the 80%, you give humans the tools to govern and protect themselves. And at Facebook, for example, if somebody's leaving a very bad comment, I could, and I had this experience last month, somebody was trolling me for some reason or another. I could report that, I could block that person, and I could move on with my life because I don't need people like that in my life. So technology could help me protect and govern my own experience. And I think these are the two things. One of them is through automatic scalable means, police things that are outliers automatically and give people the tools and services they need to protect themselves from this type of abuse.
Unfortunately, there's a certain stigma associated in many segments of particularly the Orthodox community of acknowledging these issues, that they exist, as well as people being afraid to address these issues, and a simple lack of awareness in terms of what resources are available to help families cope with these crises when they do crop into their lives. And I think Amudim Israel being here is critical, not only for the Olek population, for those families that have made Aliyah, but even for students who are here on gap year programs who may already be struggling with certain issues, whether it be addiction, whether it be trauma in their past, or maybe facing those issues as part of their year here, and they need a place to turn to for support and services to address those issues.
Jordana, I want to hear if you have anything to add to that. But for me, the big takeaway of what you just said is that the fear of AI, of the robots taking over, is, and I don't know your opinion on this, but what you said is that it's not AI or humans, it's humans and AI. It's the combination, and They complement each other, and that is critical. I mean, AI, with all due respect, is not nearly as accurate as it needs to be for us to be completely dependent on the computers. And so that combination of the ability to report and act in a human way in combination with the brains of the algorithm, I think that's the killer combination. And I think that's spot on. Jordana, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, first, it is exactly or better than I would have said it, but I'll just add one more thing on top. Even when all of that content goes away, as I mentioned before, it doesn't make those problems go away. It doesn't make that person who was thinking those mean, bullying, hateful beliefs go away. It just makes it not on one platform. So one, I would say this is a reason why rules need to be more standardized when it comes to different platforms on the internet, which is of course a very difficult thing to do, but something that we're talking to governments about. But I think it's important that the safety that you feel in one platform or the protections in one platform also match in others. And it's very difficult when there's such different policies. I mean, there's a reason that many anti-Semites are not on Facebook, and they went to places like 4chan and Gab that most people haven't even heard of. And I'm sure many people watching this haven't heard of them, and you shouldn't go visit them. But there's a reason that those people are there, and we need to have some kind of unity between where people are experiencing content. And the second thing I would mention is kind of this follow-up educational piece. which is something that we're looking into in very limited areas. Like I could mention one, information centers when it comes to COVID-19. That's one where we want, in addition to just people not seeing harmful misinformation about coronavirus, but we want to make sure that they're getting accurate and credible information. But where is that line between where a company like Facebook is overstepping, getting in your business and telling you what to think and do, and kind of limiting your freedom of expression, and also providing you with information that's really important? We think health information is one of those things that are really, really important, that we take a more active role. Another one would be our elections information center that we just launched in the United States to make sure that people knew how to vote, where to vote, et cetera. And another one that might be more relevant for this audience is a big step that we're taking, which should be by the end of this year, to take a more active step in Holocaust remembrance and education. So when, I know this is like switching topics, but it is related in the sense of, when anyone goes to type into a search box anything related to the Holocaust or Holocaust denial, we are going to give them information where to go to find accurate and credible information about the Holocaust. Because even if we're not going to take the step of removing, every single piece of information that might be out there on Holocaust denial and distortion, we are now removing that. So that won't be on Facebook. But what does that mean? Just because they can't find it on Facebook doesn't mean they're not looking for information that is about the Holocaust, and we should tell them where to go. And so where should companies move into this place where, beyond dealing with the problems by removing content and blocking and being able to report, where do we take a more active role in that educational piece? And I think that that's a really interesting conversation as well.
Yeah, I have to say it's a very important point that you made about the 95-5 thing. As I get it a lot from people, and I'm sure you've heard it, Facebook's they're anti-Semites because there's all the, and they don't realize that 95% of those things are removed. It's the 5% that they, Facebook can dedicate as much resources as they want. You can't get to 100%. It's basically virtually impossible. And again, I know how important it is to the team to deal with this stuff. So, I think people have to realize that, it is important, it is a priority, and it is the 5%. It's a really, really important point. And your point about anti-Semitism and the Holocaust is actually not off point. It's a perfect segue to my next question, because, some of us, we're all Jewish, all Israeli, quote unquote, and, we're all active on the internet. And, you can't talk about abuse in 2020 without talking about anti-Semitism. I mean, it's scary. I don't think there's any other word to describe what's going on today. I think someone said the other day that, that the left and the right, and again, not getting into politics here, but that the extreme left and extreme right have nothing in common. I said, well, they have one thing in common. They hate Jews, it's just crazy. And so, I do want to hear, your thoughts on what role technology can play specifically when it comes to anti-Semitism, but also racism, bigotry in general. I mean, again, we can remove these things, but are you thinking that, it should be a different policy? It should be the same policy? Is it the same as any other type of abuse? What are your thoughts on specifically with anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry on the internet, on the different platforms? Amir.
It's a hard question because I think the key here is that humans do not agree. And until humans do not agree about what is a piece of content that is anti-Semitic or not anti-Semitic, that bad or not bad, we're always going to have technology like following us a step behind. I think as humans, we need to agree on what's an acceptable type of conversation, what is okay to say and what's not okay to say. And once you do that, again, coming back to the hammer, once you know which nail to hit, the hammer is a great tool. So once we know what a good conversation we want to promote, then technology will help us promote that conversation. So I think the first step is understanding what is acceptable in human, to Jordana's point, like educate and understand what is acceptable borders for our conversation. What can you say and what can't you say? And how can you educate people about what's true and what's not? And I think with anti-Semitism, it's actually kind of easier than other. If you talk about modern politics, what is an abuse? I don't know how to answer that question. Most things that people say will be considered as abuse by one population or the other when you talk about modern politics. But it's easier when you talk about things like anti-Semitism or denial of the Holocaust. There you can say, okay, this person with a simple technology is now talking about the Holocaust. That's called natural language processing. And you can actually, with high accuracy, say that he or she is denying that it existed. And then you can flag that. So technology could do that. I'm more interested in how do you form the conversation in a positive way. And one of the examples that I want to bring is Pinterest. Pinterest is a startup, is a company where most of the conversation is positive. And it really intrigues me because they built this tool where most of the conversation in that tool is positive. So how can we as technologists think about our product to promote positive and friendly conversation? I think that's the bigger issue. So policing content will be a challenge and will always be a challenge. But how can we change the conversation and how can we educate people to have positive interactions with each other? That I think is the challenge for the next 10 years. And it will definitely make humanity much, much better, because humans usually, from my experience, humans usually do what you ask them to do. So if you put rate my app for 5 stars, they will actually think about good reasons why to do that and will actually do that. So how can technology across Google, across Facebook, across Amazon promote good behaviors? Tell people, hey, do the right thing. And if we do that long enough, we'll create this habit, just like we do habit of, hey, click on this ad, right? We've been doing that for a long time, and we can, with high accuracy, make you click on ads. Why can't we use the same psychology and technology to do, hey, speak positive today. Find someone and tell them why you appreciate them today. We can definitely do that. And if we can use the amazing engineers in Facebook and Google and Pinterest and all of that to promote positive behavior, that I think would be an amazing mission for the Silicon Valley and Israel.
I hope you're right that we can get people to kind of behave a certain way and promote positive, dialogue. But it really is, re-educating the market. Unfortunately, I mean, it is. There's just a lot of poison out there, and it's. I don't know. I hope you're right. That's all I can say. I hope you're right. Jordana, what has been your experience with anti-Semitism, and not only anti-Semitism, again, racism of any kind, bigotry, etc. And what is Facebook's kind of policy on that? And obviously, you're against it, but I want to hear kind of your experience with that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could tell you how much we don't want to have hate speech on the platform, and you can find statements from all of our leaders telling you that we don't want to have any tolerance for hate speech on Facebook. But let's delve into the issue, which I think is interesting here for this audience, which is anti-Semitism. And I mean, I'm very proud to be able to talk about it with, the Facebook logo next to me, because I think our company takes it so seriously. I mean, just in March, I added the portfolio of the Jewish diaspora into my job, specifically because the company felt it was important. I mean, I don't know, and I'll be very happy if I'm wrong, that there's another tech company that has somebody focused specifically on the Jewish communities around the world and talking to them and listening to them. And so many of our policy changes over the last year, which I think have been really significant in the fight of keeping anti-Semitism offline, have come from those conversations, which I'm really proud to have led. So about a year and a half ago, I would say there was really like a turning point. We had a meeting in Washington. I brought a lot of representatives of Jewish groups together. World Jewish Congress, for example, was one of them. And actually it was a rep from their team as we were talking about our hate speech policies and how much, we take it seriously, and you cannot, attack somebody based on inferior qualities that they may have. The person raised her hand and said, yeah, but what about when you're attacked with superior qualities? And there was kind of this silence in the room. And it was like our policy had a gap. Like, Jews are not told that they're poor and that they have no influence. They're told that they run the government, they run the economy, and they have all the money. And that's really a problem because we had a gap. And so we went through a very long process to change our policies, which we updated in August of this year, to include what we called harmful stereotypes against Jewish people. It was a gap in our policy that we needed to fix. That was, Jews run the world, Jews run the banks. We don't allow that anymore. And that policy also opened the door for the policy change that we had to ban Holocaust denial and distortion, which again is not used as misinformation against Jews or misinformation about a historical fact, but used as hate speech against Jews. And so while we had never allowed for calls for genocide, we never allowed people to mock the Holocaust, we never allowed for people to wish for another Holocaust, there was a gap. And again, we closed that gap this year. And I think 2020 is a year where Facebook can really stand proud and say we took many actionable steps on the platform to fight anti-Semitism. But I think, as we all know, anti-Semitism is rising around the world. And I can't say that that is because of any specific online platform or online behaviors. I think that as Jews, we know that this is millennia, centuries of hate against Jews that continues to pop up in different forms. And so, I mean, I have the privilege of 13 years of a Jewish day school education. So I know that every year in school, we learned about a different pogrom, a different tragedy that befell the Jewish people. We relive them all on Tisha B'Av, and we know that this isn't new. And so the question is, how do we fight this very, very old battle on a very new platform? And so I think that the fighting of this phenomenon online is important, but it needs to come in conjunction with the work being done to stop attacks against Jews in the real world. We've seen some of them only, in the last few weeks, rabbis being attacked, pigs being put at people's doors. I mean, it's just every week there's another thing. And I think strengthening the organizations fighting that is important, but also really positive counter speech campaigns, because there are people encountering this kind of anti-Semitic material in the real world, on the radio, in the newspaper. I mean, it's everywhere. How do they have the tools to know what they're seeing and how to engage with that? And so again, I'll go back to education. If you just remove this, it just moves somewhere else. And so I think that the educational element is so important when it comes to the Holocaust. Remembrance is so important. And I think that without those, you're kind of only really targeting a narrow slice of what is the bigger problem here when it comes to anti-Semitism.
You're really doing such incredible and such important work, really. I mean it. So really, thank you for that. I have a whole lot more questions. We could talk for hours. So I want to try to, keep our answers short so we can get to all the questions here. I want to talk to you guys now as not as technology people, not as policy people, but as parents. We're all parents. And I'm curious to hear, Jordana, what role you think we play as parents in making sure, and also their teachers, making sure our kids are safe online. How do you view our roles versus teachers versus all the other people that our children interact with on a daily basis?
Really direct way. And it's a very difficult conversation. And even with my background, working at Facebook for over 4 years, talking to parents, dealing with organizations and NGOs all throughout Israel and the United States, dealing with this issue, I felt struggling with my husband to talk to my 9-year-old about the danger of a specific app he wanted to download, of what he can and cannot do on Zoom, what he can talk to Siri about. I mean, there is so many conversations that I never thought to have with a 9-year-old. I'm a little traditional. I didn't really give my kids iPads or phones or anything until this whole, experience of coronavirus happened. And I think it is so important that we as parents be activists in a way for our kids' safety online, because if we don't do it, it's not happening in other places. This is one of those things I talk to governments about actually all the time. Like, how is schools and education ministries pushing kids towards the internet without a basic class about online safety? My son, who finished first grade last year, had an entire class on road safety. I was shocked. I didn't know. Maybe growing up in the US, you were a patrol and you helped cross the street and you learned a lot about road safety. But he had like a book we had to pay for and lessons. And I mean, they were very focused on road safety, which, don't get me wrong, is a very big deal here. Kids die from getting hit by cars all the time. So I don't want to minimize the importance of that. But then I handed my kid a laptop, and there was no class, there was no lecture, there was no conversation by anyone in the entire system around him telling him how to be safe on that laptop. He just thought it was a laptop, but there's a lot of things that can happen on that laptop. And so I think that parents and teachers together, working with governments, need to have the right resources to have those conversations with their kids. And it's just extremely important. And I'm sure that every parent listening knows that they had one of those awkward conversations about why not to click on that thing or why not to go into that chat room. As a kid, I remember when the internet kind of sprouted and I was dialing up to AOL, and my mom had no idea that there were these chat rooms that we used to go, and she didn't even know what that was. Like, just the beginning of AOL. And I think that that same conversation that we needed to have in the 90s still needs to happen today. And we need to make sure that we're having it.
We didn't have to cope with it before, but now that the internet is everything, it's something that I think parents really need to know how to deal with. And I got to say that I remember graduating high school and writing and taking a test about something futuristic called email. And I was like, this is never going to happen. No way. it's crazy how fast the world is, just completely 100%, 180 degrees. It's unbelievable. Amir, what role do parents play here?
I've been optimistic all this conversation, and I'm less optimistic here. I think I when the corona started, I tweeted that we negotiated with the kids how much time they're going to watch TV every day, and we agreed in the middle to have 60 minutes an hour as the maximum amount they're allowed to be on the TV. So like a full hour, right? 60 minutes an hour every day. So I think the key here is that we have forfeited some of our responsibilities for technology. Just like Jordana said, we told the kids, hey, now your education is in technology and everything is in technology and your life is there. And I think that's a wrong approach. I think I've been encouraging my kids to do a lot of physical activities, because I think just that contributes a lot to mental health and taking yourself and thinking about your experiences. So just like they're not biking to school anymore. My kids has not been in school since February, and they're not going to be in school until next February. So just biking back and forth in school is an activity that they don't have anymore. So I think we've augmented their life with a lot of technology and removed a lot of the things that are contributing to mental health. So I think as parents, we need to take the reins here, because teachers around the world do not know how to use technology. I have a friend in Spain who told me that the teacher takes a photo of the school tasks and then send it to the kids through WhatsApp. Right, that's the way they pass the task to do to school. So I live in a place where it's very fortunate. The teachers know how to use technology. The big companies are sponsoring that technology, and the kids are highly educated about how to use that technology. But I think around the world, the situation is not very good, and I think that this promotes depression, and this promotes behavior that is abusive. And we've given these kids this technology without the ability to govern themselves in a very good way, and without the understanding that they need to do physical activities to make themselves happy. So I think we need to, as parents, to take a step forward and help our kids deal with that setup, and to educate them to be better humans to themselves and to society.
We are sadly running out of time, and there's a very important question I want to ask you. Both of you are doing incredibly impactful work now, in the past, and in the future. And so I want to hear if you can tell me in 3 minutes. I know this is going to be difficult for together 3 minutes. What your focus is now, and in the next 12 to 24 months, kind of what you're focused on day to day, Amir.
I'm focusing on other than my startup, which is my main focus, not very interesting for these 3 minutes, but useful for other aspects, is to think about quality of life. How can we, with the change of behavior in the internet, in everything and the way we do things, how can we improve the quality of life? And I'm helping startups like Calmigo and Kai and trying to invest in startups that promote better experiences for people and better behavior for people. And I think that the use of technology could really help here. So that's what I'm trying to focus my next few years.
Jordana, what's your focus?
Well, first, staying healthy. I think that should be everyone's main focus all the time these days. But in terms of the work that I'm doing, I think I've really taken the reins on this Jewish diaspora portfolio and want to make sure that this isn't like a one-year stint where we came in, made a few changes and left. And so I think definitely in the next 1 to 2 years, I want to make sure that we continue to step up the efforts that we're doing in terms of counter speech and proactive educational campaigns. I think that that's really important to help to lead the industry in this fight against anti-Semitism. And on top of that, I would say from the work I'm doing here in Israel, I think listening to people when it comes to safety online is key. It's been a huge part of the last 4 years of my job at Facebook, and will continue to be. If we look at, what 2021 will bring, who knows? Who would have known what 2020 would bring us? But I think that people need the ability to have more tools and more power to control their experiences with technology. And some of them are there, they don't know about them, and some of them just need to be created. And so I want to make sure that I'm a part of that.
For me, the most important thing I think about this conversation is that we're having it, because these topics, really, I think that, obviously, you know, depression and anxiety, you know, have many problems that that accompany it. But to me, I think honestly, the biggest problem is that people don't want to talk about it, and it's always been that way. And so today, with this megaphone that we have called social networks, I think it's super important that these conversations are had, and that's really what this organization is about. You know, they're an ear for people that need support. And again, I can't thank you both enough, because both of you I know are extremely busy. I mean, you're just starting your day. Jordana, you're ending your day. So I really want to thank you again for finding the time to do this incredibly important panel. Again, thank you for insightful answers, and just keep doing good in the world. That's all we can hope for. And both of you are doing really impactful things. So thank you for that.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Welcome, everyone, to what's sure to be a wonderful discussion between two American-born rabbis who have reached the pinnacle of their chosen careers and are two of the most well-spoken, sought-after orators and thinkers of our time. I am a student of both of them, one from afar and one from close up. My name is Rabbi Meir May, and I have been privileged to serve as the executive director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center for more than 4 decades, and I will be serving as the moderator of this discussion. Before I get to the rabbi's formal introductions, allow me to say a few words about our extraordinary sponsor, Amudim. Almost a decade ago, my friend, the late, great Mendy Klein, Zichrono Livrocha, a true Askin someone who shouldered the pain and burdens of individuals and communities and had the foresight and bravery to meet many critical issues head on, introduced me to his partner, Amudim's indefatigable leader, Tzvi Gluck. Ever since, I've been in absolute awe of Tzvi and the incredible Mesiras Nefesh, I must add, of his Eishes Chayil, his wife. Working closely under the wisdom and guidance of Harav Elia Brudny Shlita, who Mendy brought into Amudim, Tzvi has become the one-person rabbanim, politicians, and anyone involved in community support will call for guidance and assistance with arrests, overdoses, suicide, and sexual abuse. Tzvi and his dedicated staff give the term essential workers new meaning. They selflessly serve members of our communities in times of personal and collective crisis, offering kindness, compassion, and most importantly, preserve individual and family dignity. Every day and night without rest or respite, Amudim professionals roll up their sleeves and open their hearts, providing meaningful assistance, enduring support, and direct referrals for individuals and families impacted by trauma. There are truly no words adequate enough to express our collective thanks to Tzvi, his tireless and driven staff, and to all those who support this vital and astounding community service. And now to our panel. I've had the honor and privilege of knowing two of the leading rabbinic figures of our time, Rabbi Beryl Wein and Rabbi Marvin Heyer. Truly neither of them needs an introduction, as their good names and accomplishments are known far and wide. They are both master orators, outside-the-box thinkers, and visionaries who are sought after for their views on Jewish life, Judaism, and the world at large. By all accounts, Rabbi Beryl Wein, rabbi and historian, writer and lecturer, kashrut supervisor and Rosh Hashiva, has had a remarkable career of service. He has navigated religious controversies and educational dilemmas, the challenges of community building and synagogue politics, has encountered the great rabbis of our time and lectured on Jewish history and Jewish life throughout the Jewish world. His is a story of the trials and triumphs, the struggles and the joys of a life devoted to Jewish community service. For several decades, Reformed readers sought Rabbi Wein's opinion in his weekly column in the Destiny Foundation blog, in the Jerusalem Post, and other publications to gain his perspective on current issues. The products of his highly educated and sensitive mind, the essays were uniquely Wein, always original, always refreshing in their candor, subtly thought-provoking, served up with great humor and disarming honesty. Rabbi Wein received a smicha from the Hebrew Theological College, a bachelor's degree from Roosevelt University in Chicago, and a law degree from DePaul University. After passing the Illinois bar, he practiced as an attorney in Chicago for a number of years. Later, he became the rabbi of Beth Israel congregation in Miami and remained there until 1972, when he moved to New York to become the executive vice president of the OU and served as rabbinic administrator of the Kashrut Supervision until 1977. Then, because he was just getting started, he founded congregation-based Torah in Suffern, New York, and served as its rabbi for the next 24 years. He also founded Yeshiva Shari Torah of Rockland in his spare time, with a large high school and a small post-high school division in 1977. Yeshiva subsequently moved into the grounds of his shul, and he served as Rosh Yeshiva until his move to Israel in 1977 with his Rebbetzin, who he settled in the Rehavia neighborhood in Jerusalem. There he became Rav at Beit Knesset Hanassi, and also established the Destiny Foundation, a marketing for him for his hundreds of CDs, audio, many thousands of CDs, audios, tapes, and books, too numerous to mention, as well as drama and documentary film projects. And he's just getting started. Rabbi Heyer has an equally storied career. Growing up on the Lower East Side, Rabbi Heyer developed his Oxford English, as you will soon see. He attended the Rabbi Shlomo Kluger Yeshiva on Houston Street for elementary school and the Rabbi Jacob Joseph School for high school, and 6 years post-high school in the Beis Medrash. He received smicha in 1962 for Mendel Kravitz, Zechat Tzaddik of Rocha, and his own, and I must say, my own Rebbe, the Rav Harav Yosef Dov Ber Soloveitchik, Zechat Tzaddik of Rocha, influenced so much of Rabbi Heyer's thinking, permeates so much of his worldview, and is often quoted in his speeches. In 1964, Rabbi Heyer became rabbi of the Congregation Shaarei Tzedek in Vancouver and Hillel director at the University of British Columbia. While shul rabbi and Hillel director, Rabbi Heyer was eminently successful in attracting numerous teens to the richness of Jewish life, and these students blossomed into outstanding Jews in their communities throughout the world. In 1977, following a visit to his Holocaust sites in Europe, Rabbi Heyer and Malki moved to Los Angeles to create Yeshiva University of Los Angeles, and a year later, the Simon Wiesenthal Center. Today, Eula Boys High School and Eula Girls High School are among the flagship Jewish educational institutions now flourishing here in Los Angeles. Under his leadership, the Simon Wiesenthal Center has become one of the foremost Jewish human rights agencies in the world, with a constituency of more than 400,000 families. Newsweek describes Rabbi Heyer as being one phone call away from almost every world leader, journalist, and Hollywood studio head. He's easier to reach than you would imagine. He dotes on his grandchildren and his children and his great-grandchildren. Rabbi Heyer was the first Orthodox rabbi ever to give a benediction at an American president's inauguration. We're in front of the newly inaugurated Donald Trump. He quoted Psalm 137, Al Naharos Bavel, by the rivers of Babylon. Oh, if I forget thee, Yerushalayim, may my right hand forget its skill. Rabbi Heyer is the only rabbi to receive an Academy Award, and in fact is recipient of 2 Academy Awards. In 1997, as co-producer of The Long Way Home, which offers new insights into the critical post-World War II period between 1945 and 1948, and the suffering of the tens of thousands of refugees who survived the Holocaust, and in 1981 as co-producer and co-writer for Genocide, a documentary on the Holocaust. In his memoir, Meant to Be, Rabbi Heyer recounts the events of his dazzling life, the miraculous birth and growth of the Wiesenthal Center, Moriah Films and the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles and the Museum of Tolerance in Yerushalayim, the hunt for Nazi angel of death, Joseph Mengele, encounters with renowned Jewish sages, Rav Aaron Kotler, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, and the Ger Rebbe, his friendship with Jordan's King Hussein, his meetings with every American president from Jimmy Carter to Donald Trump, and world leaders, popes, presidents, and prime ministers, and his relationship with Hollywood moguls and stars such as Frank Sinatra, Billy Crystal, Tom Cruise, George Clooney, Morgan Freeman, and Michael Douglas. I left off the women actresses. With classical Jewish humor, Rabbi Heyer has succeeded because he mastered the interplay of instinct, chutzpah, and serendipity that have enabled his remarkable achievements. I've had the honor and privilege to work alongside Rabbi Heyer for more than 40 years, and I am still awed by his wisdom, his values, his loyalty, and remarkably, considering his vast influence, his humility. So now,
Rabbi May, we should end the program right now.
I'll tell you the truth.
After this, everything's an anticlimax.
So let me ask you, Rabbi Heyer, who was your mentor and biggest influencer, and how did he shape your real worldview?
Well, first of all, let me say that I had the privilege
My father was a lamp polisher. My parents were poor. I davened the Litovitz Shul, the 99th on the Lower East Side. There I met Rabbi Yankel Flanskab, a Satmar Chosid, Mechaber of the Svorim Beis Yankov on Shas. And we became, he liked me and I liked him very much. He was a big Satmar Chosid. And he also, on the side, he needed the money. He was not a rich person. And he taught people for Bar Mitzvah. So I'll never forget. He was teaching me for the Bar Mitzvah. I met him not in the yeshiva, but he had in order not to make a distinction between the yeshiva where he was a Rebbe, he had like a storefront. I came in there and it was, he pinched my cheek as I began to say, before reading the Haftarah, and he told me this word. He said, Moshe, he said, I want you to read the Haftarah very loud. And I said, why? There are only two of us here. And he said, no. I'm teaching you to read the Haftarah. When you go up in shul for your bar mitzvah, say it very loud. He told me in Yiddish. And I said, favos. He said, because you are saying this Haftarah not for yourself. You're saying it for the 1,500,000 children died in the Shoah. They never had the opportunity to have a simcha like this. Have them in mind. Be a starke Yid and never speak with a whisper, loud to your Haftarah. When he came to my bar mitzvah, I said the Haftarah. After the Haftarah, he came over to me and he said, and he pinched my cheek. He said, you said it in the schus of the 6 million Jews.
Rabbi Wein, who had great influence on you?
Well, I really have to say my grandfather, who was a student of the Volozhiner Yeshiva, and who was a chavrus of the Meicher Terilui, and a close friend of Rav Kook, who established the yeshiva in Yafo. He himself, my mother was born in the old city, and then he was a Rav in Chicago. He was the founder of the yeshiva in Chicago, the Beis Medrash LaTorah. And he was an absolutely great, wonderful person. Had a very hard time to be in the United States and to be a student of Volozhin. And I always wanted to be like him. He made a yeshiva, I wanted to make a yeshiva. He was a Rav, I wanted to be a Rav. He helped people, I wanted that. I always tried to imitate him. And even though he passed away before I was bar mitzvah, to a great extent, he still remained the strongest influence on me, even though I had great, great teachers who also had influence on me. But everybody has to have a hero. Who would you like to be? I'd like to be my grandfather.
Magnificent. Beautiful stories, from both of you. Let me ask you, Rabbi Wein, you wrote an article recently about the future of American Jewry for Orthodox Jews. Please tell us what you think and let us know if you think that it's still accurate.
Probably more accurate than when I wrote it. The Jewish community in the United States, in my opinion, and people that know me know that I'm never wrong, the Jewish community in the United States is not monolithic. It's not one community. The majority of Jews, I don't have much hope for them to remain as Jews. We already are witness to the fact that Reformed Jews practically never have Jewish grandchildren any longer. The conservative movement has declined precipitously in our time. I mean, you cannot save Judaism with guitars. So that's one part of the Jewish community, and I'm very pessimistic about them. It's not the first time in Jewish history that vast numbers of Jews disappear. In the 1800s, 250,000 Jews in Central Europe, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Germany converted to Christianity. There must be 150 million people in Europe today that have some sort of Jewish antecedents. They're not Jews. The Orthodox Jewish community always has a future. Torah always gives a future. Whether it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be so easy in the United States in the future. Because I think that there will be social pressures, political pressures, even legal pressures. The same government that tells you that, you can't have more than 10 people in a synagogue, and they have the power to do so. So they can tell you other things about synagogues too. And Jewish history has shown that all exiles have a very, very good beginning, and all exiles somehow at the end shut down. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know how it takes. But I don't think that this is going to be an exception either. I know that's pessimistic, and I'm not pessimistic. I'm optimistic. But I'm optimistic because I'm living in the state of Israel. And I'm optimistic because I'm a Jew. You cannot be a Jew without being an optimist. So, I leave a lot of things in the hands of God. Believe it or not, he's running it. And we'll see what will happen. But we're at a very, very slippery slope now.
Higher, what do you think Jews, Orthodox Jews, what should their profile be in relationship to conservative and Reform Jews? What should we be doing to address the issues that Rabbi Wein just spoke about, assimilation and the disappearance potentially of the entire communities?
Well, first of all, what Rabbi Wein said is very, very true. Let me make a comment to give an example. What is the matzav we now live in, even in America, where we have many yeshivas, many kollels, many Hasidic shtibloch and rebbes. And this would be very interesting. In Palm Beach, there took place an unbelievable event in Florida. Here, what happened there was as follows. This is the second time that this has come up with a principal by the name of William Latson in Palm Beach. He was fired once. Now they appointed him, instead of being the principal of the school, they appointed him that he would be the supervisor, encompassing not only that school, but others. And he was again fired. Why was he fired? He was fired because he refused to believe what he said. He's not an expert and can't defend the idea that the Holocaust occurred because he's not an expert. So at first there was a small tumult. It became very loud from all over the country. Now imagine that this person, every time I think of it, what a chutzpah. Imagine a person, if we would ask this principal, if I were on the board, I'd ask the principal the following. Are you in a position to know anything about Nelson Mandela and what happened in South Africa? Do you know anything about the Million Man March that occurred in the United States? And of course, you would say yes to both of these questions without a problem. And then I would say to him, do you mean to say you remembered that, but you didn't remember the biggest catastrophe that ever happened on this planet? You don't know anything about it? That's the matzav we now face in America, in the heart of a Jewish community. Can't say there are no Yidden in Palm Beach. That's why this happened. Right in the heart of it, he has the chutzpah to say this. What does that tell us about the future of the American Jewish community? It doesn't say much. And it's a terrible thing.
So tell me, please, Tzvi, who's your target audience?
We have a target audience of anyone who needs help. That's always been our primary focus. People who call us, we will help them. And that's the way it is. We don't ask people their background, where they're from. It's irrelevant to us. Everybody's the same. We're all in this world together, and we all have to be there together to help one another.
And in Yonei Shabbos, for the sake of Pikuach Nefesh, and he used to say, I'm not Mekel in Shabbos, I'm Machmer in Pikuach Nefesh. It's permitted to use all these machineries, so to speak, the Zoom and everything else, in order to stay in touch, only because mitam Pikuach Nefesh.
That anybody in recovery, anybody doing the step work and has a chashash that he needs help, he has to make sure that his recovery is rock solid. He has a chashash that he has to call a meeting, call into a Zoom meeting, attend the meeting, call up a sponsor, whatever. Shouldn't make any chashoshes, no, shouldn't make any cheshbonos. He has to make sure not to start on that slippery slope. Forget about Shabbos, forget about Yom Tov, forget about Yom Kippur. You have to make that call, you have to log on, you have to attend. You must avoid that slippery slope.
Take a calming breath.
I haven't slept or showered in days, and our house is a wreck, and I just can't do this anymore.
One of the ways we try to cope with anxiety is trying to find meaning in why this is happening. Because maybe if we could understand it, it would make more sense to us. So we think about, like,
there's nothing quite as powerful as knowledge in dealing with anxiety. We're all anxious, and there's reason to be anxious. We have this.
On the other hand, if you ask me about Rabbi Meir, is your issue also about? You asked me about conservative Reform Jews. Let me tell you one other thing. 42% in a Pew study, 42% of Jews interviewed said having a good sense of humor was more essential to their Jewish identity than observing any of the Jewish laws and customs. Humor, compared with 19%, 42% said that, 19% of the Jews said no, that was wrong. The Pew study further said the following: 25% of the Jews interviewed in the survey said that religion is still important to them as Jews. This compares with 56% of non-Jewish Americans who say that religion is vital to their lives. If Moshe Rabbeinu and the Nevi'im heard that survey from the Pew, what would they say about the Jewish people that accepted the Torah on Har Sinai? How could it be that 56% of Eini Yehudim sure of a value about the Ribono Shel Olam, and when it comes to Yidden, they prefer, 42% said humor is important, but not Jewish law.
So what would you do, Rabbi Heyer?
I think that basically we have to, here in America, we have to use all our koiches. We have to basically continue, NCSY, the youth groups, the yeshivas, the kollels. But at the same time, I also want to say we should not criticize Zionists, because if you take away from a Zionist, in other words, many people say to me, Rabbi Haya, you learned in yeshiva, and your whole background's in yeshiva. What do you think that person like Theodor Herzl? I would say, I tell you, I looked this up, and Rabbi Wein, you could verify it, but I looked it up myself, and I know that what I'm about to say is absolutely what the Rav said. Rabbi Yoshe Ber Soloveitchik said like this: Vayikach Terach es Avram beno. Terach took his son Avram, with whom he had a terrible relationship. Terach was horrible. He was Oived Avodah Zorah, and he didn't like Avram Avinu. But this is what the Torah finishes: Vayikach Terach es Avram beno v'slot v'sorai kalotzoi vayetzu itom loleches arza Canaan. He took them to the land of Canaan. He took them to Eretz Yisrael. Who took them? So the Rav Soloveitchik says Vayikach doesn't mean like this. You cannot learn Vayikach that they had satchels, and Terach had his satchel, a suitcase. He had his suitcase, and on the other hand, Avram had his suitcase. But there's nothing else to that pasuk. No, says what happened to that pasuk is he's the one who said, you got to go to your own country to build your own country. I now see it. Even though I'm not from, and I was a big oisvov, a big oivid avodah zorah, to the frum community, we need to ask this question. You cannot ostracize Theodor Herzl. If what the Rav says, the Torah compliments Terach, that Terach took Avram Avinu to Eretz Yisrael. From there, you have a strong raya. We could say, look, if I had the same education that Theodor Herzl has, I never went to yeshiva. I never knew there was a Shagasaria, a Tosfos, a Rashi. I would have wound up the same way. When I hear non-frum Jews hating Herzl, that's the wrong approach. And what the Rav says is the proof of it. Vayikach Terach es Avram beno. The Zionist Terach took his son to Eretz Yisrael. And we should say, thank you.
Well, there's no question that in my opinion at least, that the future of the Jewish people is here in the land of Israel, and that whatever happens in the rest of the world will follow because the future is here. And the land of Israel, the state of Israel, is a Jewish state. It's not that everybody is observant. It's not that everything is perfect, but it's a Jewish state. Shabbat is Shabbat, and Yom Kippur is Yom Kippur, and kosher is kosher. I mean, you compare it to America, there's no comparison whatsoever, none whatsoever. And we have to realize that. And I really, I often felt, I don't make an appeal for it, but, you know, the Jewish people expect perfection. That's how we deal. So we want a perfect world, and therefore nothing is good. You know, the old bad joke about the waiter that comes over to three Jewish ladies in the restaurant in New York, and he says to them, "Is anything all right?" But that's, nothing is all right, right? So the state of Israel is not perfect. The government is not perfect. The Israelis are not perfect. Nothing is perfect. So what? So what? We have to strive to make it better. But because of the fact that it doesn't quite meet our standards of perfection, we cannot reject it. And I think that's a tragedy that American Jewry doesn't realize that. And that you got the wealthy American Jews who don't do anything else with their lives and money except fight Israel through all sorts of subterfuges. And they don't understand. It's literally the story of the man that's digging the hole in the boat under his seat. Because when, God forbid, push will come to shove, they will not be excused either.
Rabbi Wein, do you think that the chief rabbinate is sustainable in Israel today and in the future?
It's sustainable as an organization. It has almost no influence. It has almost no influence. But what it does, I mean, it does positive things. It runs kashrus. And kashrus in Israel is run very well. And it runs domestic matters, marriage and divorce, etc. And it provides rabbinic courts. But that it's a function. But it's not what Rav Kook thought it was going to be, or Rav Herzog, you know. Those people had enormous influence. They shaped directions in the country. That doesn't exist anymore. So is it sustainable? It's sustainable as a governmental function. It's like the Bureau of Health or the Bureau of Agriculture. So this is the bureau that takes care of these things. But to say that that has a profound spiritual influence, it doesn't. In my opinion, unfortunately, it's one of the sad things about it. It could have been, but it isn't.
Do you see any rabbinic figures emerging from the world that you come from, both of you come from, to fill your shoes, to try to step into your shoes after 50 years from now?
There's a lot of talent in the Jewish world. Lo Almond Yisrael. There are a lot of young rabbis in the United States and in Israel, Talmidei Chachamim. There are a lot of people that are assuming the role of poskim. There are a lot of people that I've noticed many history lectures that are now available that are not my lectures. And they're very good. I listen to them. I still think I'm better, but nevertheless, there's a lot of it going on. And I'm not, every generation has, the Lord gives us what we need. They're there. The only thing is it needs encouragement, it needs support, and it needs a vision, just like Amudim is a vision. It needs a vision. You need somebody to say, this is a wonderful young rabbi and he's a rabbi in a congregation, and we should push him. We should get him out there. And generally, congregations do the opposite. If they've got a good rabbi, we're paying him. He's got to stay here. Why should he go outside? So we have to expand our horizons. And that really is the point that you made before. What do I say about conservative reform? I think we missed the boat. You're not allowed to speak to an audience of conservative Jews. There was a time that they would come to listen. That time isn't there anymore. But there was a time that we could have spoken to them. I remember when I was a rabbi in Monsey, suffering, so there was a conservative congregation in Spring Valley. The rabbi of that congregation was a very traditional, was a wonderful man. In fact, he used to come to learn in the yeshiva every day. In my yeshiva, I got him a chavrusa to learn with him. And so he invited me, they had a Sunday morning breakfast club, and you should come and you should come and deliver a history series. And it was like 3 Sundays in a row. And I did it. Well, I mean, the roof fell in on me. How did you dare go there? You're giving them recognition. I said, are you crazy? What kind of recognition? They got 50 times the budget that you have. Well, I mean, what is with you people? And it so happened that there were a few people in there that were influenced by it. But that time is gone. Today it doesn't exist. They won't let you in to speak today. And the lines are drawn so rigidly that unfortunately, it's very, very hard. And the only ones that get away with it are Chabad, in all of its various faces. But the Kiruv organizations will tell you the truth that they're pretty much locked out of conservative and reform, and that's where the potential people are that are left a little. Those that are alienated and completely gone, they're not interested to hear what you have to say. I don't know how you can talk to them even.
Can I ask Rabbi Heyer, Europe heading to be Jew-free? Yes or no?
Yes. Europe, I mean, I don't say totally, but Europe, it's off the map. You know, they're young and old, not just the older generation, young people in Paris, in London, in Germany, everywhere. They're gone.
Gone.
I would tend to agree. Rabbi Wein, when I was the president of the Rabbonim in LA, the question came up whether to give a hechsher by the kashrus of the Rabbonim, the Rabbinical Council of California, to a conservative university here in LA, and the Rabbonim said no, and I appealed to Rav Shmuel Kamenetsky in Philadelphia, and he told me by all means yes. Because there is a ravus, we have an obligation. You can't 1 against 9. I appealed to the third base coach, but
I can only tell you that I knew a Jew, a secular Israeli Jew who came from Vilna, and I knew him very well, and I spoke to him, and I asked him if he knew Reb Chaim Ezer Grodzinski, the great Gaon from Vilna. And he said, yeah, he knew him. I said, how did you know him? So he tells me the following story, which is pertinent to this problem that you raised. He said the day after Purim, He said I was the president of the Young Jewish Socialist League in the University of Vilna. The day after Purim, the Gabbai of Reb Chaim Ezer shows up on campus, and he's looking for me. And I said to him, "What do you want with me?" And he said, "Reb Chaim Ezer wants to see you." So he said, I had enough respect left. He wanted to see me. He's an old man. I went to see him. So he said to me, he took out $100 American bill, which then was a lot of money in Lita. In Poland it was. Vilna was part of Poland. And he said, Pesach is coming. I want you to organize, the Young Socialists should organize a Seder. I'm giving you money to buy matzah and wine. Make sure everybody has matzah to eat and 4 cups of wine to drink. Here's the money. And I want you to promise me you'll do it. And he took his hand and made him promise. And that was the Seder that the Young Socialists had. So at the Seder, they may have talked Marx and done all sorts of nonsense. But they had a Seder. They had mitzvahs. And that's what he remembers about Reb Chaim Ezer.
You see, the Reb Soloveitchik was visiting a kibbutz, a far left kibbutz in Israel, and they brought him some grapes because they thought he wouldn't eat, he'd be careful about what he ate. And he says, I can't eat the grapes because I have to worry about whether they took the right tithes and all the necessary totzos that you take from peros, from fruits. So they said, no, you don't have to worry about that. They explained that Rav Kook had been there for a Shabbos. And Rav Kook, the Rav says, it's the most beautiful way the Rav says it, is that Rav Kook was there for Shabbos. Everybody came on Friday night to the table, the Cheder Ochel, and he made Kiddush, didn't eat, brought his little challah, watched, sat down with them. They all ate not kosher food. The next day, they all went out to work in the fields, and he came in for lunch, made Kiddush with his challah, and they all sat down for lunch, and he sat there. And the same was true by Shalosh Shudas. He sat down with his challah. And when it came to Havdalah, he said, I hope you don't mind if you join me for Havdalah. So they joined him for Havdalah, noting that he didn't say one single word of criticism about the lifestyle. And the next day, they made the entire kitchen kosher forever in the left-wing kibbutz, which is your point exactly. I want to ask you both quickly, would you encourage young people to join the rabbinate today or run away with it with 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet? Rabbi Heyer.
Well, first of all, I would very much encourage them. You can have there are great opportunities. I'll tell you one story, which will be a good reason for my answer, which is every person has an opportunity to go into the Rabbonis. You should do it. When I didn't know anything. I was first an assistant rabbi to Rabbi Goldenberg in Vancouver. Then I became the rabbi of the shul. And I was interested in NCSY, Torah Leadership Seminar. And we used to have Shabbatonim, and eventually these kids, many of them who never went to shul, not only went to shul and began learning the Parsha with Shiurim, but they wore their tzitzis outside, some of them. I tell you straight, that's not my first, I didn't demand that of them, but they did it on their own. Anyway, I was invited to speak in Calgary in the middle of the winter. And one of the relatives of one of the people who wore the tzitzis out told me, they're ganging up for you, watch out. I come to Calgary, it's mamish freezing. In the first row, there are maybe 20 people, men and women. All the women have what you would even call fur coats or mink coats. And you could see this is very expensive. And all of a sudden they're sitting there and with mean faces ready to get at me. They want to curse me. So when I took the opportunity, And one, at the end, I ask a question, and one person says, "Are you the rabbi that authorizes and allows young kids in this day and age to wear their laundry strings outside?" And I said, "Laundry strings?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what? I'm here in Calgary. This is the country where Monty Hall was born. Let's Make a Deal was his television program. So in the interest of Monty Hall, let's make a deal. I'm going to ask you a question. You've asked me one. Here's my question. Every one of you in the first row are all sitting with mink coats, but there's only one problem that I can't figure out. It's freezing outside. It's 30 degrees and headed for less. They told me when we leave the lecture, it's going to go down to 10. So I have a question from the Talmud, like, if you're sitting here because you bought a mink coat and you're freezing, why are you wearing the fur on the outside? Stelz the fur, put the fur on the inside, whereby you could feel warm on such a freezing night. So I said, I'll answer my own question. You're wearing the mink coat, the fur on the outside, because you want to show off that you had a wonderful husband. Look what he bought him for a present for thousands of dollars. You kauft a mink coat. How proud you are, I said. And I said, so I tell you, here's the deal I make with you. Stand up right now if you're willing to do this. Take the fur, go to the tailor, tell me you're going to the tailor. You're reversing the coat that the fur goes on the inside where it can keep you warm. And I'm going back to Vancouver and tell the guys with the laundry strings, put them back inside. Do I have a deal? Not one person raised their hands. So I said, people, Jews, who are proud of their faith, want to wear their tzitzis on the outside, that you don't want to show that pride, but the pride for your husband who bought you an expensive fur coat or mink coat, you're willing to show outside. Isn't that a stira? I didn't get one question. I went home safe, and my wife said, they didn't kill you? I said, no.
Very good. I think that the rabbinate affords great opportunities, but it only does so to a certain type of a person. For instance, if you don't have a tough skin, don't go into it. If you're a very sensitive person, because you're dealing with people. People are, I met a man on the street, and he says to me, "Rabbi, I was in shul, and I heard your sermon, and I didn't like it." And I said, "My friend, I didn't like it either, but I had to speak, and you didn't." So if you take it personally, you're dead. And I know great, great, talented, scholarly, wonderful people whom the rabbinate has destroyed. On the other hand, there are great, great, scholarly young people who, through the rabbinate, have built the Jewish world. So you have to know yourself. You have to know yourself. When I was in the yeshiva in Chicago, so in order to get into the smicha program, the dean of the yeshiva, who was a very tough person, had to approve you. And if he didn't think that you were going to be a rav or you were cut out for it, he didn't let you into the smicha class. So I remember that one of the guys from our shir, he rejected him. So the mother of the boy came to the dean, and she said, "I don't understand. My son he's so smart, and he comes all the time, and he attends, and he prays so well, and he's a tzaddik." And he answered her, "My dear, for being a tzaddik, you get the world to come, not smicha." And that has to be remembered.
I know one thing, both of you are destined to a great and lofty position in the world to come. We're not rushing you off, so don't think we're trying to get rid of you yet. We just want you to know that you've inspired generations. You've inspired people for 50 years and beyond. You both are a walking Kiddush Hashem, each of you. And I just want to wish you continued Hatzlacha. You should go from strength to strength. Continue to be Mekadosh Shem Shemayim.
Thank you, and you too, Rabbi May. Wonderful.
Shkaya.
All right, hello everybody. We're here for the Amudim Sports and Judaism lecture symposium gathering. We're excited to be here. We want to thank everybody for their support for a great Jewish organization in Amudim. They give critical help to the Jewish community, especially featuring and dealing with mental health, important aspects, of course, to everybody's life on an everyday basis. And we want to thank, first of all, our three panelists that are here with the sports rabbi Josh Halleckman, Dimitri Salita, coming to us from Michigan. We also have Bidi Deitch from Jerusalem and Tamir Goodman as well from Jerusalem, Israel. How you guys doing today?
It's a great honor to be on this program and to share this symposium with great athletes from Jerusalem and from around the world.
Bidi, how you doing today?
I'm great. I literally just got back from a 2-hour workout and I am excited to be here.
And Tamir Goodman, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here with my friends and thankful for the opportunity.
You know, one of the things that all three of you have in common is that you all are involved in sports, all in different sports, I might add. And you're also, of course, all Jewish. And there's a huge Judaism aspect in sports and Judaism. Of course, sports rabbi. I love sports. I love Judaism. I love Israel. I love it all. And having the three of you here today, we're going to get through a lot of different topics that deal with both of them. And we're also going to learn about your stories and how you've been able to overcome various different challenges in your own careers. So I just want to get off to start with Dimitri Salita. Of course, you're originally from Odessa, Ukraine. How did you get into your sport? How did you decide to become a world-class boxer, somebody that would walk out in front of thousands and thousands of people on the Strip in Las Vegas, on HBO, in the millions and millions of homes around the world? Myself, as a sports fan, watched you many years ago, and even, of course, into your later years. How did you get into your sport of boxing?
Well, that's a great question. My family immigrated to the United States in 1991 to Brooklyn, New York. And when I was living back in Odessa, my father enrolled me in a karate club just as an after-school activity. Then when we came here, we went to public school. And after several months, my parents enrolled me again in a karate club here. And I was pretty dedicated. But my karate trainer and my older brother saw that I had a talent for boxing, and I searched for different boxing gyms in my neighborhood closest to me, and the closest one was Starrett City Boxing Club, which was still about a 40-minute ride on a bus or on a car. And I one summer in, I believe, 1995, I went to Starrett City Boxing Club, and first day that I walked into the gym was completely amazed by the atmosphere and felt drawn to it. And I think that being an immigrant and kind of, wanting to make a name for myself and wanting to establish myself as somebody in the United States, that drive and that hunger is what really fueled my desire, to be the best that I can be at my sport. And I would say that the immigrant experience is really what I believe is what really fueled the desire, to work hard and to be successful.
Bidi Deitch, you're also an immigrant, of course, to Israel. You made Aliyah a number of years ago, but you really only got into your sport much later on in life. And I know you have an amazing story. So briefly, tell us that story. How did you become the marathon mom?
My story is pretty simple. Like 5 years ago, I was tired of being out of shape and not exercising. And I basically told my husband, that's it, I'm gonna run a marathon, which I know it's extreme. Most people do the couch to 5K route. I did the couch to marathon route, and it was definitely the best decision I've ever made. I started running. I got in shape for my first ever marathon. And through that, I discovered I love running. I, thank God, have a gift of running. And it evolved over the years to the point that I am now able to do it as my job and train professionally for Israel.
That's an amazing accomplishment to be able to train for Israel, of course, and running the marathon. We'll get to your story a little bit in depth a little bit later. Tamir Goodman, you are one of the most well-known people, of course, being on, the pages of Sports Illustrated magazine, an up-and-coming basketball player, the Jewish Jordan Tab. How did you get into your sport? Why not soccer? Why not baseball? What attracted you to basketball?
Well, I fell in love with basketball because my older brothers played. I fell in love with the game at a very young age, and almost right away I realized that it meant more to me than just a game. I could remember playing with my older brothers one time in the backyard, and then we came into the kitchen, and they beat me. I lost, and I was crying. And my brother said to my mother, "Tell Tamir to just take it easy. It's just a game. Why is he crying?" And I looked at my mother and I said, "Well, Ima, to me, it's not just a game. I love this game so much, and I really want to play in college, and I really want to play professionally." And it was really love at first sight. And here I am all these years later, and I still love the game.
That's an amazing story. And that's the best that it could be, right? You can't get any better than that. Dimitri, you obviously also started off your boxing career as a youngster. How did Judaism come into play in your sport? For example, I know that when you left the Ukraine, there was definitely reasons of anti-Semitism, and your parents wanted to bring you into a life where you could, practice and be Jewish, feeling in a safe and vibrant society. So talk a little bit about that and how that plays into your sport as well.
So when my family immigrated to the United States in 1991, it was the first time in my life that I've seen religious Jewish people walking on streets with yarmulkes and dressed in traditional Jewish garb. Blocks stopped on Saturday. So, I knew that my family came to the United States because we were not allowed to practice Judaism, to learn about Judaism, and really kind of wanted to explore those possibilities. When I joined the Star City Boxing Club at the age of 13, it was, in East New York, an urban part of Brooklyn. From a social financial perspective, I really could relate to the kids in the gym because my family was on welfare. We were on food stamps, so boxing felt that boxing was my way out. And I knew, as Tamir said, I really fell in love with the sport from my first day and really wanted to be the best. Then through some circumstances of divine providence, my mother became ill with breast cancer when I was 14 years old. And one day I came to visit my mom, and my mother was sharing a room with a religious lady. I had a lot of questions about God, about Judaism, and this lady's husband came to visit her, and we had a very deep and warm conversation. This person took my information and gave it to a local Chabad rabbi, and this rabbi's name was Rabbi Zalman Lieber from Chabad of Flatbush. And I got to tell you that prior to that time, I really wanted to connect to Judaism and always believed in God. But different outreach organizations or synagogues that I went to prior to that, those experiences really weren't, didn't catch me, didn't inspire me. But Rabbi Zalman got this information, and shortly after that visit, I started to receive many calls from him, and I really felt uncomfortable and intimidated that to come visit an Orthodox shul. But time went by, and he was very warm and very nice, and I came to see what it was like. And I went to the Chabad house during the week, and I saw people there from different walks of life. Some people looked more religious, some people looked more worldly. And I felt inspired, and that inspiration really gave me strength and inspiration inside the ring. And boxing is such a mental sport, and really being in a ring, is just you, God, and your opponent. So the philosophy and the inspiration, the connection to God, and gradually through doing mitzvahs and through connecting and through learning, really inspired me and gave me the strength and the resilience to really deal with some of the issues of my personal life, of immigration. It really gave me the motivation and inspiration to be successful and to go through it and to be the best that I could be. And one of the things that I want to say is that when I went to high school, I went to James Madison High School, which is located in Brooklyn, New York. I was very slowly progressing in my observance in my Judaism. And I remember being in school and being in an inner city Brooklyn boxing gym really influenced by hip hop music, by African American culture, in many ways. And then I remember, never meeting Tamir before, reading Sports Illustrated and seeing the Daily News and seeing this guy with a yarmulke playing basketball, being proud about his Judaism. And that really inspired me and really gave me the strength and the motivation to use my time, because I really always knew that I would make it, make it to a high level, to use that time, that opportunity, to highlight who I was and why my family immigrated to the United States, and my journey. So I'm been on several different symposiums with Tamir, and I'm very grateful that life has brought us together to share the stage. But I was really very much inspired by Tamir since I was a young kid, and I'm very grateful that now he's my friend. I want to say Tamir, to me, he's like a sports rebbe. When I meet him, I feel a level of inspiration and just pure goodness. So I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I feel Tamir's love all the way from Jerusalem and Israel.
Tamir's the man. What could we say? What a dedication, boy. It's quite amazing, Dimitri. Your words are just so inspiring. Beatty, you're an inspiration to millions of people around the world. You have a unique story in itself. You came to your sport much later on. You came to your sport after immigrating to a new country, going from the United States to Israel. You are looked at as a role model for so many young women, so many young religious women, so many young Jewish women, so many women that want to be just like you in modesty. How have you been able to use that in your sport to promote the message that you have of, just being who you are, to be able to run and to be able to show that, yes, as a young Jewish woman, you're able to do these things?
It's something I ever really imagined myself doing. And it's made me realize how every single one of us can really have an impact. And through our actions, we influence other people without even realizing sometimes. So to me, one of the most important messages that I like to share and that I myself have experienced is that you can achieve whatever it is you want, whatever your dreams, at the highest level of sport and across any field, and you don't have to compromise on your values. And, people see that because I get to the start line of a race and I'm dressed very differently than every other athlete there. I'm in my modest clothing. It's quite obvious. And still, I've won marathons, I've won international races. I'm going to try and represent Israel at the highest level. And even if I'm not able to make it Olympics, to me, that's the greatest thing I could do is stand up for Shabbat, stand up for my values, stand up for what I believe in, and show people that ultimately it's still worth pursuing those dreams, even if there are moments where you're not going to have that ultimate, the pinnacle, what everyone else says is success, but you're going to hold on to what we value as most important, Shabbat and any of the other mitzvot that we keep.
Tamir, you've inspired so many people to be able to just pick up a basketball and know that you can live your dream. You were probably the father of so many children that are out there that look at, wow, I can be a Jewish person and I can play basketball at the highest level. I can play basketball in college. I can play basketball in the professional leagues, and you've done all of that. What is it like for you, as going back those years as a young Jewish boy? What were the challenges for you trying to get to the top of your sport, Tamir?
Well, I'm very blessed that I grew up in a really good home, a very supportive home. And my parents and my rabbis and my community and my coaches and my friends, they never made me feel that like Judaism is in the way of your dreams. They always said that Hashem gives us our blessings and gives each person their own unique journey so that they could better the world. And the Torah and Judaism is just there to show us how to do it in a more happy and meaningful way, and that Hashem is just there cheering us on the whole time. And so I never really felt like there was a conflict. I always felt like Judaism is here to help me. It's not here to get in the way of my basketball dreams. And I think if there was any challenge in the world for me, other than like the regular basketball challenges of what players have to go through and overcome, was kind of just showing other people that we shouldn't let society dictate what we can or cannot accomplish. You know, if maybe on the outside it might have seen as been impossible, and maybe some people would have viewed that as the biggest challenge of my journey, but because of the way that I grew up and because of my support system, it really wasn't a challenge for me. It was really an opportunity and a blessing to hopefully inspire as many people as possible. So I never felt a specific challenge. Maybe people saw that challenge for me because they said it's impossible, because all the Division I teams play on Shabbat, because the professional teams play on Shabbat. But because I was raised the way that I was raised and I was around the people that I was around, I was able to use all of this and view it as a blessing and never as like a challenge.
You know, I'm going to bounce back to Bidi right now because we're on the subject of, you mentioned Olympics, you mentioned Shabbat, and I think, you know, one of the most well-known stories in the past year or two, Bidi, is the fact that you've been trying to run the marathon in the Olympics. And of course, the Olympic marathon was scheduled to be on a Saturday, to be on the Sabbath, to be on Shabbat. In essence, that would, you know, deny you that chance to run in that marathon. Talk a little bit about, you know, the challenges of being an athlete, the challenges of being a marathon runner, the challenges now that obviously just trying to get that even changed if it's going to be possible, to try to live that dream of running in the Olympic Games representing Israel.
Yeah, so definitely as an athlete, there are going to be a lot of the competitions that will come up on Shabbat. The truth is that as a marathon runner, I thought it was really compatible with an Orthodox lifestyle because the vast majority of marathons are scheduled on Sundays. So I didn't even think it was going to, I was going to face any issues when I started getting into the field. And the Tokyo Olympic Marathon was also originally scheduled for a Sunday. So I thought it was, you know, going to work out really well. But unfortunately, I think that it's really hard for people to, even though we've moved towards a lot more tolerance in a lot of other areas and ways, I find that speaking up about religion and asking for accommodation when it comes to religious needs is something that's not nearly as spoken about, that's not necessarily as accepted, that could be a lot more uncomfortable, that people don't have as easy time doing. And that's why I made the decision, even though personally, like, I don't need to run in the Olympics. I'm okay. Like, my life is great if I can't do that. But I felt like it was worth trying to ask for some accommodation so that anyone else out there who's struggling in any other area to be able to succeed and has, you know, religious challenges, they'll be able to use their voice and stuff also. So that was that I think is my goal in bringing awareness to this issue. And I think it's not just, it's possible that it's not even something just Jews struggle with, you know, there are religious Christians also. And I think it needs to be something that we're more comfortable speaking up about and expressing.
That's really amazing, Bidi. It's obviously one of the biggest stories. And of course, everybody around the world has seen this story and is definitely influenced, as you said, all different types of denominations, all different types of religions, which is fabulous. Dimitri, you, I know, of course, would only wait till after Shabbat to step into the boxing ring. And I remember many a times when I click on the TV to HBO to watch you come out, I knew it would have to be way after Shabbat was well over on a Saturday night. But boy, Saturday night at 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m., whatever time it was on the East Coast, watching you step into the ring. What were those challenges like for you, especially leading up to a fight where you know you're going to be fighting after Shabbat? Talk a little bit about that experience in itself.
So first of all, I want to say that I've never met Bidi, but I've read and heard a lot about her, and she is the only active athlete on this panel, and at the highest level. So and what she's doing for women and for strong Jewish women, especially in pop culture. And there's such a big sentiment in pop culture against the different stereotypes about Judaism. It's so beautiful, and I'm so honored to be on this panel. And thank you so much for being here, for spreading the message and for doing what you do in such an amazing way. So my Shabbos journey started when I was still an amateur. I was slowly growing in my Judaism, and I was getting ready to go to the U.S. Nationals. And before I went to the Nationals, I would come to my rabbi to get a blessing. And I came to my rabbi, and my rabbi said I suggested to write a letter to the Rebbe, to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. And I wrote a letter, and the answer that I got was that you'll be successful in what you do and will have influence over many people, but do what you do according to Jewish law, through Torah and mitzvahs. And my rabbi said, for you, Dimitri, this means that you shouldn't. Well, he actually said, for you, David, this means that you shouldn't box on Shabbos. And when he requested that of me, I was 18 years old, getting ready to go to the Nationals in Gulfport, Mississippi. I was a bit shocked by that request. I said, Rabbi Zalman, I'm not really Shabbos observant at this point, and nobody knows who I am. How can I request for USA Boxing to change my schedule? But we had a deep and very honest conversation, and he convinced me. I felt that it was the right thing to do. And the way national tournaments work is the tournament starts on Monday, and if you make it, and if you win every one of the fights, you progress, and the finals are on Saturday afternoon. So when I got to Mississippi, I told the USA Boxing organizers that I wouldn't be able to box on Shabbat and in the finals. They said, well, in that case, you'll be disqualified. But I had so many talented boxers in my weight class that I said to myself, let me take it a day at a time, and I'll figure it out when I get there. So in the semifinals, I fought a boxer who was an amateur boxing world champion, multi-time national champion, very talented guy, one of the favorites to win the tournament. And I beat him, and it was a big upset. And a person that was covering the tournament from the Sun Herald was Dylan Hernandez, who was now a writer for the LA Times. And he said, Dimitri, wow, what a great upset. We've never heard of you before. What can we expect in the finals? And I said, Dylan, I won't be able to box in the finals because I'm an observant Jew and I observe Shabbos, and I won't be able to fight at 2:00 on Saturday. And USA Boxing told me that I would be disqualified. So he said, let me see what I could do. And he spoke with USA Boxing on my behalf, and they changed my time. And I was able to compete in my final match, on Saturday night after Shabbat was over. And thank God I won. And after that, as a progression of that, I was supposed to go to the World Championships, but they wouldn't change or wouldn't try to adjust my time. So I stayed home and I didn't go to the World Championships for that particular tournament. But later next year, I entered the Golden Gloves and I won the Golden Gloves. And instead of Friday, my final was on a Thursday. And I also got the Sugar Robinson Award, which is given to the outstanding boxer of the tournament, which was a really incredible and great honor. And then I turned pro. And when I turned pro, I signed with one of the leading, the biggest company in boxing, which was Top Rank. And in my contract, I had a clause that said that I don't box on Shabbat or any Jewish holidays. So I really felt that I was blessed to do what I had to do through my talent of boxing, and that was my kind of part of the world that I had to illuminate to the best of my ability. And certainly there were lots of logistical challenges, lots of different people from different backgrounds. Some supported it, some didn't, some felt otherwise. But I really just felt inspired and felt to be on a mission to do it and to do it to the best of my ability. And and my observance and my education in Judaism grew throughout that process. I was 19 years old when I turned pro, and having the accomplishments that I had and being a Jewish religious boxer really was such a novelty and got so much attention. It was a pretty interesting and fun process to deal with all of that. And again, I come from the Soviet Union, still from the Soviet Union when I came here, was kind of learning on the job in terms of what Judaism was you know, in terms of my growth in Judaism and being able to deal with, you know, with all the media and all the attention that I received. But you know, one of the people that had such a great influence on me was Mr. Jimmy O'Farah, who was an older African American man, who was my trainer, my mentor. And when I was a kid, he told me that you know, you're gonna do great stuff, and encouraged me to be an individual, to be who I was, and to you know, and to proudly kick butt with a Star of David on my trunks. So I was blessed to do that for many years throughout my career.
That's an amazing story. That's fabulous.
They are angels, literally angels. They do their work quietly, and they do it well, and they always, always succeed. That's one thing Tzvi Gluck and his father, Rabbi Gluck, until 120, and all his angels at Amudim, they do not take no for an answer. When you get on the phone with them, you can ask the most difficult requests, the most difficult emergencies, and Tzvi says, no problem. His people say, no problem. We know that it's really difficult. These are impossible requests, and they always make it seem like smearing butter on a hot piece of toast. And God, Hashem, certainly knows that they are angels, heroes, heroines in our community. There's no way for us to thank them enough other than doing whatever we can to support them and make sure their work continues.
Tamir, we know that you have had all kinds of Shabbat experiences. I've heard so many different stories, and you are so dedicated, of course, to the holiness of the special day. Talk a little bit about that challenge for you. And I know you have so many different, at every step of the way, you were challenged. Every step of the way, if it was Maryland, if it was Townsend, your teammates, just everything. Talk a little bit about that challenge for you.
I'll just share one quick story about Shabbat challenge that I had. My freshman year at Towson University, we had a game in Boston on Thursday night. And I played the entire game basically, and it was really drained after the game. You know, they say you leave it on the floor. In college basketball, you leave it on the floor. You're done by the time the game's over. But the next day, the Friday, was Asara B'Tevet. It was a Jewish fast day. And I knew that I had to get ready for the fast the next day. We were going to have practice that day, and I was going to have to practice without eating or drinking. And Thursday night after the game, the guys went to a non-kosher restaurant, and I just stayed on the team bus, and I asked the players for the leftover water from the game, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to replenish my body and get ready for the fast. So they all went to eat at the restaurants, and I just stayed on the team bus, and I drank as much water as I could. The next day, we had a full practice at UConn in Connecticut. I didn't eat and I didn't drink. And after practice, we had made arrangements that I was going to stay at a Jewish person's house for Shabbat. Our next game was going to be on Saturday night, and there was going to be a practice on Saturday. But it started snowing when I got back on the bus after practice, and the bus got stuck in a big traffic jam. And I saw that Shabbat was about to start. So I walked up to the front of the bus and I tapped my coach on the shoulder. And I said, Coach, I have a little bit of a problem. And he's like, what is it now? I said, well, Shabbat's about to start and I can't be on this bus during Shabbat. So he's like, what are you going to do? I said, I'll just walk to the Jewish community. So he's like, you're going to walk to the Jewish community? I'm like, yeah. He's like, have you ever been to Connecticut before? I'm like, no, it's my first time, but I'll figure it out. So he's like, that's fine. You could get off this bus, but you have to be at practice tomorrow. You can't be late. You don't need to play, but you need to watch. So I said, all right, Coach, I'm still fasting. I get off the bus and I start walking in the snow, trying to find the Jewish community in Connecticut. And I finally get there, and I get to people's house, and I knock on the door. I'm like, "Hi, Tamir. I think I'm supposed to be staying here for Shabbat." They couldn't believe it, you know? And I'm like, "Yeah." I came in. We had Friday night. It was so nice. And Shabbat morning, I had to pray really early, and I asked the people where I was staying, how far away is the university from here? Because coach said I need to be at practice. So it was over a 2-hour walk. And I walked all the way, and I watched practice, and I walked all the way back, and it was the winter time. Shabbat ended early. Shabbat was already almost over by the time I got back. And the Jewish people where I was staying, they drove me to play on the game on Saturday night. But there was one problem. I got to the practice 15 minutes late. I have never been to Connecticut, and I couldn't find the gym. And you're never allowed to come to practice late in college basketball. There's no excuses. But I got there on Saturday night. I played the whole game. And coaches, we lost. Coach was upset a little bit. We were in the locker room, and he's like, "Look, we're driving back to Maryland tonight. It's like a 6-hour drive. When we get back on campus, Tamir, you need to run suicide sprints, which are like the hardest sprints in basketball, because you can't be 15 minutes late to practice." And I could have never told him about the fasting and and it was such a far walk, and I'd never been there. None of that matters. You got to be to practice on time. So we drive all the way back to Maryland. I'm still barely recovering from the fast and then playing. And we get to the gym. It's like 6 a.m. And the way the gym was at Towson was the locker room's downstairs, and then you come upstairs. It's the basketball court, and then you could exit to the football stadium. So I went straight to the court because I knew I had to run my punishment run. All the other guys went to get their stuff. They got their stuff, and they came upstairs. And when they came upstairs, instead of just going on to the dorm room and continuing to their dorms, they all stopped at the entrance of the gym, and they were watching what was going on in the gym. What was going on in the gym? I was running the suicides, okay? And they were all timed, and you can't miss one line. And it was so intense, and it was so hard, and my body was so weak that I started having tears coming out of my eyes. I was crying. I was crying when I was running. My body couldn't even take it anymore. And I'm running the sprints, and I'm running the suicides, and I'm running the suicides, and they were all in shock. They just stayed there to support me until I would finish my punishment. And I never felt more Jewish than I ever did in that moment. And I never felt Shabbat come more alive to me more than that moment, because it wasn't just something I was reading about. It was something that like my whole body and my mind experienced through those sprints. And just that fact that none of my teammates are Jewish, and they were just waiting in the hallway, waiting for me to finish. They saw me crying. They saw the tears coming out of my eyes, but they wanted to support me. They wanted to show me that they were with me. And I'll never forget when I finished the sprints, my coach looked at me and he said, "I just want to let you know, like, whatever you put your mind to in life, you're always going to be able to accomplish. You've totally proved that to me." And that's just one of the many stories of me and Shabbat. But at the end of the day, they all had a positive ending, which was my teammates and coaches there to support me along the way. And, I'm thankful that I got a chance to live through it. And I'm so happy to be friends with Dimitri, who lived through it, and watch Beatty, what she's doing through it live right now. It's really inspiring. And I love everybody, and blessings to everybody and their unique journey as well.
Tamir, I knew there'd be a new Shabbat story that I hadn't heard yet, because there's always Shabbat stories that you've had in school. But it's really amazing. But also, being sports, Judaism, Shabbat, brings up a serious issue of the mental health side of being an athlete, and mental health in general. You have to be so mentally strong, and I think those are things that we've heard from all three of you, Dimitri, Beatty, and Tamir. How important and crucial, Beatty, is the mental health side for you, you as an athlete, you as a mother, you as somebody that is in the media's eyes, you as somebody that is a role model? How crucial and critical is mental health in that aspect?
So I think the beauty of sport, that it's so much more than physical. It's necessary for mental well-being. And that's what I discovered most when I started running. It was like, I went for 6 years as a mom, not taking care of myself. And running gave me this outlet that I so desperately needed. I was a much better mother, spouse, when I started running, because I gave myself that time to myself. And as everyone has spoken about, like you can't be a successful athlete without tapping into the power of your mind. And what I've learned in my journey through training is our mind is so incredibly powerful, and you can actively coach yourself to do anything. And the more that you tune into like the words, your brains, the messages your brain sends, and you learn how to channel your mind, you can overcome anything. There's nothing that's too hard. There's nothing that stands in your way. You can learn how to be calm and stay relaxed. Like every race that I show up at, it's really just a mind game. And I'm working the whole time with and actually coaching myself through it so that I can get the most out of myself. And through sport, like practicing that on a daily basis in my training has helped me, like when I'm, in the kitchen and all my kids are having meltdowns and I also want to have a meltdown and start just be like, I'm done, guys, I'm done, I lost it. I can tell myself in my head, no, you're stronger than that. And just like you didn't lose it in that crazy work today, you're not going to lose it right now. So and definitely our own mental health, is so important to being successful as an athlete.
That was just amazing, Beatty. Now, Dimitri, I want to bring a quote to you. Yogi Berra, the great baseball catcher, said, baseball is 90% mental, the other half is physical. Now, the irony is that boxing is the same thing, exactly. The sweet science, as they call it, boxing psychology, training your brain, the mental wellness, the mental health side of boxing is so critical for the success of a boxer. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges that you had in that aspect surrounding your sport and Judaism as well?
Well, for sure. I think mental strength and mental preparedness is a big part of sports and certainly a big part of boxing. And as you progress up the ladder of success, the more people cheer for you, the more reporters write about you, and the bigger your fights are on TV or your events, certainly adds more pressure. And I remember, several times throughout my career, being in a ring a couple of minutes before the fight is starting and thinking to yourself, my God, man, millions of people are watching you, And so certainly very important to visualize, very important to practice, and very important to stay focused on the goal. And I think sports teaches us certainly taught me to at times, being able to focus on one goal for the amount of time that you have to do it and put other things aside. I think that over the last several years, mental health and ways to learn about it, to read about it, has been much more available. When I was kind of growing up, you knew that you had to be mentally strong, but there was not as many resources to be able to read about it and to really understand from a scientific point of view the effect that it had on your performance. But over the last several years, I've been reading about the different ways, not really only in sports but truly in life, how mental health is important for everyday life. And I think in sports, and certainly during events, that comes to its maximum capacity. 2 hours before the fight, getting your hands wrapped, put on your shoes, and the minutes of walking into the ring. I remember looking at myself in the mirror and my eyes were red with intensity because it's a combination of excitement, of some fear, of nervousness, and a high level of adrenaline. But I've always found it important to take a deep breath and remember, focus on all the training that you've done to get to this point, and do what you have to do, what you train for. So, definitely mental health is a big part of sports and a big part of life.
An incredible story. I really like the fact when you're talking about the locker room, the 2 hours before the fight, before any athlete goes out, where you're preparing for something, there's that adrenaline rush. There's just that time leading up to it. And Tamir, you of course have had many occasions where you were tested mentally. in all of your career, if it was in high school, if it was in college, if it was as a professional basketball player, how critical is the mental health and the mental side for you when you were a basketball player as a professional and as a college, as an amateur?
Yeah, mental health and mental toughness in athletics and in life is really, it's really almost everything. There's an old saying from the Tanya that I always think about, a teaching from the Tanya that says like, that like our mind is stronger than our heart. Our mind controls everything else. And I believe that's really true. And, in basketball, you miss a lot of shots. Everybody misses shots. There's never been a player that doesn't miss shots. But the greatest players in the world know how to focus on the next shot. So even if they airballed, even if they missed, it doesn't really matter. They're able to come right back and focus on the next opportunity. We saw that this year with the Lakers and Green when he missed that open three, but then the next game he came right back and was able to make the shots. And I think that that's what life is all about. Life is all about being resilient, bouncing back, making the next shot, making the best of the opportunities that are given to you. Realize, picture what you want to accomplish, go out there and make it happen. And even if there's a bump along the way, that just means you're closer to reaching your goal. And I think that's what Amudim does. And that's why I'm particularly so grateful to be part of this initiative, because I understand how much mental health helps both athletes and everybody in the world. So congratulations to Amudim on everything that you're doing, and for teaching everyone that's part of your organization how special they are, and they have to mentally view themselves as being special. And even if there's a stumbling block, to always remember that your mind is stronger than our heart. Like when we strengthen our mind, we could really go out there and accomplish everything we need to accomplish.
Beatty, when you're standing at the start line of a race, you're getting ready, you're standing there, your head is covered, you're wearing a skirt, you're wearing long sleeves. It is clear you are different than every other runner, most probably in that marathon. You are a Jew. How do you take that and take it to the highest level where people are looking at you as a role model? That could be the people that are watching it on the sides of the streets. Those could be the young girls that are watching it on television. Those could be your fellow athletes that are standing next to you on that start line. What is that for you? What does that mean to you? What type of feedback have you gotten from the people that surround you as being a proud Jew at that start line?
I will just say that, thank God, the feedback is always really positive. People tell me, I've almost always only had, people give me positive comments about what I'm doing. And I think that's because when you respect yourself and you really are confident in what you're doing and you believe in it, and then people respect you. And you go out there, I say, go out there and be proud to be a Jew and don't be embarrassed of it. And I remember once when I was competing in the half marathon national championship in Israel, really my first big race, no one knew who I was. And it was pouring rain. I was standing at the start line thinking, oh, poor me, I'm going to be schlepping an extra 10 pounds of water with my skirt, right? I'm the only one in that skirt. And then I quickly corrected myself and I'm like, you know what? Our mitzvot are our wings. They help us fly. They never hold us back. And I'm like, my skirt is going to power me to the finish line. And I won that race. So I was flying at the end. It was like I had so much energy. I'm like, wait, it's already the halfway. It's already done. I ran a 1:19 half marathon, and the Israeli, they were just so shocked. Where'd she come from? Because I'd never been in any other previous competitions. So always remember that you should, go out there, be proud of being Jewish. Your mitzvot are your wings. They're going to carry you to your success. And you make your mark in the world, shine that light. We all are a vessel to reflect God's light in the world in our own unique way. And the world cannot exist what we bring to it. And when we go out there and we use our talents and our strengths to make a difference, that's fulfilling our mission here. That's bringing more of God's light into the world, and that's what it means to be part of the Jewish people.
Thank you for sharing those wonderful stories and those wonderful inspirational words to all of us. Of course, Tamir, you've inspired so many people as well. The minute you were in the pages of Sports Illustrated, millions of people saw that, wow, there is the Jewish Jordan. Tamir, you yourself have broken so many glass ceilings. If it's with Zone 190, the great product that you've been able to bring to NBA teams across the United States and Canada, to all the colleges, and to all the youngsters that have come to Jerusalem to be with you at your camps, to be inspired by you, to be inspired by really the first Orthodox Jewish Jordan, Jewish athlete that has been in the pages of Sports Illustrated. Talk about the impact that you've had on so many different people post-career in your lifetime.
Wow, thank you. I just feel like everybody is unique in their own way. Everybody has their own unique journey. Everyone has to do the absolute best they can in taking it, what it is that they love, and pursuing it as far as possible, and just trying to find a way to better the world and inspire and help other people through their own unique journey and blessings. And for me, that was through basketball as a player, and now post-basketball as a coach, entrepreneur that helps a lot of Israeli startup tech companies and my products and the kids that I come in contact with. It's all one thing. It's all just, me trying to reach my potential in this world, trying to help everybody in whatever way possible. And I think each person in their own way needs to just try to find out what their uniqueness is in the world, how to reach their potential, and how to help other people do that and help other people reach their potential. And I think that's what this platform is ultimately about. I think that's what Amudim is about. And that would be my final message to all. Just believe how special and unique you are. Go all the way with it. Never let society dictate what you can or cannot do. And along the way, better the world and help everyone you come in contact with. And thank you all. Thank you, the sports rabbi, for the incredible job as always. And thank you for everyone who made this possible, and especially to Dimitri and Bidi as well, and everybody that's been involved. Thank you guys so much.
I want to just wrap up this great symposium. Thanks to Amudim for bringing on board 3 amazing inspirational athletes in Tamir Goodman, in Bidi Deitch, and of course in Dimitri Salita, who have all broken glass ceilings across the board, around the world, inspiring and touching millions and millions of people in ways that they don't even know, and they won't even know until years to come, because the younger generation, of course, is the future of all of these athletes. Who knows who the next Dimitri, who knows who the next Bidi, who knows who the next Tamir Goodman will be. And of course, without today's symposium by Amudim, which is a wonderful Jewish organization helping the community, critical as they deal with mental health, which is such an important aspect of our society and society around the Jewish community around the globe. Thank you so much for joining us on Amudim's Sports and Judaism Symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of you for joining us for United to Heal to benefit the great work of Amudim. My name is David Solomon. I am the founder of Central Pine Capital. More importantly, I am a board member of Amudim. We are blessed to have three of the foremost askanim in the Jewish world with us this evening to talk about askanus, communal involvement, advocacy, and responsibility. I'd like to welcome Rabbi Aaron Cutler, CEO of Beth Medrash Gavoa, the world-famous Lakewood Yeshiva, Rabbi Chaim David Zwiebel, Executive Vice President of the Agudas Yisrael of America, and Acharon Chaviv, Mr. Maish Bain, President of the Orthodox Union and Head of the Bankruptcy Practice at Ropes and Gray. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for a rich discussion to benefit the great work of Amudim. Personally, I've been looking forward to this particular panel for three reasons. First of all, I've had the great privilege of engaging with each of you on communal matters of concern. Second of all, you are all longtime friends and supporters of Amudim. And finally, your experience in the area of askanus is unparalleled. In preparation for this panel, I went to Wikipedia and looked up the term askanus. Sure enough, I found absolutely nothing, no entry whatsoever. In my mind, askanus means communal involvement, advocacy, and responsibility. I'd love it if each of you could describe what askanus means to you, and perhaps a minute or two on how you got into this business. Let's start with Rabbi Cutler.
Well, David, first of all, it's really good to be here with you, a dear friend. It's so wonderful to see you, and it's wonderful to be here for such a noble and great cause as Amudim, helping those in need. And I've been to the Amudim events, well aware of the work that Amudim does. I know the staff, and what you are doing is essential in Klal Yisrael. I too looked up the term askanus in Wikipedia just now, and I'm starting to edit a little page for you on that, so maybe the next person. But jokes aside, I think it's a question of identity. How do we identify ourselves? Are we individuals who are leading rich, rewarding individual lives who benefit from the community, who benefit from the klal, whether that klal is immediate around us or the greater klal? Is that our identity? We're individuals, we have ourselves, we have our families, and then we want to benefit from the klal, and therefore sometimes we've got to give a little bit back. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is to flip the identities around. We identify ourselves first and foremost as members of a klal. We are Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael is comprised of many individuals, but our core identity is we are part of a klal. We're part of a greater group. You know that feeling you get when you're out in Australia on the Barrier Reef somewhere, or you're on an airplane or some strange place and you meet another Jew and you have that, even religious, secular, we don't really care at that point. You have that instant sense of connection. My identity is a klal identity. As a klal identity, the klal is comprised of many individuals, many communities, many families. In my view, the proper and most rewarding and fulfilling approach to askanus is that latter model. We are a klal. Klal Yisrael is one greater whole. Now, when we're involved in askanus, it's not that we're benefiting from something and we're giving back. This is the core of our identity. And I believe that all the great Jewish leaders try to instill this in us, starting from the way the Torah spoke to the Jewish people. It called us Klal Yisrael. It called us the house of Yaakov, B'nai Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. It never referred to us as individuals. And if we can refine and develop that identity as human beings, that we're not atomized individuals who benefit from participation, we'll have an outpouring of people who want to not give back to the klal, but to shape that klal and advance its causes in every way. So it's about identity, and let's all jump in there, as my dear Mechutin Rav Moshe Bain you're the only one, you didn't call him rabbi, but he's a great learned scholar. So I'm going to object him to call my great Mechut and Reb Moshe and Reb Chaim David. This is the way they lead their lives and the way we all should lead our lives. I look up to people like that, and together, the whole Klal Yisrael is so much stronger than we are as individuals. As to how I got into it, one could say that I was born into it, but it's really not so true because living in Lakewood was not really on my bucket list, although I certainly landed up here and plan to stay here for a very long time. But it's in my blood, it's in my family, and it has always been there. And I'm blessed and fortunate to have had a chinuch where my mother, my father, my grandparents, and many of those around us, and the hashkafa around us, the hashkafa of Lakewood was one, you're part of a greater whole, and you are responsible to that whole.
Thank you for your perspective. Rabbi Zwiebel, what do you have to add? How do you think about Astonis?
Thank you, David, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this very august panel. It's a schus, a privilege to sit together with Rabbi Aaron Kotler, with Rabbi Moshe Bain, two of the really wonderful Askanim in Klal Yisrael today, and David yourself with all the activities that you're involved in. And on behalf of an organization like Amudim, which is really at the forefront of dealing with some of the most difficult challenges that Klal Yisrael faces today, the families of Klal Yisrael, the individuals within Klal Yisrael who need help, who need the kind of assistance that Amudim has, in a very real way, provided that is life-saving. There's no other way to describe it. It is literally life-saving, and it's an honor to be able to say thank you publicly to the work, to Rabbi Tzvi. It's just the sort of thing which Klal Yisrael could not manage today without an organization like Amudim. Yasher Koach. I was very much moved by what Rabbi Aaron just said. It jogged my memory to how I first came to work for Agudas Yisrael. I was a lawyer for about 4.5 years in one of the large law firms in Midtown Manhattan, Paul Weiss Rifkin, and was visited by my dear friend Rabbi Shmuel Blum, who at that time was the executive vice president of Agudas Yisrael, and he came to invite me to come to a convention and to make a contribution to the work of Agudas Yisrael. And we were schmoozing a little bit, and he asked me, what are your plans, long-term plans? I said, the truth is that if the right opportunity were to arise, I would be very happy to leave my position here at Paul Weiss, because the work was very, very time-consuming and didn't allow me really to enjoy my family the way I hoped I would. So if I could find something a little bit easier, I would be interested in doing that. 2 days later, I get a phone call from Rabbi Moshe Sher inviting me to come and see him. Rabbi Moshe Sher, the Kohen Levracha, was the president of Agudas Yisrael. And he told me about the possibility of a position opening up in the Aguda. I told him I appreciate the offer and said to him, but what will be with Parnasa? You know, I work for a large law firm now and I have a family, Kanayin Hara. And I need the parnasa. So he said, you know, we say in benching, harachaman hu yafarnaseinu b'chavod. And so there are those of us who get our parnasa with money, and there are others who get their parnasa with kavod, with honor. Too much money you won't make here at the Aguda, but kavod, anashir. You'll get as much kavod as you could ever hope for. Anyway, he said, why don't you come to the convention, taste the convention, see what it's like, and you'll get a sense of whether this is the sort of thing that would appeal to you. I'd never been to an Aguda convention before, and I came that year, it was a few weeks after this meeting, and I was there Thursday evening. And there were speakers who were speaking about problems affecting Klal Yisrael, and there were speakers from every walk of life, people with up hats, people with down hats. There were sitting in the audience people with kippot srugot. It occurred to me then when I was sitting there that I'm part of something a lot larger than just myself, than just my own local shtibel or my own immediate family, or even my own yeshiva. I'm part of something called Klal Yisrael, and Klal Yisrael has Ashkenazim and Sfardim, and they have people from the Hasidic world and from the Litvish world and American and Bali Tshuva and modern Orthodox, and Klal Yisrael encompasses, of course, those who have not yet come to embrace Torah. And that was the mean, I've known it intellectually, but I felt it with such power, sitting there among hundreds of people, listening to the discussions, to the deliberations that were taking place at the Aguda convention. Within a few weeks, I agreed to join the Aguda. I'm not so sure about the covet part, whether that has come true through these years, but Askanis, I think, is founded on, as Aaron said, an acknowledgement and recognition that I am part of something much larger than myself. I am part of something called Klal Yisrael, and because I am part of that, I owe a certain responsibility to that family. These are my family. These are my brothers and sisters, and their problems have to be my problems. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me a certain set of skills, a certain set of talents, certain resources that I can devote to Klal Yisrael. That's something that it's an obligation in a certain sense. It's a mechayev. So when we speak about askanos and what it means, I think, recognizing that there is something much greater than your own Daled Ames, your immediate surroundings, that should command your attention, that should command your achrayus, and that's something which I hope that everybody would acknowledge as we move forward.
Thank you for sharing that. Maish, you came up the ranks on the lay leader side. What would be your definition of askanos, and tell us how'd you get into this?
I may have first of all, thank you, David, and thank you, Amudim, and my co-panelists who are both a mechutin and close friends. I think I have perhaps a different view on askanos in general. I think askanos could come up and be manifest in so many different ways. I think askanos, as was mentioned earlier, is a recognition that we're part of a klal, part of a community, and the community has a collective relationship with God, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore, my contribution needs to be a contribution in the context of that global aggregate relationship between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How that's manifest has to differ dramatically person to person. And whether that is manifest through community involvement, organizational involvement, or a person's private learning Torah on behalf of the community, or a person taking care of their family, which is a critical component that relates to the community and advances the community. I find very often young people are eager to get involved in community activism as an askan, failing to realize that being home with their children may be the greatest askanas that the community could benefit from. So it takes a very subjective and objective analysis of what a person's personal productivities are, what their talents are, and what their capacities are to decide. I was blessed as a young balabas, as an attorney, with a very healthy family, Baruch Hashem. My children were very well adjusted and very contented and successful. My wife was home full time, and it afforded me an opportunity to have time and capacity to spend on community affairs. And therefore, that was a route that was natural to me. It was very much consistent with my talent base and the kinds of things I enjoyed doing and the kind of aspirations I had. But it was purely a reaction to who I was, but not necessarily a formula that's appropriate across the board. I think what is appropriate across the board is a recognition that regardless of the role that you have in the community, there needs to be a recognition that the community is at the heart of what you're doing in whatever capacity that is.
Thank you. My next question is, and maybe we'll start with Rabbi Zwiebel, when you need to act to benefit our community, how do you balance or take into account how our non-Jewish neighbors might perceive our actions? And some of this might be, probably embedded within my question is a little bit on current events. How do you deal with that? How do you grapple with it?
Right. So the Masorah that we have within Agudas Yisrael is that what can be accomplished quietly behind the scenes is usually best accomplished quietly behind the scenes, without attracting a whole lot of fanfare. There are times, of course, when that's not possible. There are times when it's necessary to, in some way, get into the public eye. But the default mode, the preferred mode, clearly is one where we work behind the scenes through the contacts that we may have with government officials who are capable and have the authority to deal with the issues that we bring to them. So, you know, that is clearly the general modus operandi. It doesn't always work. There are times when it is necessary in order to protect the interests of the community, to be involved in public activity, which will, especially in an era where the spotlight is trained upon our community so closely, which will bring us into the public eye and subject us to scrutiny of those who may or may not be friendly toward our overall interests and concerns. So therefore, without question, the issue of whether or not and under what circumstances we get involved in a public type of activity that will attract the attention of the non-Jewish world or even the broader Jewish world in ways which could be harmful overall to our interests and certainly to Kvod Shamayim, has to be taken into account in all these considerations. There are times, for example, though, where in order to accomplish what needs to be accomplished, you know, there are a variety of different approaches that might be taken. And if the approach is one which is going to lead to a negative image of the community, you know, we're treading on very sensitive territory, and perhaps Tol Hashem, demonstrations in the streets of Borough Park and public burnings of face masks, certainly things that we totally dissociate ourselves from those types of things. At the same time, dealing with an intransigent government official who creates laws and orders, executive orders that are impossible for our community to live with, may require some sort of a public activity to deal with that, and that might mean litigation, as has happened in the context of some of the executive orders that Governor Cuomo in New York has issued recently. But overall, the bottom line is that we do take into account the question of what the image of the community will be when we undertake any particular action. So, you know, the question is a very correct one, and it's important for Askanim like ourselves to always remember that we are strangers in a land which is not ours, and need to behave accordingly.
Thank you. Mike, do you have a different take on that?
My take differs not dramatically, but perhaps in a nuanced way, and that is that when we consider the relationship that we have with our non-Jewish neighbors in America, and we consider it exclusively in the context of asserting our personal or communal rights, it begs the question of what our responsibility is as members of a society. And the Orthodox community generally only views itself as concerned with our neighbors when we have a right that we feel we're deprived in getting, and then we have to calculate, as Rabbi Zwiebel correctly recounted, how much of a public face that deserves and how much we should be doing it quietly, which the OU shares the Aguda's perspective that almost always it should be done in a non-belligerent and non-adversarial way if at all possible. But you can't start when there's a crisis, and you can't start when there's an adversarial dynamic that demands rights. You need to start with a cultural appreciation that we're living, as Moshe Feinstein Zatzal said, it's an olam chesed, it's a country of chesed, and the chesed has to be reciprocal. And this reciprocity means that we have to acknowledge and contribute to the community in a way that we are perhaps uniquely capable of contributing. We have values that are unique. We have behaviors that are incredibly valuable. And by denying a responsibility to general society in normal times, it's very hard to calculate and measure how our responses need to be to the non-Orthodox or non-Jewish community. I would also add that there's an added dimension to it, and that is the impact of belligerence to the non-Jewish community and the disregard we often have and almost bordering on bigotry towards non-Jews in our behavior. Maybe we have hashkafic justifications for certain attitudes, but not behavioral justifications. How it impacts the next generation in the Frum community, who have perhaps a different perspective on the non-Jewish world and the rights and respect that they should be given. And I'm concerned that unless we show that kind of respect on an organizational basis, we're putting at risk the allegiance of the next generation to our values, because they do expect that to be the case. And if they don't expect that to be the case, that's an even greater indictment of our chinuch system and our religious perspectives.
Thank you. Rabbi Cutler, anything to add on this topic?
Yeah, not my own words, but the words of Chazal in Avos Perik Daled Mishnah Tesvav. Ramaski ben Chorosh Omer, have a makdim shalom l'chol adam. Every human being that you meet, you should precede them with shalom, with a warm, friendly greeting. Don't wait till they greet you. You should beat them to it and be the first one to be makdim shalom to them. Lest we argue that this only applies to Jews, the Rabbi Vadmi Bar Tanura says very clearly, have a makdim shalom l'chol adam va'afilu l'nochri b'shuk. It has nothing to do with the Jewish people. It's the way we should relate to every person. The Rambam in Hilchos Deos paskins the same way. He refers to a Talmud Chacham, perhaps because it's more applicable to a Talmud Chacham, the end of what the Rambam says, Umakdim shalom l'chol adam, kedei shetehei ruchon noche heimenu, v'donis kol adam l'kapschos. So Chazal told us how we should act with our non-Jewish neighbors. And Chazal were specific. We should go out of our way to make sure that ruchon, our ruach, should be nocha to them, and we should be makdim shalom. I myself was witness to this. I would walk my father to yeshiva every day, and every single employee of the yeshiva, Jew and non-Jew alike, every neighbor, Jew and non-Jew alike, he would stop. And my father certainly had a busy schedule, far more busy than anyone I ever met since. And I met a few people along the way who have great responsibilities. He would stop for every person and he would say, good morning, how are you this morning? Every employee, how are you doing? How's your family? How are your children? How's your wife? How's the household? Whatever was relevant for them. Your mother's not feeling well, how is she doing? He would ask about everybody. He would stop. He would mock them, shalom to everybody. And I think that one of the failures we have as a society, and this has nothing to do with Gullus, because Chazal's makdim shalom was not an instruction when you're in Gullus do that. I think one of the failures that we have in our educational system is we're not teaching this to our children. We're not teaching it to ourselves and to our families. If we did, I'm not a prophet to opine on what the level of anti-Semitism in the world would be, but it certainly would make the job of Rabbis Rebel, the job of a Moshe Bain, far easier, because they would have a good impression of us. They wouldn't say we're clannish and we're unfriendly and we're nasty and we're self-absorbed. So let's just live up to the words of Chazal, and the full-time Askanim would have an easier time, and certainly the part-time Askanim would have an easier time.
Thank you. We'll come back to that a little bit later. I want to talk later about how teachable this is.
In the past, when people suffered, they suffered in private. There was no one to turn to. There was embarrassment. There was shame. What Amudim did was, we're here. We're here for you. We're going to try to help you. And we're going to do our best. But more than that, is the step before that is someone cares about you.
The first thing a person will get when they call Amudim is an absolute guarantee of confidentiality and discretion.
You hear clients call completely devastated, crying, and they just can't compose themselves just because they're coming out with something for the first time. And it's very painful to hear. But then after the conversation, you know, helping them and being there for them, being that helping hand that they need or that listening ear, just letting them know that they're not alone. They all of a sudden start breaking down again, and out of tears of joy, or appreciation.
There's somebody here, there's a listening ear, a compassionate ear, and there's also an approach about what to do about it.
The second thing they will get is true empathy. They will speak to a person that views the person on the other end of the line as if it were their brother, their sister, their child, their grandmother, their mother, their sibling, their community member, their friend.
I've had clients that just cry and say, thank you so much. I really needed somebody to be there for me. And now I can go to sleep knowing that I'm not alone and someone is going to look out for me and take care of me and help me get the help that I need.
I'm going to direct the next question. We're going to lead off with you. You've been an Oscan for decades and a role model to many younger people. Now, the COVID era, combined with extreme political divisiveness, and I would add general cynicism, have all contributed to askanos, as we would say, those of us who make a living in the markets, askanos trading at an all-time low in the court of public opinion. How do we change that perception from your perspective?
It's very hard to respond to a question whose premise I don't agree with. I don't believe that askanos is at an all-time low in public opinion. Right. I think you need to, I've experienced quite the contrary. I know that the amount of respect and gratitude towards those who are helping the homebound during the COVID period, who've been delivering meals, who've been making phone calls, who've been dealing with health issues across the board, that's all askanos. You know, one of the interesting things about askanos, as I mentioned earlier, is that everybody is able to find a role that's appropriate to them. No one is beyond some capacity, whether that be simply picking up a phone and calling someone who's lonely. I know that at the OU, we've had to pivot all of our programs on a dramatic basis because of COVID. Our NCSY Shabbatons are being replaced by one-on-one meetings in backyards. Our JLIC on-campus programs are now all being held on a one-on-one or one-on-two basis. The amount of work that's being done, particularly in the disability community through Yachad, has been enormous, and the recognition and gratitude we are getting right now is probably at an all-time high. So I think that there are areas such as politically oriented that may have difficulty because, as you mentioned before, the entire political arena is now fraught with tension and disagreement. But askanos in its broader frame, I think if ever, there is now an appreciation of how critical it is to be part of a community, how critical it is to have our rabbanim on a local level, our pulpit rabbanim, and our various institutions of social services, how critical they are more than ever. So I think that the era in general has been a rejuvenation of the appreciation for communal needs and the servicing of those needs.
Rabbi Cutler, I know he's your mechutin, but do you agree with Moshe's assertion?
So David, I think it's somewhat of a mixed bag. I think on the one hand, askanos is at an all-time high. There are opportunities for people to get involved, to make contributions to the klal, to the community as a whole, whether it's putting away the svarim and shul, something as simply as that, or running a Hatzalah unit or something in between, or leading a major organization. The opportunities are greater than ever, and there is a huge amount of appreciation for askanos. There's also a new element to society as a whole, which is a underlying anger and nastiness that is driven, I believe, a lot by online trolls and a lot of what's going on in the online media, not just in the Jewish world, where almost any article, it could be an article in Vusas Nayas that talks about someone who died, and the comment section will immediately devolve into nasty attacks and anger and all these other things, which kind of tells me that there is some underlying public anger in the world. When we're living in a time, put aside COVID for a moment, a time of all-time high of prosperity, freedom, the ability to live as a Jew, to live as a human being. It's not that society is equal today. Society has always been unequal. There are definitely problems that need to be solved. Maybe some of those problems are at an all-time high, but there's also a tremendous amount of anger and alienation that is worthwhile to comment on. And I believe a lot of that comes from the digital age and what has happened to family, what has happened to attention span, that the elements that satisfy people in life are absent. And people are living shells in some ways of what a fulfilling and authentic life is. They go through the motions, but it's not satisfying. And that's why there's so much public anger out there. So I look at it as a side problem, not related to Askanis as a whole. In terms of Askanis, I agree with my Mechutin, Rav Moshe, that there are more Askanis than ever, more opportunities for it, and an unbelievable amount of appreciation that is being expressed. The anger that we see, whether it's the online stuff or other things like that, are a side pocket which relates to a problem that modern day society has of an underlying fundamental emptiness that certain people feel, which leads them to express themselves with such anger and such fighting and bitterness at everything that goes on. And that has its own set of solutions that Klal Yisrael certainly should be undertaking.
Thank you for flagging that. Rabbi Zwiebel, do you share the bullishness of your fellow panelists on Askanis amidst cynicism by younger people who say, these are big organizations, what are they really doing anyway? I'm going to be provocative here and I talked to a bunch of people in advance of this, and this was an important question that a lot of young people asked me and said, we'd love to hear an answer to that. So curious if you concur or you have a different take on it.
Well, I think my colleagues have made some very excellent points. It is certainly true that there is a lot of cynicism directed at the establishment generally, and at least speaking for myself, I guess I'm part of that establishment to an extent. So who are my co-panelists here as well. And when you work for a large organization, then there will be that kind of cynicism. But I take a lot of comfort in the fact that my experience has suggested to me that the notion that young people are apathetic and they don't care about the klal, meaning that Askanis is something which is not appealing to them at all because everybody's just wrapped up in their own world and not prepared to focus in their role as being part of a larger Klal Yisrael. I have found that not to be the case. I think that there is, even today in our world, a lot of idealism among younger people who do want to contribute in ways to Klal, whether again it's in the local shul or it's something around the corner or around the world, wherever it may be. There are people who are interested in getting involved in Klal Yisrael related matters and communal matters. And the young generation is not an apathetic generation by and large. Again, there's a cynicism, which is, I think, part of the larger societal problem that we deal with in terms of the social climate, I guess you would say, and that has definitely impacted our community as well. But overall, I would say there's a lot to be optimistic about because I think our younger generation does care and does recognize its role and the special contributions that they can make and want to get involved, whether it's through establishment organizations or through brand new organizations. So again, removing myself a little bit from the establishment niche that I occupy, I think the larger question of younger people getting involved is one that I'm optimistic about.
Okay, so let me follow up with you on that. How do we groom the next generation? Is this teachable, or is it an apprenticeship model? You had the amazing opportunity to learn at the feet of Rabbi Moshe Scherer and Rabbi Bloom and others.
Right.
How teachable is this, or is it more of an apprentice model where you watch someone else and you just pick it up over time?
So I'll recount something that occurred to me when I was in the Beis Medrash of Torah V'das as a young bacher, and I walked out of the Beis Medrash and saw there was a sign hanging up, and it was written by the Rosh Yeshiva of Gedalia Shor, Zecher Tzadik Livracha, the Rosh Yeshiva at the time, and it was in English, and it was an appeal to the boys of the yeshiva to read the Jewish Observer. Jewish Observer was the Agudas publication, and it addressed a lot of different issues all over the world. And the yeshiva wrote, Rav Gedalia Shor wrote, it is important for yeshiva boys to recognize that there are issues facing Klal Yisrael. Obviously, as long as they're in the yeshiva, their main focus should be steiging and learning and becoming better in developing their personal Jewish lives, but at the same time recognize and acknowledge that you are part of a broader Klal Yisrael, and that there are issues, and that you should be aware of those issues. You should care about them. I thought that was a very important message that his note put hanging on the bulletin board outside the Beis Medrash drove home to me, certainly, and to I think a lot of the boys in yeshiva. So, you know, I would love to see that in our chinuch institutions, in our yeshivos, wherever they may be, that even if we don't ask the Bachrim or the Yungalai to get involved directly at that stage of their lives in what we call askanas, nonetheless, to impress upon them that they are part of a larger klal. Another thing that in my yeshiva, they encouraged us to participate in what we call the tzirei activities. Tzirei activities of going to hospitals on Purim to lay in the Megillah, which I did for many years, and it was a source of tremendous growth and inspiration for me, or to blow shofar, or to do other things of that nature, where, again, we do, I think, a wonderful job of developing chesed activities and the chesed muscle, so to say, among our young women in our Beis Yaakov schools, but less so in our Mosdos HaTorah, Mosdos HaChinuch, and yeshivas. And if we're looking to, if we want to acknowledge that at the end of the day, we are looking for yeshivalites, specifically those who are suffused with the values of Torah learning, to be the ones who step forward when the right time arrives to help address some of the communal needs of Klal Yisrael. I think that would be an enormous benefit.
Thank you. Maish, teachable or apprenticeship model?
Well, we have to divide it between the inspirational tendency to want to do it and the talents and skills that are necessary to do it well. I'm not going to talk on the professional side. I'm not a klal professional. I was never zocha to do that on a professional basis, but on a
although you have many that report to you indirectly.
That could be, much their chagrin. Let's divide the conversation between the two. On an inspirational basis, I think that we could probably find a very significant correlation between those adults who grew up in yeshivas where the Rosh Yeshiva were spending their time outside of the needs of the yeshiva itself. And I find almost consistently that the most active askanim on the lay side were Talmidim of Rosh Yeshiva who were involved in myriad other organizations other than the yeshivas themselves. I think one of the challenges we have today is that the costs and burdens of running yeshiva and the growth of yeshivas being such substantial organizations that the Rosh Yeshiva are totally consumed, understandably so, in their yeshiva itself, is depriving Talmidim today of that model, which is I'm worried about it. And I'm worried that it's going to be a deprivation for many, many of the next generation's adults, not having seen that external orientation outside of the Dalet Amos of the yeshiva itself. But we'll see. It could be transmitted in other ways that I'm not privy to as an outsider. In terms of the skills themselves, I think that professionals in the marketplace, whether they're businessmen, lawyers, doctors, or otherwise, are developing skills that are fundamental to askanas. And those who are successful in their respective fields, if they appreciate that one of the reasons HaKadosh Baruch Hu put them in whatever direction they're making their parnasa was in order to develop skills that were intended to be ultimately redirected for the benefit of the community, that may be the most effective training ground. You know, I know that I know at the OU we struggle mightily and we try very hard to create, and we're increasingly focused on creating job skill training for our employees. But I know that at the OU, as well as in any other most that I'm familiar with, the costs and demands of running our programs is so enormous that the capacity we have to really provide the types of training of our employees is nowhere near the degree of intensity that we would prefer. I know, for example, at my law firm, when we have young associates, we spend about the equivalent of a third of their salary, outside of their salary, on job training. No meisid that I know of in the world is capable of doing that, and that is a restriction on the training, and we have to find ways of compensating for it. But on the volunteer side, I think the real challenge is the inspirational challenge. The skill training people will get as they mature in their respective fields.
Rabbi Cutler, your perspective, you're closer to thousands and thousands of students. Give us your perspective. Teachable, apprentice model, a little bit of both?
Neither. Ramosha Feinstein famously said that you can't use the term at Schmerz Zayna Yid, because if you use that, it will demotivate people from wanting to be Jewish. And I think the same applies to Askanis. When those who are active in Askanis walk around with a frown and they feel beaten down, that is a tremendous demotivator for others to get involved. But if those who are involved or have simchas hachayim and are so happy, they're so fortunate and they're so lucky to be involved, and they exude that to others, that's really going to motivate people to get involved. As Jacques Abadi said in 1684, he wrote, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Even if you put on a smiling face, they attribute that to Lincoln, but it was said in 1684. My apologies to the closet historians who think that I misquoted that. So you can't fool all the people all the time. If you're an Oskin, whether you're the Gabi in your shul, or you're a Tzala guy, or you're doing something else, some chesed, you're somehow involved, or you're running an organization, or you're Rosh Yeshiva, if you're walking around miserable because every now and then someone throws a little pot shot at you and you're unhappy, you're going to convince all of those around you, whether it's your Talmidim or your neighbors, that it's a terrible thing to be involved in the klal. If we who are already involved exceed simchas hachayim, we are so fortunate. We're blessed with this opportunity that Hashem has given us to be involved. That's all we have to do, is we have to be happy with it, and we have to radiate that to those around us. That will draw tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands to want to follow in the path of those who are already involved. Say, hey, look at what a great thing this is. Did someone give me a hard time because I was putting away the Sfarim in shul and I put the Chumash in the wrong spot? To use that example, it's going to happen, but so what? I'm lucky, I am blessed that Hashem gave me this opportunity to care for my brothers and sisters. That's all we need to do. We don't need to teach it. We don't need to have colleges for it, yeshivas for it. We don't need to try to figure out ways and events. If we're happy with it, we're going to convince everyone else to join us.
Thank you for sharing that. Moshe, I think I'm going to direct this question to you immediately. Business people, investment people like myself are very focused on return on investment. What do you think? What are the 2 or 3 biggest issues we as a people need to be focused on? Where do we get the best bang for our buck in terms of resources and focus? If you would kick off with your thoughts on that.
Well, I'm not sure which question you're asking. Are you asking what are the most important issues for us to be addressing, or what we're most likely to be able to succeed in?
Good question. And maybe both.
Not be the same.
Right. I mean, what are the 2 or 3 big issues for you that you think are really solvable, and where do we get the best return?
Okay, so I'll share with you, our perspective, my perspective, and others in the Chevra that's involved in the OU these days, and I would put it into 3 different categories. One is philosophical, one is sociological, and one is economic. On a philosophical basis, we view the challenge of the day that we've created a religious experience that is primarily cultural in orientation, but very little of a kesher to HaKadosh Baruch Hu itself. We're not developing a sense of that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves us as children, as adults. It's not part of the focus of what our chinuch is, and it's certainly not part of our adult experience. And we're concerned. And we're particularly concerned in an environment today where Western values is so radiant around us, and very often very compelling, and very often very attractive, but very often, totally incongruous with Torah values. And unless we have a deeper connection to our Yahadus on a religious basis, that our davening is a meaningful experience, that our learning is not just because we know we have to, but rather it's part of our chiyus and part of our love of life, we're afraid that the generations are going to begin to peter out and become more and more attuned to the external worlds that is so accessible to our young people today. So that's a challenge that we have to focus on. Sociologically, and this is a subtle challenge, but I think it may be the most important of the 3. And that is the role of the family has been diminished dramatically, particularly among sons, among our young male students, etc. And we have basically contracted out the chinuch of our children to their rebbeim from the time they're pretty young and throughout life. No longer is the father the primary transmitter of the Masorah. No longer is the father the primary transmitter of Torah. And most importantly, no longer is the father the primary transmitter of a love for Yahadus and a love for Kodesh Baruch Hu and Avodas Hashem. Now, part of that is understandable. There was an era in which most children in America were brought up by parents who were not sufficiently educated. And Rebbeim had to assume that role of fatherhood to a very significant degree, but I'm afraid that that's not a sustainable model. And when you talk about even the first category of hashkafa and connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's critical that it happens in the yeshiva and in the classroom, but that's not really where it happens. It happens around the Shabbos table. It happens when you're sitting with your parents and talking about life, and we're not emphasizing that enough. And that's not part of the everyday life of a Torah Jew. And the reflection of it is how rarely that is a significant part of the discussion in being mechanech our children themselves and in our yeshivas and in our day schools. So I think that's a sociological challenge that we have to reach and address. And the third is economic. And calling it an economic problem is real because it is an economic challenge to be an Orthodox Jew in America today, but it's also a Mesiras Nefesh problem. And that is, if you would look at prior generations and they would look at us and say, oh, these are what they're complaining about, look at the way they're living, and this is their problem, that tuition is too expensive, they would shrug their shoulders and go, what's wrong with these people? They're living lives of luxury. But that's really begging the question, because we do live in the reality of our society, and the reality of our society, an Orthodox family, is suffering burdens that typical society doesn't suffer. And unless there is an incredible degree of Mesiras Nefesh that you'll find among Kol Yongalite and Yechidei Skula, most of us, speaking as a lay person, as a balabas, we want to feel comfortable with our lifestyle. We're working hard. We want to earn money. We want to live. And the demands that we have on us, both in terms of tuition, in terms of clothing, in terms of Yontif celebration, in terms of summer camps, I mean, these are all critical dimensions of our religion that we can't eliminate any of them, but it creates a serious challenge economically. And we have to figure out how to get around that. And I'm afraid that the solution is going to come organically through the community itself if it's not directed by our Torah leadership.
Thank you. Spoiler alert, we're going to have a totally separate session on the affordability of Jewish life. Rabbi Zwiebel, what do you think, what are the top two issues that are vexing to you as it relates to the Jewish community, and where do you think we can move the needle?
Well, I've liked very much what Moshe said, and I think that the biggest challenge we face is transmitting our Masorah to the next generation, so that they too will be a link in the great chain stretching all the way back to Har Sinai. And in an era when there are so many challenges to that, whether it's the challenges of technology, whether the challenges of the materialistic society in which we live, and the American culture that in many ways is so very different from that of true Jewish culture, of Torah culture. How do we do that? On the one hand, of course, it's critical that we have emergency rooms to deal with young people who are having difficulties and having problems. And I say emergency rooms, I mean an organization like Amudim that is there to help young people who are struggling with their lives and who have fallen off in some way from this great chain stretching back to Sinai and need the chizuk and need to be brought back, need to be helped. And those emergency room type treatments are absolutely critical, but at the same time, prevention, taking the steps necessary within our yeshivas, within our chinuch system to make sure that chanoch lanar al pi darko, that each child is treated as an individual and receives the type of chinuch in the yeshiva, and as Moshe said a minute ago, in the home surrounding, that will enable will give the child the sense of geschmack of pleasure in being a yid, in identifying himself with the Jewish people and continuing the destiny of the Jewish people. So to me, this is the single largest challenge we face today. in raising our children, and it's those who wander off the derech that we need to be worried about, but even those who are sleepwalking along the derech and have not really been motivated. There are many sub-issues that lead into that. I think questions about parnasa, children growing up in homes where there's no shalom bayis. There are so many different issues. The issue of shidduchim and questions about, as I mentioned before, dealing with the challenges of technology. And there are enormous challenges in technology, not just for children, but for adults as well. These, I think, are the things that if we were to sit around the table and identify the challenges, the issues that we need to be focusing on, perhaps most urgently, all of them, to me, come back to this question of, given the realities of the society in which we live today, how do we take the steps necessary to ensure that our children, B'ezras Hashem, will continue to follow the B'derech Yisrael Sava?
Rabbi Cutler?
I think that in terms of the Masorah, we have done an exceptional job in some ways, better than almost any other generation in Jewish history, at transmitting our Masorah to our children. Perhaps even like the days where there was no child from sea to sea in Israel who couldn't answer a shilah. So in some ways, we have done internally in our core communities an exceptional job. And in some ways, we have failed miserably. This generation does not have a public voice, a public intellectual, a public inspiration, a public thinker, like Rav Hirsch was in his generation, or Rav Dessler, or Rav Volbe, or the Alter from Slobodka, or Rav Yisrael Salanter. And we have lost the capacity to articulate our core message to our children. So if you go to those very self-same children who can answer shilas of Tumas and Tahira, and who may represent the best of almost any generation in Jewish history in understanding certain aspects of our Masorah, the main ones, the halacha, how to live as a Jew, and you were to ask them the why are you living as a Jew? Why are you who you are? Why is this important to you? Words might fail them. And I think this generation is an orphan in that regard to understand why we are living as a Jew. And then if I may, to close out with what I think is my pet peeve, and this is a peeve, so forgive me, I always want to be positive, but this is something I see as a failure. We can't pick and choose in Judaism. That we understand, and that's always been a failure of those who left the faith. It has always started with the picking and choosing of this I like, this I don't like. Chazal gave us a template for how we should live as Jews in all generations, and especially in generations that are in exile, as we have been for thousands of years. I fear, as an armchair historian, so I'm certainly no expert, but I fear that the world has now reverted, and this has nothing to do with Trump and Biden, but I fear the world has reverted to the historic norm, unlike the aberration of the last 30 or 40 years, which I believe was a post-World War II, post-Holocaust construct, where the world was experiencing exceptional stability and tolerance. So my lens of life of the world was a terribly unstable, very difficult place to live as a Jew for thousands of years. And the last 30, 40 years were an exception, were an aberration that was a distinct product. Hashkafically, I can cite why I think it is that way, but certainly as an armchair historian, was a result of the post-war stability of the post-World War II, the post-Holocaust events. And that stability is ebbing and leaving us, where Klal Yisrael in the next 10, 20, 30, 50, 70, 100 years will be living in a world more akin to that which was present 100 years ago and 200 years ago and 300 years ago. We are woefully unprepared to understand how to live as Jews in exile. And we have completely left the words of Chazal, the words of the Kliyokar, who gave us guidance on how to live in Gullus, the words of the Medrash that tell us Haspinu Atzmachem, how not to live and how yes to live. And we have abandoned that messaging to our children, and which is why I believe we have, and today there are only exceptions, but we have certain exceptions where you have yeshiva children, some, a very small number, but there are some yelling in the streets at police officers and people acting in ways that really shame us all. And we all feel shame by actions like that, but we also feel a certain sense of guilt in knowing that even though my son is not with those demonstrators, whether it's in a Borough Park or a Lakewood or Yerushalayim or a Bnei Brak or any other place, we all feel a sense of guilt knowing that we're failing to teach to our children why we are Jews, and we're failing to teach to our children how, not how we're meant to live halachically, but how we're meant to live with our neighbors in exile. So we've taken a major part of the message, Tum and Tahira, Kashrus, in halacha, in learning, we're at an all-time high, but we're leaving the other words of Chazal, how a Jew should act in the world, how Yaakov should deal with his brother Esav, and all the other elements that go into how a Jew should live. And we have abandoned our children to the mercies of Western society, as my Mechutin says, and we're giving them no guidance. That bodes ill for the future place of the Jewish people in Western civilization. We need to fix it fast.
Thank you for sharing that. One last question, then I want to get to a lightning round, and we'll start off with you, Rabbi Cutler. Cooperation amongst organizations. I often hear from philanthropists who say, why can't these guys all just collaborate and get together and work together hand in hand? Give us maybe 30 seconds. Love to hear your views on that topic.
Sure, the theory of it is great to have the Hatzalah guy deliver the Tomchei Shabbos meal while he's on the way to the call. The practicality is that we have such specialization of organizations that I don't think organizations that specialize and do a great job should merge. Organizations doing a great job, Hashem should bless them. They should continue to do that. Klal Yisrael is diverse. Its needs are diverse. Its peoples are diverse. Its locales are diverse. We need diverse organization. What we should do a better job at, in my opinion, is better coordination to make sure that there are no needs left uncovered, that we share a common messaging so that we don't send out messages that we disagree or are fighting with each other. We're not. We have different roles, perhaps, in many circumstances such as those that I cited. But we should do a better job at messaging that we all stand together in service. We are Hashem's soldiers, we're his servants, and we're there to serve together. We need to do a better job at that messaging and to make sure that there's a coordination of services so that no community and no need, such as the need that I just mentioned, where we're not educating our children how to live as Jews and why, which no one is addressing, unfortunately, in an effective way. I'm not talking about some YouTube videos, in a really effective way. We should make sure that there are no needs in Klal Yisrael that are left uncovered. We certainly have the talent, the resources, and the wealth, and the personnel to address all the challenges that are thrown our way.
Rabbi Zwiebel.
It's an important question, and I think that in fact there probably is no community that is as quote unquote organized, meaning represented by and serviced by as many organizations as there is Klal Yisrael, and the number of organizations that represent and service us. So it's a fair question. Do we need all these organizations? Are there ways of creating efficiencies through working more closely together and perhaps even formal mergers between organizations? The truth is that over the years, and I've been at Agudas Yisrael now for 36 years, and I don't remember over the course of that history too many mergers taking place within the Jewish communal world. And that's because each organization develops its own niche and settles into a certain comfortable slot and carries out its activities. Is that a good thing? Not necessarily. I think from time to time, and I know that Moshe has written about this in earlier undertakings, he has spoken about how wonderful it would be if we could find ways of more efficiently combining the work of different organizations. For whatever reason, whether it be ideological or practical or something that some other reason, that has not happened. I think that Klal Yisrael should keep on asking us those questions, because I think that what might emerge but through enough careful introspection is a model that would work a little bit better than what we have now.
Thank you. Moshe, you'll have the last word on this topic, and then we'll go to our quick lightning round.
Well, I think once again, there are many dimensions to the question. I know, for example, within the Orthodox Union, we have a number of sub-departments that each one in themselves would be one of the largest Orthodox organizations in the country, like NCSY or Yachad or JLIC, each one with significant employee numbers and budgets. But what we're finding is that even though their tasks are so distinct and their staff is very, very separate, there is overhead roles that could be played on a more efficient basis, such as accounting, such as public relations, such as marketing. And therefore, there is a legitimate point, not in terms of the services that are being provided, but in terms of overhead consolidation that might be valuable for the community. But the bigger issue that I hear raised very often that I have serious dispute with is a term that's used called the stabilization of American Orthodoxy, that everybody seems to try to generate to their small chevra and try to create their own niche within the broader spectrum of Orthodoxy. And why isn't it that we're all together in one olam? And frankly, I believe that there is an enormous need for this stabilization. I think that in the fact that we live so integrated into outside society in America, and most of us, certainly on the Balabatim side, are involved in the secular world on such an intense basis, on a day-to-day basis, except for the times we spend at home or in our Batei Medrash. We need a place to retreat to that is us, that we identify with as our inner circle. And that's, I believe, the primary impetus for the stabilization tendency that we're all seeing. People want to daven with their chevra, they want to learn with their chevra, because they need desperately a sense of identity that they have in a very particular level. And therefore, if we'd all be together in one large room, once again, my personal inclinations would be diluted, my personal identity would be diluted, even though ostensibly it's enough to just say I'm part of the Jewish community, I'm part of the Frum community. Because of our exposure to outside society, we need to have a more direct and particular identity. And that's, I think, a significant sociological reason that we have this stabilization tendency. I understand the economic concerns involved in it, the duplication and the like, but there is a very significant benefit to Klal Yisrael that we have these smaller groups on a individual by individual basis.
I could go on for hours. One last lightning round. What should people know about your respective organizations that might surprise them? Give it to me in 30 seconds or less. Who wants to take that one? Don't all jump at once. Rabbi Zwiebel, I see you smiling.
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
What does the Aguda do that perhaps nobody knows about? It's done really quietly, and people might be really surprised.
What I found surprising when I came into the work of the Aguda, I knew that the rhetoric of the Aguda had always been, we follow Das Torah, that the Gedolei Yisrael are the ones who make decisions. But frankly, notwithstanding that rhetoric, I kind of came to work at the Aguda thinking that that wasn't at all the case. That Rabbi Scherer would decide whatever the policy would be, and then would, if necessary, get the Gedolei Yisrael who supported the Aguda to rubber stamp whatever his decision was. So to my amazement, quickly enough, I learned that in fact that wasn't the case, and that so there would be times when he would come into a meeting with a particular recommendation, of the meeting of the Moetzet Gedolei Torah with a particular recommendation. And the Moetzet Gedolei Torah would decide exactly in the opposite direction, and he would walk out of the room floating on cloud 9. He was the happiest person alive. And I asked him, why? Why are you so happy? I understand they decided you have to do what they decide. Why are you so happy? He said, because don't you understand, Chaim David, this is the day for which I joined the Aguda. Because I wanted to find a place where decisions for the Jewish people would be made by people who are uniquely qualified to make those decisions, who have a uniquely Jewish perspective on the world and its issues and its problems. And so who should be making these decisions if not for the Rabbanim? So one of the things that surprised me about Agudas Yisrael, and it remains so even still today, is how in fact policy decisions are made by Gedolei Yisrael and not just by the lay leaders or by the Askanim who are employed by the Aguda, sometimes to my great regret, but in the long range and in terms of the bottom line picture, I think something we should all be very proud of.
Thank you. Rabbi Cutler.
Sure. The unknown of Lakewood is because of the great concentration of Talmidei Chachamim, of Torah scholars in one place, over 7,000. People tend to think that everyone in Lakewood is sitting and learning in yeshiva, Torah Lishma, the mission of Lakewood. What they often don't know is that there are thousands, equal numbers or more, out there across the world, across the heartland of America, building Klal Yisrael, building yeshivas, kashrus, kiruv organizations, mostis, serving as chaplains in hospitals and Bikur Cholim and Chesed organizations. And of course, as my Mechut would say, and building beautiful Jewish families too. But I'm specifically focused on the public service element, that there are thousands and thousands in BMG. We don't call them shluchim, and they're not branded necessarily with the BMG name. So if you go to any random community like a Phoenix or Los Angeles, the overwhelming majority of those who are in chinuch and public life will be Lakewood graduates who were so inspired by the mission of Torah that they want to bring it and strengthen and anchor Klal Yisrael with it. But it's certainly an unknown, and when people realize that, their eyes open up, they say, wow, you guys are bigger than Chabad. I say, we don't measure in Klal Yisrael ever one organization against the other. We each stick to our Masorah, to the heritage that we have, and we seek to do it best. And that to me is an amazing secret of Lakewood.
Thank you for sharing that. Maish.
Well, I think probably the most interesting dimension that's less publicly focused on at the Orthodox Union is the enormous role of lay involvement and volunteerism. I mean, similar to the Aguda, we seek guidance from our poskim and our Rosh Yeshiva on a very consistent basis, but so much of the work that we do is being done by volunteers. You know, the organization is a massive organization, much bigger than anybody could possibly imagine. We have over 1,200 full-time employees and about 800 part-time employees. Less than about a third of that is Kashas, but NCSY and Yacha and all these other organizations. Each one of them is really driven by lay involvement at the policy level, at the organizational level, but even more so on the programmatic level. For example, NCSY would be totally bereft if it wasn't for the hundreds and hundreds of advisors, both college-age students as well as families that are involved in kiruv through NCSY, and the same thing in the other programs. So it really is a unique partnership between, on one hand, the rabbinic guidance that we get, on the second hand, the professional staff, and the third hand, the community itself.
Thank you for sharing that. Unfortunately, it looks like we're running out of time. I want to thank Rabbi Cutler, Rabbi Zwiebel, and Maish. I sincerely hope that our discussion today inspires new Askanim to bring their own instruments to be part of the wonderful symphony orchestra, which is Klal Yisrael, which in effect each of you said in different words. On behalf of Amudim and the entire Jewish community, we'd like to thank each of you for spending your precious time with us. And more importantly, we want to thank you for everything each of you and your teams back home do every day for our community, both in the public eye and outside the public eye. And we wish everyone a good evening, and everyone should stay safe. Thank you very much for joining.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Esther Goldstein. I'm really grateful and humbled to be on here with Amudim, which is an incredible organization helping raise awareness about mental health and really being a resource for the Jewish community. I'm really humbled and inspired to be on today talking to some incredibly strong, bold, and wise, insightful human beings who have been through, experienced some really difficult traumas, and at the same time have each in their own way made a significant impact in inspiring other people. And I am looking forward to learning something from each of these people, hearing a little bit about their story and learning something that can, inspire each of us or give some wisdom to anyone who's listening across the world. I am an anxiety and trauma specialist. I have a practice in the 5 towns where I'm committed to helping people heal from trauma. I lived in Israel for a number of years and worked with some survivors of terrorist attacks and terrorism. So I have a really warm spot in my heart. With us tonight, we have Racheli Frankel, Sari Singer, and we have Meta and Hannah Bentau. And each of you have incredible stories. I wonder if I can start, I'm going to ask one of you at a time a little bit about your story, and also sharing something with us and the audience, something exquisitely unique, something maybe that people don't know about you. Maybe some inspiration for someone that's going through a really, really rough time, or something about your story that, you found comfort in the dark times, to really offer that to individuals and to the world at large. So, well, first up, I actually want to check in with Racheli Frankel. Can you tell us a little bit about, your experience with terrorism, just giving a snippet to people to know a little bit? I know you're known around the world, but just to hear a little bit, and then I have some questions for you.
I was born and raised in Israel, and my parents came on Aliyah many, many years ago from New York. I stumbled into the public eye when my son Naftali with 2 other teenagers, Gilad and Eyal, were kidnapped, and the 18-day search kind of brought the Jewish world together. And because everybody's heart was in more or less in the same direction, and the prayers and in the energy, and so we found ourselves in the limelight. And excuse my Hebrew, I'm a Saba. I was born in Israel.
Your English is incredible. Thank you. I love the flavor of Hebrew on it. It's like the warmth. Yeah.
So that's how, I sometimes walk somewhere and someone would approach me and say, you don't know me, but I know you. And the truth is, I don't feel like that at all. I feel like I know them because we've been through the worst times together. Yeah. And they were there, the mere fact that someone walks over and says, I know you, yeah. I know where he was during those days, and where his prayers was, and where his heart was. So I really feel connected to them.
Trauma changes us. Experiences where there's loss, where there's like something that really changes our viewpoint on the world, it really changes us. And sometimes people talk about, being broken, like we're broken. And I sometimes look at it as like sometimes we're broken open, and it changes us. And so I really wonder for you specifically, like, is there something specific? Was there a moment? Is there a lesson? Is there something that you've experienced that has really impacted you? Something that you've held on to that you want to share with us?
Frankly, I think they're different personality types, and I have friends that went through things, and they deal with things, and they make different choices, and they deal in different ways. So nothing that I would say on the personal level is, answer all kind of answer. But I don't feel that something basic in my personality of perception of the world changed, but the experience that I had with other people and their ability to support, and their ability, the kind of hug that Am Yisrael could offer when they're there, that was definitely a life-changing experience. And I can talk about it in the national level, because our specific story was over a lengthy, 18 days is a long time for news, and there was hope. So people let themselves open up, and they let themselves connect. And something about it made it, like universal, and I can speak for hours about the kind of empathy and prayer and energy and support and rounds and rounds of that. But I want to, I think, maybe speak about it in a smaller scale, as a community. I can speak about millions of, but there's something very significant about to say it about, not about the millions, though it's very important because it says a lot about who we are as a nation, but talk about your family, talk about your neighbors, talk about the community you live in. There are things I can say on a personal level. I remember the moments where you feel like you're going to fall apart, and you tell yourselves, okay, you can fall apart, that's fine, just a little bit later, not now, later. and it helps you through another day. And those are very personal moments. But the thing that was for me defining moments and that I carry on is understanding what other people could be for you. And in that sense, I remember neighbors and community, besides, of course, siblings and family that were just unbelievable. But I remember in the experience noticing things. I was noticing how they were, from the very beginning, they were making lists, telling themselves, we hope this will be over in a few hours, but just in case this lasts for days or for weeks or for months, we're there, kind of dividing our energy, making sure that the intensity of the beginning doesn't just, I remember noticing while things were happening that these people are being very respectful, meaning it's very challenging to help someone else. It's not, you have so much goodwill, but you don't know what to do. And something about the way that nobody ever made us feel like you're going through something so difficult, you have no judgment. So these are really two directions. So one of them is saying, I see my friends, my neighbors, the people that care about me, not just, going out with a spurt of energy out there to catch you, but saying, let's take a deep breath and let's get organized. And I remember appreciating that point. And I remember very strongly the fact that I was appreciating that nobody's taking over my experience. Nobody's telling me what to do. Whatever they do, and they were all over the place. They were taking care of my whole family. And I'm a mother of 7, so there were a lot of needs. And they were there, and they were doing it very respectfully. Now, just to give you a feel of what a neighbor could do for you, okay? During the funeral of our sons, eventually when the bad news came, we decided that the very young kindergarten age kids won't join us at the funeral. It was, we could have taken it in either way, but we decided that. And we left the kids with a neighbor that is very close to us, and the kids are very close to. And at some point, the woman there, who's not a professional, she's not a trauma therapist, she's just a wise lady with an open heart. She noticed that my 6-year-old girl was having a very difficult time knowing that there's a funeral going on and she's not there. So they brought out a doll, and they lit some candles, and my 6-year-old eulogized her brother. Now, to me, that is, that's worth 10 years of psychotherapy. It's being the right person in the right time with the right, with your heart open and your mind working, and there you are. And I can give you truly dozens of those stories, just to give you an idea of what a friend or a neighbor, a community could be for you, and what the effect could be for long term. Again, it's a story, but let's see. We during that time that was like insane. there was a negotiation team, an IDF negotiation team living with us in our home. And at a certain point, we were given the opportunity to listen to a tape that was actually a phone call from the kidnapping vehicle itself. And we were debating, should we listen, should we not? I wanted to have every piece of information at that point, and I chose to listen to it. But I was afraid that somehow, this is going to come to me from a different channel. I wouldn't be able to who knows what it's going to do and what I'm going to hear, and will I recognize my son's voice, and So I approached one of these guys from the negotiation team, and he's a clinical psychologist himself, and I said, prepare me for hearing this tape. And he never heard the tape. He didn't know what's in it. And he told me, Racheli, what are you afraid of? And I said, well, I don't know, I might fall apart. And he said, okay, so you'll fall apart. Then what? And I thought for a second, and I said, well, I guess then I'll collect myself and get up. And he said, that's right. And those were two such simple words, but for me to hear them was like, wow, I can do this. And this story connects for me to one more thing that happened like 3 months later. A dear lady that, was a stranger to us called us Erev Rosh Hashanah. And she said, I just want to tell you that the anxiety you're feeling now about being in the holidays without him and going through Sukkot, Rosh Hashanah without him, this anxiety, it's worse than the holiday itself. And I understood what she was saying. And in fact, she was right. It's no celebration in such times, but it's not that Leila Seder is coming and what's going to happen? And the combination of these two stories, to me, they say we take our time. Sometimes it's hours, sometimes it's days, sometimes it's months. Some of it will stay with us for years, but we all have it in us, this strength to collect ourselves with a lot of help from our friends, and to get up, and in our own pace. And it's about the things that we feel are the end of the world. Sometimes the lived experience isn't that bad. It's not fun, but it isn't that bad. And that itself is something that helps you breathe. It gives you okay, I realize this might be something I can deal with. Sometimes in Israel, I find myself, we all kind of are in this macabre game where there's a bit of a hierarchy of bereavement, of grieving, of loss. There's, there's the IDF, the army, the soldiers, and then there's terror. And within terrors, there's VIP terror, the ones that everybody knows, and the stories that, nobody remembers. And then there's traffic accidents, and then there's illness, and then there's crime, and then there's suicide. And eventually you say to yourself, the loss in the family is the same loss, and the pain is the same pain, of the feeling of what you missed out and what's not going to be, that's there, and it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And if we as a nation, as a society, we're so good at offering the support for, terror victims or, the fancy stuff, if we can find it in ourselves to be there over time and not disappear on people that are suffering in other ways, that, it's a little bit like, there are some inventions that were made for security reasons, for the IDF, these high-tech stuff, and then they became something that our high-tech nation could turn it into a civil thing like anybody could do. There's something about something that we developed in support of military and terror events that we can translate into our everyday life because there's so much need out there. And I want to translate that into one more thing that has to do with Amudim, and that is one of the most powerful things that people deal with is the stigmatization of mental health issues. And eventually, you know, it's like I said, it doesn't matter if your son was killed in the army or was killed in a crime or in suicide. In the end, it's the same pain. It's the same grief. There's something to be said about illness is illness is illness, and if it's cancer or it's schizophrenia, it's a place where a person is needy. It's a place where a person needs his own society's support. It's a place where a person needs to share and to talk, and not to need to hide. This hierarchy of the things we deal with, it's absurd. And if we can find within ourselves the power to reach out to people, I feel one significant difference might be that maybe a little bit like in grieving, the person that's deep in the mental problem might be absent for a while. Okay, might be, you know, not have the power. When I said we all have the power to pick ourselves up, so maybe for a while they don't have the power themselves to pick themselves up. But they have family, they have parents, they have siblings, they have friends. They're all in the circles of people that need support and need help to go through this. So if we could get rid of some of these hierarchies and just offer this unbelievable hug that we're so capable of giving, believe you me, we're unbelievable at this.
Yeah, I love what you just said, and we're gonna hop over to Sari, but I actually just want to say something because you gave like a beautiful cake, and I want to just layer it because it's like the beauty in what you just shared is like in today's society, especially, there's something and I want to thank you because I know you have your tender loss right inside here, and it sounds like, and I'm grateful for the wisdom of like the hierarchy of loss. There's almost like some losses that we talk about that, you know, the community steps up and it's spoken about, and right, there's infrastructures, and then there's like the mental health struggle or the losses or that person doesn't have, like they can't get up. And it's almost like what you're saying is like, well, then the family or the support of the community, like you guys step in, you be their strength, right? It's a different kind of illness, but I so appreciate you saying that because for everyone out there and for Amudim, which talks about the different kinds of struggles and specifically mental health, where there might be shame, and even though we're in 2020, there's still the, oh, you know, your child died to this and my child's struggling with this. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a heart, it's a soul, it's a person struggling. You know, we can be there for them, and the person struggling, like you're just as valuable, right, to reach out. So I really want to thank you. That's so beautiful. And yeah, such wisdom in that.
Thank you for the work you do. And Amudim, you know, I'm in awe. It's just so necessary and so important.
Yeah. So Sari, I want to hop on over to you. I feel like the room around me and my heart and my soul are just expanding in this conversation with my humility and the wisdom you all have to share. Like, I'm sure we could talk for hours. Just want to say that I feel its expansiveness. So Sari, tell us about yourself. I know you have an amazing organization, Strength to Strength. Tell us a little bit about you and your story. Yeah.
Sure. So first of all, Esther, it's good to see you. I'm really honored to be a part of this with Racheli and with Meta. I always say that, you know, an attack happens in an instant. And I mean that instant in a different way, because for Racheli, it wasn't instant, it was ongoing for a while, but the impact lasts a lifetime. And how we deal with it and how we cope moving forward is the most important thing. And some of the ideas that you spoke with Racheli really resonated with me, because I sort of also was thrown into this limelight of something that I didn't really want to be thrown into. I grew up in New Jersey, and my father was, since I'm young, and still is a politician. He's a state senator. So I grew up seeing politics and sort of being in the limelight in my own community, but never wanting to be a part of it and wanting to kind of do things to help the community. And I went to the opposite direction of politics. And that's something that to me was always about helping people and helping the Jewish community. And that was always something very prevalent growing up in our home. And when 9/11 happened, I had overslept that morning. My office was a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. My subway station was a block and a half away. And I realized on that day when I woke up and I turned on the television about 100 blocks from downtown and saw the towers burning, I had just come back 3 weeks before from Israel, and I just thought, we're not safe anywhere. This was scary, and I was so impacted by 9/11. I remember calling my office that morning and, you know, hearing screaming in the background and somebody saying, don't come down here, we're being evacuated, we don't know what's happened. And my parents told me, you know, just to stay in my apartment to be safe, and I really didn't feel safe. And in the month later, when we were able to go back to work, I still didn't feel safe. And I made a decision in December of 2001 to quit my job, and I moved to Israel, and I started volunteering with organizations that were working with victims of terrorism. And I felt like that was my way to give back. And I can tell you, looking back, it was the best decision I made for my life. I loved being in Israel. It was more than just being on vacation, but it was also giving back to a place that I loved. And after about 10 months, my money was running low, and I booked a flight to return to the States. And then last minute, before I was leaving, I was offered a job, and I stayed. And about 7 or 8 months later, on June 11th, 2003, I was on bus number 14 in Jerusalem when an 18-year-old Palestinian terrorist strapped with explosives boarded my bus at Machane Yehuda, and he detonated. And on that day, he injured over 100 of us, and he murdered 17 innocent people, including everyone seated and standing around me. And while I focus a lot when I share my story about the events that led up to that day, and even, you know, about the things about living in Israel to try and make people understand how beautiful it is there and how amazing it is, the most important thing that I think that I take away from my story are the people that were around me that helped me and that saved my life that I didn't even know. That at a time when I was burned and bleeding and bruised and I had no family around me at all, I had tons of family around me that I didn't even know existed. And these were people that I never got to say thank you to, that came into my, I want to say my room, but I wasn't in a room when I first got into the hospital. I was the least of the seriously wounded. In Israel, it's very, very different the way they categorize you. But basically, while I was waiting on a bed with a curtain around me, and there are lots of curtains set up in the room, I can give one story. This old Timani woman came in and said, my son was a soldier on the bus. He remembered getting on a bus with an American girl who was talking on her cell phone in English. And he said to his mother, and he was a few curtains down on a bed also injured, and he said to her, go check on her, maybe she doesn't have any family. And I just thought, here's an 18 or 19-year-old kid, doesn't know me, never had a conversation with me, and he's injured, yet he's sending his mother to check on me, because this is the essence of who we are as Jews, that when something's going on, we have to help each other. And I think that every step of the way for me, since the day of the attack, I felt, and my father said it perfectly when I came home that summer to recuperate, and I spoke in my own community, he said, you know, the child of mine who hated to be thrown into the limelight was suddenly thrown into it, and maybe God chose the right person to represent Israel and to represent what's going on there. And so every time I speak with anywhere in the world, I realize that I'm not just speaking about my story. It's not just about me. It's about the thousands of people in Israel who've been impacted by terrorism, and the thousands of people even more who've been impacted around the world. And when I share my story, I'm sharing the story of those 17 innocent people that didn't get to go home to their families that day. And I keep that with me every single step of the way, knowing that God gave me a second chance. I need to make sure that I'm doing everything I can in memory of those innocent people.
Yeah. I wonder, when you think about your story, and I know you've created this organization, I wonder if there's something specific. And it could be something personal, something small, it could be something big. But if you just think about someone who is, you know, Amudim is an organization raising awareness for mental health for people who face or have faced some really dark or trying moments. I don't know, something about your story or people you've worked with, if there's some kind of input or wisdom or something to offer people, because I know you see people in the beginning, or you see people in their process. I know you've shared with me a little bit about your experiences that you offer, and then kind of seeing that transformation or that support. So I wonder if there's anything that you can share.
Sure. Well, first of all, the one thing that I always say, which I think is very important for anyone, not only a victim of terrorism, but specifically for victims of terrorism, but anyone going through a trauma or something traumatic that's happened in their lives, I always say about myself, I had no control over what happened to me that day. What I do have control over is how I live my life going forward. And I want to live that life sharing love and kindness, as opposed to the hate that was what perpetuated that attack in that day. And I think that's something that anyone could take with them. You know, we have this in the victim's world, and I think, you know, Meta and I met at a conference literally a year ago this week in Nice. And we didn't know each other. We had never met, but there was this instant connection that brought us together, that bonded us for life. And I feel like the idea that meeting other people that have gone through a similar experience, that is, I think, one of the most important things that anyone could do, because, you know, I always say I have all these people around the world that have now become part of my family that I would have never met before if I hadn't experienced this. And that's the best thing to come out of the most horrific thing. I think the support systems we have, the way we find help, like organizations like Amudim, and finding the care and concern that we need to help us get through is key. And I think there is a stigmatism in today's world, especially in the Jewish community, about mental health. And the truth is that we have to really take hold of that and understand that whoever is going through this, they don't necessarily have control of what they're going through, but you need to get the support and the help in order to be better. And I am constantly working on myself to get better and to make sure that I'm okay, because I can't help others if I'm not healthy. And so I think, you know, not everybody thinks that way. Some people feel like they can't get help or they don't want to get help. And it's all about timing, and everyone has their own pace. It's not a one size fits all. And I think that's really important.
Amudim helps people who come to them either with eating disorders or mental difficulties. Many or most of these are sexual abuse victims, and this is how it's manifesting. And we help them find either the right therapist, the right facility for placement, or just handhold and give them support. Sometimes we speak with the families in order to help the families better understand what their family member's going through.
Yeah, I love what you shared. Is basically the shift of, right, when it comes to terrorism, right, when there's so much hate, right, that's stemming from hate. And it's almost like parallel process to when people go through trauma or abuse. There might be like an abuser, there might be someone who is frightening in someone's life, there might be, let's say, chronic neglect or something that's going on. And naturally, in order to process, there would be this like rage or this, how could you, or I can't believe it, right? And that's just natural. And it sounds like in your healing, which is healing for everyone, is like being able to, you know, work through that. And with that, to be able to, you know, really be able to find that empowerment of like, well, what do I have in my control? You know, this thing was monstrous. This thing was horrible. We're not saying that that's okay. And also, where's my own inner power, right? And then actually, when it comes to trauma healing, and you probably all know this almost in ways more than me, right? Because we all are experts when we go through our own healing, is like there's 3 phases of kind of trauma healing. The first one is kind of just stabilizing. The second one is like processing the experience. And the third one is integration. And integration is exactly what you're talking about, is like, can I re-own my power and create something beautiful? So you and your organization, right, or anyone when they go through trauma or when they go through healing from anxiety, depression, or anything where they've been hurt, at the place where they are able to, and it takes time to get there, to really build something from that pain point and build something beautiful. That's kind of, you know, integration and really creating something, using that power to create instead of to destruct, which is what really comes up so much. That was just one pointer I loved. Go on. Yes.
I was just going to say, it's about post-traumatic growth. Yeah. And really moving forward, and that idea of that, you know, depending on your, again, some people don't have the support system. I was very lucky, you know, immediately I had such a strong support system, not only with my family and my friends, but the hospital in Israel, the staff, the doctors, the nurses, all of them contributed to my healing. And there are not enough words that I could ever say to thank them. Every time I'm in Israel, I go back to the hospital and I not only sit with Dr. Rifkind, who assessed me and really saved my life, and he'll give me like an hour of his time that he doesn't have, but it's because we have this connection. But, you know, I go back to the nurses and I bring them a present and they're like, you're back again? Like, it's a joke. But the truth is that this is part of the healing, is letting the people know who have taken care of you and who have have helped you to heal and who have made you whole, you want them to know how much you appreciate it. And for me, it's just really important that, you know, those components are all together. And, you know, I believe that every person that has been in my life since that day has helped me to be able to do the work I'm doing today in Strength to Strength, and bringing victims together and making people feel like they're not alone. I think the hardest part in all of this, when you're going through some kind of trauma or mental illness, is feeling alone and like nobody understands what you're going through. And I did go through that at one point. You know, after the attack, I came back to the States to recuperate, but I went back to Israel in September. I took a flight back to live because I didn't want the terrorists to win. If I didn't go back, then they would have accomplished what they set out to do and trying to stop me from being in a place that I love. And so I went back for a year, but then had to come back for some ongoing medical issues. And when I first came back, I had no support.
And for that, and for just a moment, because I'm hearing almost the part of you that's talking about like this, a ton of support, and then now you're mentioning little support. And I think that even just us acknowledging, like for some of you listening to this, you might feel completely alone. And part of the trauma is, or the pain is like, if you have no one. So I just want to stay for 1 second, and then I want to hear from you, Sari. Like Amudim is an organization that is meant to connect people with the right kind of resources, trying to be creative. I know they have case managers, they have, you know, connecting to a therapist, or connecting to some kind of resource, right? Or thinking about people in your life to connect you. And there's no shame in needing people. Because what I'm hearing over here with all of you is like the support and how much you needed it. And although sometimes people look at that as like, that's so needy, it's like, no, that's so human. That's so human of needing that. So Sari, I want to hear about, just share with us a little bit more before we go over to Meta.
Sure.
Yeah. So what was that time like for you, and how did you get through when there
it wasn't a long time, but coming from Israel, where I had complete support around me, and not only my friends there, but again, other victims that I had worked with. Once I became the victim, I understood what they were going through. They were my support system today, even those that I'm still in touch with. When I first came back to the States and to New Jersey, I felt a little out of sorts. You know, I didn't have a community to really connect to that understood what I had been through. So I think what my parents always taught me was, if you can't find what you're looking for, you create it. And so that's why I started my organization, Strength to Strength, to bring victims together. And I literally Googled Americans that were in attacks in Israel, and I ended up finding 2 Americans in New York who had survived an attack about, I would say, 6 weeks before my attack, which was the Mike's Place bombing in Tel Aviv. And I connected with them, and that was my first connection, and that was first quote unquote survivor circle meeting that our organization.
You deserve a standing ovation. No, I think there's something for finding that strength, right? We're gonna clap. Because Sari, I think the huge piece of what you're saying right here is like, one of the pieces is allowing to need support, and B, there's something about feeling so misunderstood and finding that group, or in your case, creating that group. When we have an exquisitely unique kind of pain, or a specific kind of loss, or a specific kind of feeling in this world, there's this desperate need to like, do you speak my language? Please, do you speak my language, right? Like that need of like, besides for the experts or the rabbis or the family, it's like, are you one of mine? Are you one of us? And even though it's so different, there's a huge piece. I know I had a supervisor at one point who told me that she created a group for healing, you know, for people who were healing from different kinds of trauma. And she said like it became this cozy circle that wasn't only healing for like everyone in there, it was like healing for everyone, right? She created it, but kind of what you're saying, Sari, and I think it's speaking to like, find your people, find your little network of people. And if you don't yet have it, don't give up. Look at you, Sari. You went on Google, right? And it's like, find the way to create that network, because there are other people who have specific kind of boo-boos that might be a little similar, and there's something about that camaraderie. So I just want to thank you for sharing that, and also for, you know, sharing that with us. And I wonder if there's any little tidbit you would give someone just before we transfer over to Meta, if there's any kind of wisdom or any kind of insight or a last tip you would leave us with, anyone struggling with their health or mental health. Yeah.
I think first thing, anyone who's struggling should not give up hope, and they should reach out for support when they can. Again, it's not a one size fits all, so people have different ways of dealing. I feel very lucky that I think it's also your prior experiences as how you deal with future traumas. And I have 2 very, very strong parents, and I had an amazing, amazing support group of family and friends friends, which I think is probably part of the reason why I'm able to do what I'm doing today. And I just think that people, like you said, need to find others that understand what they're going through and connect. That connection of understanding that I'm not alone, I'm not crazy for what I'm thinking because somebody else is going through the same thing, is something that can help that healing process. And I think that a lot of times people give up in our communities and think that they're just lost and there's no hope. And I just think that there's so much more to do in the world and that you have the opportunities right in front of you. It's just a matter of reaching out and doing it when you're ready to. And again, no one can be forced. I always say with our group meetings, and we have, you know, group meetings and retreats and stuff like that, when people are ready to come, they'll join us. I don't force anybody to come in. But it is important that you realize that there are options out there for you. See what's out there and then make your assessment as to what will be best for you. And I just hope that people realize that organizations like Amudim are available to be able to help them and to help people to move forward and to heal and to cope. And that it's not the end. It could be just the beginning. You just need to reach out.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Sari, so much. I love the beauty and what you're sharing, which is kind of like, one of the things is true, right? If you have certain strengths in the past, you might feel more hopeful in terms of facing future trauma. I'm going to just put in a little snippet. I've worked with people, or I know people in my personal and professional lives, of people who don't have that luxury of having those parents. But let's say they had an auntie, or they have a teacher, or they know about Amudim, okay? Or they hear about a resource. And they use that to really climb out of that wall of darkness or fire or whatever their pain is. And that can be their resource. So even if you don't have those supports, like, you can have intrinsic resilience, you can nurture that inside of you in the face of darkness. All of us are here having a conversation about you, whoever you are listening, because we're aware that people are suffering and on their own. And I love what you said, Sari, like, even if you feel like you're giving up, and even if you've given up already, just do your research on an organization, even if you're not ready to call, but maybe someday, somehow, you know, the sun is going to shine on your face, or someone's going to smirk at you, and you're going to be like, I'm going to fight one more chance, and you'll reach out to an organization, and it probably is worth it because there's some really cool people out there. And even if the first person you meet with isn't perfect, you know, somebody else might be. So thank you, Sari, for sharing that and that wisdom.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you.
You. And Meta and Hannah, I'm so excited to connect finally with you. Thank you for being patient. Tell me a little bit about your story. Touches my heart and soul, and I'm delighted to have your daughter here with us. Hi, sweetheart. Can you tell us a little bit, or tell everyone listening a little bit about your story, or the both of your stories?
We are in Copenhagen, Denmark. So far away from the rest of the speakers, though closer to Israel than you. We are members of the Jewish community here. And in 2015, in February, we were celebrating Hannah's bat mitzvah at our great synagogue of Copenhagen, where a terrorist attacker attacked the venue, which was in the synagogue compound. He had attacked a venue earlier the same day. He was copying the attacks in Paris of Charlie Hebdo and the Huber Kasher. He had first attacked a place where they were having debates of freedom of speech and the infamous Muhammad caricatures that were printed in a Danish newspaper. And then he killed a man, escaped that place, and found us. When searching, now we know that he was searching for a second target. He then found the activity calendar on the community website, where it said that there was a bat mitzvah. He attacked the venue. He shot and killed our Jewish security guard, Danusan, Zichrono Levacha, and killed him, injured 2 police officers before he escaped. Inside, of the party, we were 48 or 49 people left. The majority were Hannah's classmates. The youngest one there was Hannah's younger brother, who was 8 at the time. Of the guests, 22 were under the age of 18. We were hushed into a basement, hid there for several hours. Some of us knew some of what was going on. No one knew the whole thing. We were hiding in the basement before we were evacuated by SWAT teams and taken to a secure facility where we were debriefed, and the children were reunited with their parents. I think we all thought we were gonna die that night. When I heard Rachel's story, I remember those days that every single Jew, I think I'm gonna cry now, I'm sorry. Single Jew, for those days, for those 19 days, we all prayed with you, we all hoped with you, we all cried with you. Sorry. And I think as a Jewish mother, this is the worst case scenario for you. And it's to see her speak, to see you, Rafraeli, speak like that today and speak so eloquently and so with so much love and surplus. I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of you. That's quite amazing. And the same thing goes for Sari, to have been through such trauma. Yeah. They are really examples to follow. And I think one of the things that for myself that was so important after the attack was somehow try to create some sort of normality for my children. And to say, hate caused this. Someone hated us so much that they wanted to kill you. That doesn't make it right for you to fill your life with hate. And I always say that your children are like a flower or like a plant. Whatever you water it with, that's the plant or the flower you're gonna get. And if you fill them with hate and bigotry and resentment, prejudice, that is the adult you will get. I think that's and in that way it's so important and so difficult to let go of that, because who wants to fill your life? It's not going to do any positive change in your life to let those emotions fill up. But in sorrow, in bereavement, in trauma, you are alone. These are emotions we go through alone. As a mother, as a sister, as a father, as you go through it alone. It doesn't mean that you have to be lonely. And it doesn't mean that you have to go through these things, though you feel them, because you do that and that lives in you. You don't have to be lonely while going through that. And someone can, as Racheli said, and Sari said, someone can hold your hand and be there. And I have to say that I've always been extremely proud of being Jewish. It is the essence of my being. I am a Jewish mother. I'm a Jewish wife. I'm a Jewish woman. I'm even a Jewish Dane. And in the time after the attack, I felt the outpour of every single Jew from South Africa to Australia to America, to Sweden, UK, Canada, you name it. People were calling us, writing us, sending presents to Hannah, coming to visit us from Long Island, from Israel, to show support. And you felt wrapped in this warm hug of Jewish solidarity and family. And that matters. And you can be that one person who makes someone else feel that. Even if you don't know someone, but if you hear someone's story, you should be that person who makes that difference, because we will never forget. We will never forget the many people who reached out to us and wrote us, and that made a tremendous difference for us, especially from a place like us where we don't have a big Jewish community. It's not like in Israel where everyone goes, though in, as you said, Racheli, with the there's a kind of a hierarchy in the bereavement, but still everyone is collectively traumatized in Israel. Yeah, so it's
I love what you're sharing, and then I want to check in with your sweet daughter Hannah, if you can. You know, I just want to say what I find beautiful in what you said, Meta, is that in sorrow and in grief, it's a lonely experience. Like, it's basically like, first, even acknowledging, like, anyone out there, right, or everyone on here knows that language or knows that flavor all too well. And even if you're struggling or someone in your life is struggling, you can't take that away, but you can surround them with warmth so that they're not completely alone. And I love how you're saying that, like, the dialectics can exist. You can feel completely alone, right? And you could not, right, you can be lonely but not be completely alone. So this experience is lonely, and I love that, because it's not one or the other, right? You could be feeling all of these intense, painful, confusing emotions, and your friend might not fully understand, but like allowing someone to be there, or even if you don't understand, reach out. Rather take the risk of being annoying and being like, here's my love, and you can shove it in my face, but at least you know that I came, and you know, and usually it's received better than that. So Hannah, is it okay if I ask you a little bit, like, you're like the princess in this story, and so I wonder, like, what the experience was like for you, how it's shaped you as a person, and anything, because there are teenagers listening and just, you know, out there in this world. We're kind of all grown-ups here, but what that was like.
So I think in the beginning, after the attack, you know, a lot of people come to you and they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry that this happened to you. And you kind of get that mental, like, state of mind where you're like, okay, but why did it happen to me? Like, why? And, you know, in the beginning, I would actually say that I was filled with like a lot of anger and like mad. And like, also had this sort of anxiety, like, separate, and then I also had an anxiety for Muslims. Actually, I was afraid of them. I was afraid they were gonna hurt me because they had did it once, they could do it again. But then I kind of, you know, I got older and I learned that there was a plan. There's a reason why everything happens, and also for me and for my family and for people everywhere. And I just think I accepted that, both like religiously and like also just like, you know, like in the universe, that there is a plan for everybody. And I had to experience that, and my family had to experience that, and we got through it together. Good, like,
Hannah's younger brother, who at the time he was 8, he said some years ago, oh, why are you doing another interview about that? It's like it's all we are. And I said to him, it's not all we are. It's not at all who we are. It is not what defines us. It is something that happened to us, and therefore a part of our history. It's a part of our history from going forward. It is part of our baggage, along with all the other things that happens to us in our lives. I think we, on different levels, both Hannah and I, maybe being the women of the family
and the head, then
obviously women empowerment. No, I think we, in different ways, at different times, struggled with immense feelings of guilt. Of someone died. I think Hannah, initially being only 12 years old, was initially irritated and annoyed that someone ruined her party, and then maybe then losing a little bit sight of the bigger picture, and then feeling extremely guilty about losing sight of the bigger picture.
That's so normal, right? Like,
normal, and it's so okay.
What did you do? And then, oh my goodness, like there's something even tragic that happened. So both.
I think, but for Hannah, that passed relatively quickly. For me, it was a feeling that has followed me, and on occasion pops up again. And sorry,
but I've just I like, I feel like your guilt is more about you choosing a life for us that had consequences, not also for Dan and his family and the tragic there, but it's more about the Jewish life that you chose that had consequences and could have had it like worse comes. Yeah.
Our guilt is different, as you can
Yes.
tell. It's about different things.
I just love you. I just love this interaction between mommy and daughter. Are you guys? And you want to know what's beautiful though? I do have to say, like it sounds like your daughter had one process, and I actually wanted. I heard that she had another bat mitzvah in Israel.
Yes, she did. I was interviewed by a Jewish online media, the Allgemeine, an amazing outlet. And just before David Efron, the editor, called me, Hannah had said, "Oh, I wish I'd never had that party. I wish I'd never had that party." And he asked me, "How does Hannah feel?" And I said, "Well, she wishes she never had a party." And a young man, I think he's originally Canadian, now living in the States, heard that, he read that, and he thought, no Jewish girl should feel that way about having a bat mitzvah party. So he sent us to Israel, and at Machon Matan in Jerusalem, amazing place, they did a second bat mitzvah party for Hannah, and it meant that we as a family, we so needed
to go to Israel.
We so needed to go to Israel, to be with people who understand us, not a Danish society who wants to understand but don't. We so needed time together, time to just be us. Because that was one of the, Sari, you said about getting professional help. One of my initial feelings was that I could see after a few days that I needed to speak to a mental health professional, and I forgot. I had to go to buy milk, and I forgot the code to my credit card, and my reaction was to sit down on the floor in the supermarket and cry, which is not my normal response. And I thought, you need help.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And I remember going to a psychologist, and I kept saying to the company that sent me there, I want to speak to a Jew. I want to speak to a Jew. And he said, but how am I supposed to know if someone's Jewish? And I was like, look at their name. But he couldn't really, he found someone with an exotic name. She wasn't Jewish. And there were so many things that I had to explain to her about my everyday life as a Jew in the diaspora. And I said, I'm not going to go to her. And then a member of the community approached me, who's a psychologist, and I spoke to her. And there were so many things I didn't need to explain to her.
Wow.
And the fact that she's religious gave me a different aspect also in my healing. So I think when you get help, it doesn't matter where you get the help from. It doesn't matter if it's the neighbor, the friend, a healthcare professional, but there is a Lego to match your Lego in the world to help you with your, maybe only to kickstart your process. Maybe someone else along the way you will, and for instance, when I met Sari a year ago in a conference for terror victims, it was suddenly very clear to me there were many things I hadn't dealt with, and there were a lot of work I hadn't done preparing for my youngest son's bar mitzvah. A lot of things that came up, and being with Sari and being with other victims made me realize that and made me go get help. So these things will resurface at different times in your life, and that's okay too, because as Acheli said, so you'll break and then you'll pick yourself up.
The humanity and the brokenness that sometimes each of us feel, or in different kind of ways, and the being able to reach out, asking for help, knowing that it's okay to have these waves that come up and down, right? Like all of you say, and I see how like Rachel and Sarah, you're all like nodding when you're saying about like obviously different experiences kind of kick things up. Like that's normal. That's part of life. And, you know, there's almost even like a spiritual element of like, each of us have a purpose on this world, and each of you being in this conversation, and obviously all the incredible work you do beyond this hour that we're speaking. I know that you're making a difference, and I am just so grateful to be on here and to be learning from all of you.
Esther, I just wanted to add one thing that I think is really important. I think Meta touched on this, is that what happened to us doesn't define who we are. And I also believe this. It doesn't define who I am. There's so much more to me than the attack, but it is part of who we are, and it will never, ever go away. I mean, what we've been through will be there forever. And it's just a matter, again, of how to move forward and how to live our lives the best we can because of what we went through, and in memory of those who are no longer here. And I think that's just so important to remember, that whenever anyone's going through something traumatic, it's not all who you are. There's so much more to people. There's so many layers. And if we kind of look at the situations that it doesn't define us, I think you can view it in a little bit of a different way, even though sometimes when you're in the heart of it and it's really the most traumatic time of it, you know, but I'm 17 years out and I see things so differently. Like, you know, I remember on my 10-year anniversary, I wrote an op-ed piece on the things that I learned over the last 10 years. And that was so important for me, all the steps that I've made to show the progression of how far I've come. And then the last thing about it was, okay, what am I going to do in the next 10 years? Like, what's about my life going to happen? It's not just about the attack. It is part of me, but it doesn't have to be the end all be all.
I love how you're saying that. You're basically saying there's a way bigger global picture. You have a huge mind and a huge soul and a huge body, and you're incredible. And this experience, although it's part of you, does not define you. Like what Meta said, thank you, Sari, for jumping on, and Racheli, like you have a vision and you have a purpose, and you're taking this to kind of jumpstart like change. And for anyone who's in that dark spot, that's not who you are. You're facing a crack, you're facing a dark point. Like, please remember the much bigger everything of who you are. Yeah, go on, Meta.
It is no different that you are not your diabetes.
Yes.
You are not your diabetes. You are not your broken arm.
Yes.
You're not.
Yes.
It is a part of who you are to be diabetic, and that's okay. There are many, many people in the world who are diabetic, and as long as you get the proper treatment and help, and someone will make sure that you eat the right things, it's totally manageable.
Yes.
And in some points in your life, it'll be harder, and there is no difference between mental and physical illnesses, and it is a growing issue in the world, and it is something we need to be braver to put into words. When I was the most upset in the weeks after, we had a big sticker that my husband got from the Rabbi Nachman followers in Israel, and it said, "Gam ze yavo," this too shall pass. And I think that must be that's my life motto.
Yeah.
Gam ze yavo.
Yeah.
Yeh tov, yeh tov.
It will. So I'm just going to wrap up. I just want to thank all of you so much. Thank you for sharing that. Almost the message maybe for all of us or to everyone on here is you are not your diagnosis. You're not your fill in the blank. It is part of you. There's ups and downs. And please remember that strength and all of who you are, because, you know, that's what helps us keep going. And thank you, Amudim. Thank you, all of you, for your time and for your passion and heart. Yes.
I'll just add that you're not what the diagnosis is, but the people around you, forget the person in the middle, but they're going through something too, and they should take care of themselves.
Yeah.
And taking care of all these caregivers is absolutely essential. And each and every one of them, you know, you don't only help the sick person, you help their mother, and they should be able to take care of themselves.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much all for your wisdom. 100%, right? Everyone being tended to, not just, right? That whole circle. Thank you all so much.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to another segment of Amudim's Unite to Heal campaign. My name is Miriam Lankry, and one of the hats I wear is as the clinical director of Amudim. Amudim is an organization committed to helping people that are struggling with addiction, abuse, and mental health issues. I have a team of case managers, a group of extraordinary people who are on the front lines every day, helping people navigate what could be the most trying circumstances of their lives, and hopefully helping them to overcome those challenges. Which leads us right to our panel discussion for today, titled Overcoming Life's Challenges. First of all, welcome. Thank you again for taking the time to do this, to share, and to hopefully give to so many people who are out there listening encouragement and inspiration, which is so needed in these particularly trying times. So please, tell us your story.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be a part of today's program. So my story began when I was in my mid-20s, actually about 10 years ago now at this point. I wasn't feeling well, and I went to my doctor, and my doctor decided to do some blood work. And he said, I'm really concerned why your iron levels are so low. And I just figured, I don't know, I was a young woman in my mid-20s. Who cared? I felt fine. I just felt a little bit tired, a little sluggish. And I went from my doctor to do more blood work at a hospital. And I found out at that point that I had something called an elevated creatinine level. And creatinine is how they monitor your kidney functioning. And I went to another doctor, and the doctor said, you know, you could be fine. This could just be sort of a blip, but we need to keep an eye on this. Come back for blood work every 6 months, a year, and we'll see what happens. And I did go back again, 6 months later, and things seemed status quo, but it wasn't quite what it was supposed to be. And my doctor was concerned, and he said that I needed to have a kidney biopsy eventually because they weren't sure why my kidneys were not looking as great as they should be for someone in their mid-20s. And it was important to get a hold on what was going on. The kidney biopsy came back that I had scarring on my kidneys and that the functioning of my kidneys were not at 100%. This felt scary, but I didn't fully grasp what that meant. And again, the doctor said, listen, you got to come back every 6 months for blood work. Okay, came back again. And at a certain point, he said, listen, maybe one day, maybe when you're in your 40s, you might need a kidney transplant. But for now, we're just going to keep an eye on everything and you'll be okay. And, one day when you have children, maybe you'll need to be at a high risk practice, but that's pretty common. It's not so crazy to have that kind of thing happen, but hopefully you'll be fine. So it kept going on with life. And I decided, to really go about life and not really pay attention to my kidneys. And again, I didn't feel sick, but I didn't really understand what was fully going on. And a few years passed by, status quo, blood work, this and that, nothing pressing or urgent. I meet my husband. I met my husband in the summer. We got married in January, and this is now 2015. And that Pesach, just a few months later, we were hosting Pesach Seder. My husband worked on a college campus. So we were alone, just us on this campus hosting for students. And I remember waking up Erev Pesach with incredible pain in my right foot. I didn't know what it was from. I didn't hurt it. I hadn't tripped or, done anything. So I just was like, it's Erev Yantiv. We have to go burn the chametz. Let's keep going. And I remember the pain got worse and worse. Even when we were walking home from the first night from the Seder, I remember we had to stop like 3 times because I just needed to take a break because my foot was hurting me so much. And by the end of Yantiv, I couldn't walk anymore. And we went to the emergency room, and they actually misdiagnosed what it was and put me in a boot. And I went home then to my doctor, and he said, you have a blood clot in your foot. And I was like, what? A blood clot? Like I didn't even know how you got a blood clot. And he said, you need to go to the hospital right now and deal with it. So I went to the hospital again, and I dealt with the blood clot. And they said to me then, they're like, you have an elevated creatinine. And I said, yes, I know. I'm seeing my doctor. Everything else seems okay. And they kind of just let me go on my way. They gave me some medication, the blood clot went away, nothing to worry about. And as I mentioned, so I had gotten married a few months earlier. At this point, I was 31, and my husband and I really wanted to start a family. And so my doctor, though, said, listen, if you want to start a family, you need to get your kidney disease under control because it's just not healthy. So I said, sure, no problem. Just tell me which doctor to go. Tell me what medication you want me to go, and I'll be fine. And they were like, slow down. That's really not how this works. Now I was on to my third nephrologist. And I'll never forget when I called her office, the little secretary, I shouldn't say little, but she is pretty small. The secretary answered the phone, and you could hear her voice. You just knew that she was like this sweet old lady. And as soon as I said my first name, she says, oh, Baruch Hashem, you called us. We're going to get you in here. So she identified that I was Jewish. She let me know she was Jewish, and she decided to help me. And she said, you know, the doctor is booked up for the next 8 months, but I'm going to get you in. We have to get you in. And she truly, whatever she had to do, she got me an appointment. And I still say to this day that my doctor is like my fairy godmother. She really helped save my life, which is incredible. And from there, she sent me to another high-risk OB. And I remember that high-risk doctor literally laughing in my face and saying, are you crazy? You can't get pregnant. You could die. And I had never been spoken to like that before. And I just said, who are you? How could you talk to a patient like that? And here I was 31. I had waited a long time to get married. Now I was waiting a long time to have children. And I was like, you're not from, you're not in our community. You don't get it. You don't get how much I want to be a mother. And it was really a painful experience. And I went back to my doctor again. And she said, listen, Aliza, your options are the following. You can do IVF and you can freeze your embryos and you can wait until one day you have a transplant, because I'm telling you, you're going to need a transplant. Or you can do surrogacy and you can have somebody else carry your baby in a really healthy way. And I lost it. I said, surrogacy? I don't even know anybody who has done surrogacy, let alone I should do it. Again, like, how many things can go wrong for me? I had so many things going wrong. And I just remember being so angry and crying. And I was at that appointment with my mom and my husband because I needed my team. I needed that support. I'm actually getting emotional as I think back, like sitting in that office that day. It was a very tiny office and very hot and very emotional. And we went home and we thought about it. And I decided at that point that we would at least start the IVF process to create embryos, and to whether we would freeze them or whether we would use a surrogate was still up for decision, but we wanted to start the IVF process. And we did a round of IVF in March. Now this is March of 2018, I think 17 maybe, I'm sorry. And we did the first round of IVF and it wasn't successful. And my doctors were very nervous about my health and they didn't want to go overboard with medications. And so unfortunately, it just didn't work. And they said I needed to do a second round. And at that point, my kidneys also were not doing so great. They could tell from my blood work, things were getting a little bit worse. And after speaking to our Rav and a lot of conversations at home, my husband and I decided that maybe we should explore surrogacy. Maybe this really was the safest way for us to have a family. And also, if I was potentially going to have my first child in 10 years after my successful kidney transplant, I didn't want to be in my 40s when I had my first child. I wanted to be at least as young as I could be to have our first child. So we decided to begin pursuing surrogacy. So we did a second round of IVF then in May, just a couple of months later. And I still remember, again, we were actually at the Salute to Israel parade in New York City, and my doctor called me on a Sunday afternoon and said I needed to come back into the office for more screening, which isn't uncommon. You usually see a doctor daily during IVF or every other day. It's a very invasive, very expensive process. Just so people can get a sense, it cost us $30,000 out of pocket because our insurance didn't cover any of it, and we had to do it twice, so it was $30,000 in total. And it's very invasive, can be uncomfortable, but you do it because you want to have a child or many children. And many, many women we don't even know are going through it. And we were very private about it, and we went through it. And when I got to the doctor's office that day, he said to me, listen, the IVF is going well. This is going to be a successful round. I can tell already. But your kidneys are not doing well. There seems to be something going on here. And the IVF caused my creatinine to basically skyrocket. And he said, you need to see your doctor, your nephrologist immediately. So I set up an appointment for that week. And she said to me, this is May, she said, Eliza, you got to come back again in August for blood work again, or maybe it was even a little bit sooner, but she said, I'm thinking you're probably going to need a kidney transplant next summer. And I said, next summer? How did I go from my mid 40s, maybe, to in a year from now? And she said, listen, it's just your kidneys are not doing well. You don't want to be on dialysis. You're going to need a kidney transplant. And we left that meeting, one more punch, okay, what are we going to do? I need a transplant. Maybe in a year we'll deal with it. And we didn't get working on anything just yet because they were like, listen, you have time. We'll get the paperwork started, but start thinking about who potential donors for you can be. But you have to come back in September for blood work, or August, September. I came back and I was told then that not only were my numbers even worse, that they were bumping my transplants up to February, and that if I didn't have a transplant in the next few months, I was for sure going to be on dialysis by March. How I went then again from so much time to so little time, it still blows my mind. And immediately my mom asked if she could be a donor. We're very close, and she, Baruch Hashem, is healthy, young, and they said, yeah, a mother to a child is one of the best matches we could ask for. We'd love to test your mother, but you need to come up with a backup plan in case she isn't a match. So I decided that night to send an email to about 70 people that I felt comfortable sharing this information with, and comfortable saying, if you would consider being a donor, please let me know. From that 70, everybody responded positively and supportively. 10 people went and got tested, and 5 people passed the first round of testing as a potential match. There are many steps to it, but they already got through the first hurdle. And I still remember when I went to the hospital for my own blood work or whatever it was, the receptionist said, I have never seen so many people come to get tested for one person. And I just said, thank God I'm blessed with many amazing friends. And I myself couldn't believe that so many people were willing to give a kidney for me. And basically, we then proceeded with the kidney transplant. Baruch Hashem, my mother ended up being the match. She kept matching along the way. And they even retest 2 weeks before the transplant to make sure that nothing changed and the donor's healthy and the recipient is ready for it. It's a long process. And we decided so we proceeded with having the transplant in February. And this was all now simultaneous to us working on the surrogacy process. So we had matched with a surrogate. And we began the process of meeting her and her coming in for doctor's appointments and things like that. And we had decided that she was going to have an embryo transfer in January, just a month before my kidney transplant. And she came into New York, and I remember I was driving with her to the appointments for the embryo transfer. And I got a call from my transplant team saying, we just want to secure the time for your transplant. Like, let's just mark our calendars. And I was like, what universe am I living in that I'm driving the surrogate and planning my kidney transplant? Like, whose life is this? This was not my life even a year ago. And so we set the schedule for my transplant to take place on February 22nd, 2018. And we went on. She had an embryo transfer. She went home. We went about our business. I was preparing for my transplant. I had, thank God, a very successful transplant on February 22nd, as I mentioned. And then the next day I got a phone call that our surrogate had miscarried. I'm sitting in the hospital room. I'm all by myself. And yet again, something bad, there's no other way to describe it. Just something so hard and bad happened. And I remember she called me and I said, it's okay. We're going to do it again. We're going to try again. And she just said, thank you for trusting me. And I said, thank you for helping me have a family. What else can I say? And we came home from the hospital. I recuperated. I actually had a pretty rough 6 months to a year, really, of in and out of the hospital and challenging setbacks, but thank God now I'm healthy and haven't had to be in the hospital in quite some time. And at that point we had rescheduled. It took a bunch of months for our surrogate to be ready to do another transfer. And we did it in June. And Baruch Hashem, our son was actually born on exactly a year later after my transplant on February 22nd, 2019. So it was quite an experience. The journey is by no means over, but you know, that is basically the story that I have to share. And thank you.
Amazing, Aliza. You know, we're talking about overcoming life's challenges. I mean, that is just a story from beginning to end. Every piece of it is in and of itself is like a life challenge. Trauma is not necessarily the event that seems the most sensational. Perception and community really influence and impact how we experience our own story, our own narrative. So I wonder, like, when you think about this whole process, is there, you know, one piece of it in particular that feels particularly like that was the challenge?
Yeah, I would say the most challenging thing for me actually was the surrogacy piece. A kidney transplant, I felt like I was in the hands of experts, and you know, they were doing transplants every day. I had faith throughout the whole thing that my mom was going to be my match and that it was going to be good. I never really thought I would need a second donor. I just always thought it was going to be my mom. But when I started thinking about, or when we started thinking about surrogacy, it felt like the biggest slap in the face. Like, I have younger sisters who got married before me, who had children before me, and now here I had to go through surrogacy to have my baby. But I just didn't know what people were going to say about us and me, and then questioning. And I knew that people, when I was on the steroids that I had mentioned and I blew up, people were asking my family if I was pregnant. And I was like, way to, you know, really make it even worse, because all I wanted to be was pregnant, but I couldn't be. And I think that also, because it's not really spoken about in our community, and there are so few people I knew that had gone through surrogacy, it was just so challenging and so hard. And there are organizations in our community who give funding for IVF. They do not give funding for surrogacy. And that also felt like, why isn't the community behind us? You know, our Rav, who's a tremendous Talmud Chacham, had spoken to other Rabbanim, and we knew that it was kosher and it was good. And it just still felt like, where was the community when we needed it? And they are super supportive, and it's been great, thank God. But that was the biggest piece that felt the hardest to surmount. And still today, you know, I think about when my son is older and we're going to talk to him about it. How am I going to have that conversation? Like, why do I have to have that conversation? You know, just one more thing that we have to deal with.
It's just so powerful what you're saying, the ability to feel supported by our community, by our environment, by what we expect, you know, the collective around us, the system around us, to be able to tolerate, and not just tolerate, but accept and support. That is so resonates, and it's so important, and people really struggle with that piece. It has a lot to do with, you know, Amudim's, you know, very much champions that piece. There was so much stigma around people facing, you know, abuse, addiction, and, you know, today, fortunately, people are at least able to go and get help for that. But the notion that the community is behind you, and that's okay, and you won't be stigmatized, that's not taboo, is really powerful. And I think just for that, if not, and besides everything else, I so appreciate your willingness to speak about it, because the more people know, the more it becomes, you know, possible for more people to pursue it, less taboo. Even with IVF back in the day, and facing mental health issues, forget about addiction and abuse, but just general mental health issues, physical health issues. It's just so important to be able to be open and be able to, you know, call it by its name. So thank you. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you soon, I'm sure. Mo, I was hoping that you would share with us your story, your narrative. Why are you on this panel today?
Well, Lisa made me start with tears in my eyes, though. So I'm starting off in a very emotional way, in a very powerful way, and I applaud your story and for having a smile throughout. That's really powerful, really, really powerful. We all have a story. We all have a story. You know, we were chatting before for a few minutes, Elisa, on this call, and we were just, you know, hey, Mo, Lisa, I think we both did Yachad 17 years ago. Okay, cool. You know, we pass people on the street. Maybe now in a Zoom life, we see people on the Zoom screen on work calls or social calls, and it's super powerful to recognize that every one of us in these little boxes now on Zoom, or the people that we know, we all have stories. We all have tremendous stories in our lives, and most of the time, we have no idea what the people that even we know well are going through, have gone through, will go through. And as I share some insight into the story, or my story, the challenges that I've been through in my life, I just want you all to think about in your lives, things that you've gone through, that you're going through, challenges. And let's live through these together and try to gain some insight into life from these challenges. So I grew up in Toronto, a nice city called Toronto. I loved, like a good old Canadian kid, loved to play ice hockey and a lot of basketball and just baseball in the summer, all kinds of nice regular stuff. I grew up in Canada's Wonderland, our version of Six Flags. Life was lovely in Toronto, but as a kid, there was something about my childhood that made me stand out a lot. I had this debilitating stutter. I couldn't really speak. Now, 75% of kids grow out of a stutter, so we thought, all right, 4, 5, 6 years old, Mo will just grow out of it. But Mo wasn't growing out of the stutter. You know, I began to go to speech therapy for the stutter, years and years, and different kinds of speech therapy and wacky speech therapy. If you guys have seen the movie The King's Speech, you'll know there are wild speech therapies that still exist. And I've been through all kinds of forms of speech therapy. We'll get back to hopefully to therapy soon. It's Amudim, and I want to give a big plug, I commend all the therapists, and I just want to add a note, because it's so important when we go to therapy to have the right frame of mind around the therapy, both for the therapist and those that are going to therapists. So important. As a kid, I was feeling very lonely and very lost. You know, we think about speech as such a fundamental part of who we are, right? It's what differentiates us, even in the world, our ability to express our thoughts. Not being able to express my thoughts. Think about being in 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade, the teacher's going around the classroom, and as soon as it's your turn to like answer a question, you're like, your face goes red, the words just aren't coming out. Kids start laughing, and again, you know, kids just laugh. The humiliation for years. I'm naturally more of an extrovert, feeling so to myself, so lonely, so unable to just talk and too worried about talking. Imagine standing in the pizza shop as a 9, 10, 11-year-old kid, really wanting to order that slice, but you're too afraid to say pizza, you just walk out instead. Or trying to answer the phone to say hello, but that H isn't coming out, and the person's like, hello, is anybody there? I think your phone's broken. You're like, ah. And then you cry and run upstairs, right? Or somebody says, what's your name? And you're like, and they're like, oh, did you forget your name? And you're like, oh, not funny. So this is what my childhood was kind of like for many years. And, you know, I grew up going to Jewish schools, and one of the things that really bothered me a lot, Aaron, you asked before, you know, to Elisa, what the hardest part about her challenges were. For me, what was the hardest was feeling alone. It's feeling like this is just worthless, that there's no meaning behind it. There's no purpose behind it. It felt like I'm being taught there's this thing called the creator of the world, right? Somewhere, somehow, we can't see him, but he loves us, and he cares about us, and guess what? It's all for the best. Oh, why is it living hell? What do you mean for the best? This is terrible. I can't talk. I'm 13 years old. I'm petrified in my bar mitzvah, even just saying the bracha. Oh, guess what? God loves you. It didn't seem to make any sense to me, and it was very, very disturbing. But like Elise was also saying before, you know, God has this way of like throwing curveballs. Like, you know, I was trying to find my groove, and right in that, like those mid-teenage years, all those lovely mid-teenage years, right? You know, God seemed to really give me multiple challenges. You know, without going into detail of it, my parents were going through a rough divorce at that time, which was, of course, you know, years leading up to it. And in addition to that, I was really, like, I had scoliosis, you know, and I knew about it every few months, just like you, Elise, every few months, go check it out, go get an x-ray, it's all good, okay, it's fine. And you know that like down the road, maybe there's going to be this thing called maybe a back brace, or even maybe, you know, surgery on your spine, a staple on a rod, which sounded scary as anything. And I was one of the blessed ones, one of the lucky ones to, not for surgery, but I also needed a back brace. I remember being like a teenager, like 15, 16 years old. I still can't really speak. Parents are divorced. I'm very independent. I flew to Israel. I was doing school in Israel on my own. At that period of time, I flew here at the age of 15, where I spent a few years. It was also a transformational period of time for me, 16, 17 years old. You know, after having spent about 10 years in speech therapy and trying to get over my stutter. Miriam, you mentioned a word before, which I respectfully, strongly take issue with. You know, you were mentioning that this panel or this discussion is all about overcoming challenges. And where I was locked up was living a life of waiting to overcome my challenges. When am I going to get past this? When will I overcome my stutter? When can I live with a normal way of speech like everybody else? Once I was able to create a paradigm shift where it wasn't about life will start when this is over, but this is my life. I have to take ownership over it. And if I don't, I can live in anger and rebellion and just be miserable, and people might feel bad for me, but it's my life. And I have a choice. And I have friends at that age which were choosing really, really destructive things, which we don't have to talk about right now, but I'm sure you guys can think about what that's like as a 16, 17-year-old that's been out, you know, multiple high schools. And it was like a choice, like, where am I going in life? What do I want to do? And really what was behind all that, which is really where I want to give that advice to therapists, really like framing therapy sessions, was like how I was able to start to view challenges in general. And I wrote about this at length in my book called The Gift of Stuttering, which came out a few years back. And it's really, it creates a whole paradigm shift of the way we view our challenges as gifts from heaven. It's really hard to see it while we're in the challenges, but once I was able to see, and this is the kicker, that this world, we so often view it like it should be a spa, you know? It should just be really comfortable, really great, really comfortable, good, happy, amazing. If anything is off, there's something wrong, you know? Like, what's going on? And rather, and I heard this from Rabbi Schaefer, and it was really, it helped frame a lot of my learning, is that life is not a spa. This world, God created this world to be like a gym. And he's our personal trainer. He's my coach. And he's going to push me in the ways that I need to be stretched, that my muscles need to be stretched emotionally, intellectually, physically, so that I could become the best person that I could be. Any of us that have done any sports or any sort of physical therapy or I just started yoga as well. My instructor pushes me beyond these limits. Like, I never thought that my body can go into those kinds of shapes. But that's the best kind of instructor, and we pay money for it because we know that it's helping us. Once I was able to view that Hashem is working me in these ways to help me become the best person that I could be, with my speech, to be more sensitive, to be more kind, to be more caring, never to laugh at anybody else. As a manager now in a company, as a parent to kids, in relationships, in the ability to become more empathetic and sensitive, with my back brace to appreciate health, with my parents' divorce, so many different things that I've learned about relationships and now trying to replicate or to be in a more positive dynamic with my marriage and as a dad now. So many different ways that my challenges have helped frame my life today. Being able to create that paradigm shift has been transformational for me. You know, so something else that's been bothering me for a while, also for so many years, was, you know, this concept called prayer, right? Like, we think about prayer as like, oh my gosh, you know, like for years asking God to help me, you know, overcome my stutter, and it never really working out. You know, I had such a powerful experience a little while ago with my son. He tripped and fell, and he had to get stitches on his chin, right? And we ran to the clinic, stitches, the whole thing. I almost passed out. I'm not, but you know, my wife was there and she was cheering him on. I was cheering him on. You're doing great. Come on, you're wonderful. You're amazing. And he's like, so finally the doctor comes with his big needle to freeze the chin before the stitches. That's when they told me to go lie down because I was almost on the floor. But my son was screaming like, "Mommy, Daddy, no, Mommy, Daddy, tell me." He was like 6 years old. Tell him to stop. Tell him to stop. And then the doctor goes in. He's like, "Mommy, Daddy, tell him." He's like really expressing himself. Like, "Tell him to stop. What are you doing to me?" And we're just cheering him on. The next day, I sat down with my son. One of the most mature discussions. It was such a parenting moment. Like, let's review what happened yesterday. You know, yet you were bleeding. The doctor had to come. Let me explain. When he came to give you that shot, he was freezing up your whole chin so that afterwards he can come and stitch up the area so it can heal forever. Had he not given you that shot, he wouldn't be able to give you stitches well, so that might have been a much bigger scar for the rest of your life. With that in mind, should he have given you that shot or not? Should I have told the doctor to stop or not? And my son thought about it, 6-year-old, thought about it and said, Daddy, I needed that shot. And that, even as a dad, it floored me. Because I know for years that I've been begging God to help me overcome my challenge. No stutter, no this, no that. And God was there all along, cheering me on, holding me through, carrying me through, helping me become all that I could be. And if we can then use therapy through Amudim, therapists, mentors, rabbis, guides, friends, helping us embrace the challenges in our lives. We can't just overcome certain things. There's no cure for stuttering. A whole different conversation, how I'm able to speak like this now. I stutter a lot outside. When I get presentations, I stutter less, not for right now. We can't just overcome certain challenges in our lives. It's how do we embrace them? How do we lead a meaningful and happy life with them? Take ownership over our lives and be happy. That's really the goal that we have.
Thank you so much. And the blesser should be blessed and continue to be blessed.
I didn't think I'd make it this far. If only my family knew. But how can I tell them what happened to me? What my uncle did to me 30 years ago? No. I can never tell them.
Make a wish, honey.
It's like it was yesterday. My uncle babysitting me, taking me into my room. What am I doing here? Praying? For what?
Daddy, yesterday at school, somebody broke his leg.
I wish I could be there for them, but I can't. I'm paralyzed, numb. If they knew what I let him do to me, they would hate me. How could I let that happen to me? Real men don't get abused. They protect themselves. I was exactly my son's age when it all started. I can't get close to him. I get so angry.
We're going out later. We're going to celebrate the McGuire case. You should come out. On time yet. Get to know some people because
I feel like I can't breathe, like I'm going to explode. I have no reason to be on this earth. My life helps no one. No one can understand what this is like. This has to stop. My life is out of control. My family will be much better off without me. My life can never be fixed. I'm hopeless. There's only one way out. After 40 years, I thought my story was over. But I was wrong. My family does need me. And there is hope. Maybe my story is just beginning.
Gabi, we're gonna jump right along to you. I want you to share with us your amazing journey, and give us your narrative.
My story starts in 2003 and 4 in Camp Pask, where I met a girl who then we ended up dating after camp. And in March 2005, after dating for 6 months, we got engaged. 2 weeks after we got engaged, she started seeing white floaters in front of her eye. And we decided, all right, let's go to the doctor and get it checked out. And we were on our way to Bed Bath & Beyond for our registry, whatever it was supposed to be. And we stopped by at the doctor, similar to how Lisa started the story of like, no big deal, let's, go get it checked out. We went and he looked into her and he said, you need to go to a retina specialist. So we were like, all right, no problem. Let's go to a retina specialist. You need to go today. And I said, all right. And inside my mind, I'm like, okay, that sounds a little suspicious. We go to the retina specialist and he looks into her and he says, Eliza, you have what's called choroidal melanoma. And we're like, all right. And I said, wait, isn't melanoma a type of cancer? And he said, yes. And, you're on a tremendous high. You just got engaged. It's the happiest time and the best time of your life. And all of a sudden comes crashing down. They sent us to a hospital in Philadelphia where they had the top surgeon for what she had. They did a procedure where they put something onto her eye for a few days. And there was after this procedure, there was a 90% chance it'll never come back in her eye and 95% chance it'll never come back in the rest of her body, or vice versa. I don't remember which one. We got married, and when Aliza was pregnant with our daughter Hani, she got a little bit of a lump on her head. We went to the doctor. He said, nothing to worry about. And then when our daughter was 9 months old, it was, that lump was just annoying her. It was right where her sheitel goes, and we decided to go and get it removed. We went to get it removed, and the doctor calls us 2 days later and says, you need to come in and talk to us. And, at that point, we already knew that it definitely couldn't be good news. We went into the doctor and he said, we found cancer in the, in that growth. They sent us for scans and everything. And unfortunately, it had spread to 2 spots in her liver. The wonderful doctor, and when I say wonderful, you'll hear why in a second, said, we think that you have 6 to 9 months to live. Now, this is a new mother who, great sensitivity from the doctor's part, not. And, she basically said, she burst into tears, obviously, rightfully so. She said, I'm never walking back into this office ever again, ran out of the office. And that was the first and last time we saw that doctor. We were transferred over to a specialist in Colombia who was unbelievable in terms of bedside manner. Unfortunately, that didn't change, the diagnosis. She went through a whole bunch of treatments and, ups and downs, and, some days better than others. And like both Aliza and Mo mentioned, you have never been so alone in your life when you're in a situation like that, because as much family as you have and as many friends as you have, they are there for you. And I don't want to ever minimize what friends and family are, because they're incredible, but they are not you going through your challenges right now. Not to mention that I've got, a little baby who's now a year old, and, mommy's spending most of her time in the hospital. Obviously I'm giving you a 5-year story in a nutshell, but the turning point in this whole thing for us, well, before I get to the turning point, so Aliza had gone through treatments. She actually got to a point one night, just before Pesach 1 year, we got literally a clean bill of health. And I'll never forget sitting at the Seder with my in-laws and saying, not once did they try and destroy us. And Hashem saved us. And I was saying, look, we got a clean bill of health. Unfortunately, that was very short-lived, and it came back with a vengeance. And in a week after Pesach 2009, which was a couple of years after that, Aliza passed away. a turning point for me because, you know, like both Mo and Elisa alluded to, the anger and the you know, the feelings of anger that you have, and I could tell you many stories of times where that came up. The turning point for me, though, was was a morning. I think that Israel was giving back one of the territories, and it made the news. And I'm sitting in the hospital room with her, and I'm watching it, and I'm an emotional mess to begin with, and I start tearing up and getting emotional just watching how these people in Israel have to leave their homes. And Aliza was, had been going through treatment, and she was under the influence of, some heavy drugs. And she turns to me and she says, "God, why are you crying?" And I said, "I'm not." She said, "Why are you laughing?" And I said, "I'm not." And she said, "Oh, okay." And she turned over and she went back to sleep. And I sat there on her bed and I burst into tears and I said, "Hashem, I have nobody in the world to turn to other than you." Now, I had my parents who are amazing. I had my in-laws who are incredible. But at the end of the day, I didn't. I had me and my wife. And, when you go through a challenge, you hopefully have your spouse there with you to go through it with you and support you. I had a spouse over here who was, said, "Why are you laughing? Why are you crying?" and turned back to sleep. Turned to Hashem and I bawled and I said, "I have no one to turn to. Help me, help me, help me." And me mama Kim, right? Like, I mean, it really is, I had nowhere. And I can't tell you that anything changed, but that was a turning point for me, because from that day on, the relationship between me and God was incredible. Because by me, it took a tragic situation to know that Hashem is there for you, but it doesn't need that. Because when we wake up in the morning and we say, "Hashem, please let my business deals go well today. Please let my kids have a great day at school today. Please," that's all you need to turn to Hashem. It doesn't need to get to a point where you have nowhere to turn to. I promise you, as someone, who's been through it, you don't need that. That relationship, could totally be there without needing to go through it. Another point is that for everybody's got their biggest challenge in life. So, in a case where Aliza had this massive challenge, Aliza Abrams had this massive challenge facing, a kidney disease and a life-changing challenge. And Mo had the stutter where he literally couldn't say a word, and I had what I was going through. Those are huge, huge things. But for some people, much, much smaller things are their hugest things. So take that and ask Hashem for help on that, because it doesn't need to get to things that are completely life-changing and life-challenging. Aside from having, now God on your side, and I know, Mo, there were plenty moments where I yelled at God and I said, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" Sometimes with harsher language than that. But that connection that you have is incredible. But it's organizations like Amudim that bring you on the other side, because there's, as much as Hashem could do everything, and he can, and I don't mean this literally, but there's only so much Hashem could do, because you need that person who's the Shaliach of Hashem to help you through that. And Miriam, people like yourself and all your wonderful miracle workers at Amudim helps people deal with those mental challenges, are the people that get you through these things. And, if I want to fast forward, to 3 months after my first wife passed away, I'm sitting on the couch and my daughter Hani is playing Play-Doh with me, and she says to me, "Daddy, when are we going to get a new mommy who I could play Play-Doh with?" And I put her on my lap and I didn't let her see, but I broke down. And I was lucky, very, very, very lucky enough that when I started dating, I met the most incredible woman who, had never been married before. And when on our third date, she said, "If I'm not married by the age of 30, I'm adopting a child." And I'll never forget, she was living in Toronto, I was living in New York, and the person who called to set us up, I said, "Yeah, I'll go out for a date, but I'm not moving to Toronto. There's nothing to discuss." I remember she had come to New York and I'd taken her out on that third date, and she said, "If I'm not married by the age of 30, I'm adopting a child." And I left and I said, "Thank you, Hashem." And that's what I said, way before Joey Newcomb had said, "Thank you, Hashem," that became world famous. But fast forward, and I, thank God I am very happily married to a wonderful, wonderful woman who, I'd say took Khani in as a daughter, but is Khani's mom. We have, 4 wonderful children. And the most incredible part of this whole story is, and I will never, ever take this for granted, not the amazing woman that I am lucky to have married and be with and raising our children together, but my first wife's family is family to us. And it's not like I went through a story and now I'm past that. And no, absolutely not. My first wife's family is our family the same way that my parents are family to us. And we are so, so lucky. And I will never for 1 hour take that for granted, because I realize that not many people are not as lucky as we were. And my in-law family from my first wife has 4 cousins and grandchildren and nephews and nieces in Toronto, the same way that they have, and that to me, if you want to find a silver lining in a story that, I say has a happy ending. I mean, thank God, I've rebuilt my life, but to be able to include my quote unquote previous life and combine them into one is really, really an amazing thing. And it doesn't take 2 to tango, it takes a village. And it really takes commitment from everybody involved in the situation to really, I don't think the words think out of the box, but really behave out of the box, because it's a very unnatural thing to have to rebuild your life at the age of 27, 28. And do this. And for everyone involved, it's not normal to lose a mother at the age of 3, or to lose a, God forbid, a daughter at the age of 24, and to lose a sibling at that age. And I can't stress enough how much the help of going to a therapist and going to see someone and going to chat with someone really, 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 really changed my life as well. And as everyone has mentioned, there's a horrible stigma, I think, amongst everybody, but specifically in the Jewish community. And the same way that someone has a stomach ache or a broken arm and they need to go to the hospital, someone who faces mental challenges, or mental health challenges, needs to go to that same hospital and deal with the specialist that deals with that, because there's nothing to be ashamed of, and really, really nothing. And it's someone who's going to help you be able to live your life the way you want to live it, and not be trapped inside in that all alone feeling. Because we all on this call know what that feeling is like to be alone, and what the amazing feeling it is to come out of that feeling and be able to live your life again. I'll never forget that 2 weeks after I got up from Shiva, I was in my office, and I was working for a company that had a couple of offices around New York. And one of the guys from one of the offices came to our office, and he came over to me and he said, "I'm so sorry that I didn't call you or didn't come to Shiva call. I'm so awkward, and I just want to say that I'm so." And I said, that's one of the best things someone could say, because it's okay to be awkward. You acknowledged it. You didn't leave that big pink elephant there. Not that I was expecting anything, but you didn't leave it. You feel good about it. I say thank you so much for doing that, and you move on with your day. And again, we're 15 years later, and I'll never forget that story because of such a small little thing, but it means a lot. So it doesn't have to be any groundbreaking ideas that you're bringing to someone going through it. It's one little word, like you said, Eliza, I'm here for you if you need something, when you need something. And that's really all it takes.
Yeah, I think the sincerity of that comment really just cuts right through everything. It's not about saying something smart or having just the right word, as if a word is magically going to wash away somebody's pain instantly. It's just about sincerity and presence. And however you can show up, this guy showed up by just acknowledging his own awkwardness or his shyness, or whatever wasn't working for him, and that really stuck with you. So that, being sincere, and Aliza, what you said about just not making it about you, it's about the other person who's going through this whatever at this moment. Very, very wise words. Gabi, your story is so inspiring, and everything that you've gone through. and how much you've overcome and rebuilt. But for the people who are not on the other side of it, what would you say to them? They're really deep in the struggle, feeling difficult, negative emotions regularly, feeling like there is no light at the end of the tunnel. What words of wisdom would you, of compassion, could you share?
Great question, and it's such a difficult one because, you know, as much as I personally and Aliza and Mo all, you know, each person goes through individually, you never forget what happened. It definitely shapes you as to who you are as a person. But at the end of the day, you look at your life now and you say, thank God, I've come out a stronger person. I've rebuilt my life. And how could I go to someone and say it's going to be okay when you don't know if it's going to be okay for someone going through it? But it's okay to break down. It's okay to get angry. It's okay to get upset. And any emotion that you have is quite all right. And don't let anybody tell you any other way. I love what Aliza said about, you know, being in that same train in a different car. It's awesome. I'm going to use that again if you don't mind. It's okay to be in your own car, as long as you know that there are people on the train, and even if not on your train, but on the train next to you. So everyone's going through their own little, you know, little or big challenge in life, and it's okay to reach out for help. But again, it's okay to have those down days and to want to sit in your room and cry all day. It's about getting up and moving forward and seeing how am I going to make the best of the situation, even though sometimes it seems like you're not going to be able to. I'll just share one story that, you know, Aliza was saying that she was in the hospital over Hanukkah and her friends had, you know, brought her gifts and sent her gifts. You know, Hanukkah and Purim kind of like usually tie into each other. It's the holiday that we allow to, you know, we get to celebrate, but we're allowed to drive and you know, it's not the Shabbos. There's no Shabbos involved, but you know, when my first wife was going through treatment, we were newly engaged. We were, you know, 20. She was 20 years old, and she had her surgery on Tainus Esther the day before Purim. And this was in Philadelphia. We lived in New York, and her 4 closest friends showed up on Purim with food, with everything. We didn't even know they were coming. But as amazing as that is that her friends showed up, her friends gave up their Purim party, which is any teenager's highlight of the year, is Purim. And they came and they gave it up to come and be. And, you know, we talking about, you know, 16 years ago, and I'll never forget that story. And it's a story that to them was such a small little thing that they did, but for us it was huge. And so maybe just to add on to your question as to how you, what advice you give to someone going through something, maybe advice to people who, thank God, we're not going through something. Reach out to someone who is going through. And, you know, there's that whole, people get very, very nervous about approaching someone who's going through something. You don't want to invade on their privacy. You don't want to, you get awkward. And yes, it is an awkward thing, but it's okay to call and say, I'm here for you if you need me. I'm here to, and, you know, whether it's sending something in or being as extreme as driving 2 hours to, you know, it's just be able to be there for your friends as well, because that does so much for someone going through something. So, yeah, if we're, you know, now that we're on the other side of it, where you're looking, you know, thank God, help someone out. And it doesn't need to be that you've gone through something. You could be a person who's had a great, perfect life your whole life. Reach out to someone who's not. And especially during a time like COVID, where, you know, as has been mentioned by every speaker and anyone, you know, for any organization, people are struggling now, whether it's financial, whether it's emotional, whether it's, you know, whatever it is. Reach out to somebody, because you don't know what that little one word could help somebody.
That really is special. And I think that the message to everyone, you know, going through something, not going through something, to be mindful, to pay attention, to notice, you know, the people around you, and like you said, not be so shy or be so worried. A person could always say, hey, you know, back off. But if they're alone in it and they can't reach out, that could also be, you could really be helping them by being there for them. So that's Very good point. Thank you.
I think that there are probably people listening to this who are thinking, I know someone who's going through something, but I don't know how to approach them. And what I want to just share for 1 second is maybe some language that can help someone go and talk to somebody. I think that certainly before we had our child, people assumed things were going on, or they didn't know why we didn't have children. They wanted to say something because they wanted to be supportive, but they didn't know how to. And certainly asking someone, no, when are you going to have kids, is not supportive and not kind. And it brings up a lot of really bad emotions for someone that is trying to have a child. And the thing that I tell people to do is to say to whomever it is that is struggling with whatever it is, I know you're going through something. If and when you want to talk to me, I'm available to you. And that's it. It's not about, I see you're going through X. Can I talk to you about it? Because it's not yours to talk about, it's theirs. But by you just making yourself available in the least invasive way, that opens them up to saying, I can be comfortable talking to you about this if I want to be. And I think that's a really important thing for people to know, because people who are going through something may want to be reached out to, but in the most sensitive way. And if you think about your own something that you're sensitive about, and then times that by like 1,000,000, that's the level of sensitivity you should be using when you approach that person.
Thank you so much, Gabi, Aliza, Mo, for participating and for sharing so openly your stories, your narratives. They're so healing to hear, and so inspiring for me personally, and I'm sure for everybody out there. Thank you everyone for tuning in for Unite to Heal, supporting Amudim, those of you that support financially, emotionally. We really, this is a work that gets done by a community and everyone doing their part. So thank you, be well.